Yes, guys, you know what time it is. It's your boy David at the Irish Hotspur, Ireland's #1 Spurs fan. And today we bring you the post-match season fan show where it's designed for you guys out there to come on and have your say on all things Tottenham Hotspur and all things that are happening right now. So make sure you use that. The link is up in the community section for channel members if you want to click on that link and get in and have your say. But also, after about 2 hours, we will put in the link in the chat for people out there who also want to come on and have their say, because we understand that there's many people out there in tough situations right now and stuff like that. And you guys have also been loyal followers throughout the season. So we are conscious of that, and we do want to put the link in there for you guys to come on and have your say as well. So, make sure you look out for that. But Jacko, how are you, first of all, my man?
I feel like we're in that sort of, we want to be on the beach now, Dave. Like a lot of us are sort of looking to kind of in that mindset of just don't think about last season. I'm in this stage where I'm sort of like, you think about what went wrong, you think about maybe lessons learned, but now it's not as much of, at least I hope, maybe for some people, now that, the last, the last minutes of a game have passed, the last seconds, the last football has been kicked, right? You feel like you can now just sort of move into that period where you learn maybe what went wrong. You learn into, maybe how things could have gone differently, or maybe what could have been done differently if there was something that was avoidable. You lean into, what comes in the future, what questions still are there. And I find that, at least, I don't know about you, I find that to be a bit more relieving, actually, than maybe where we were when you are like still looking forward, and maybe in some cases really not looking forward to a game ahead. We still had games against Leeds. We still had games against Aston Villa. We still had games against Liverpool. We were sort of in that mindset thinking about the summer ahead. But now that we're actually in that sort of summer ahead period, it's actually quite relieving, like I think in some sense, where we actually no longer have to be stressed out by watching maybe Sanchez watch another ball go over his head with a striker, right next to him, or we don't have to no longer watch, a Ben Davies struggle at left back, or goalkeepers making mistakes. We can just look towards the future. And of course, as maybe being a happy clapper myself, I'd like to think that maybe we can make certain moves that, of course, we usually don't make, but that's what it's all about, is just sort of, trying to clean up maybe what was a pretty dismal season and what was a really disappointing season, and see if we can do better and see if we can learn from the mistakes. And like you said earlier, I'm looking forward to hearing what everybody with that fan show membership is coming on and have their say. I imagine it's going to be a busy one, and I'm looking forward to what people are going to say. And there are a lot of good questions we already have prepared, but like Dave said earlier, we are going to put the link out to anybody that, of course, like, with times being tough and just maybe, not being, let's say, the most, if maybe the fan show you thought was, not your spin or not your sort of style, like, tonight there will be an opportunity. We'll put the link out there for you guys. And if you want to come on and have your say towards the end of the show and feel like maybe something that hasn't been said or something that you want to put out there, or maybe even you've always wanted to grind, David and I, because, believe me, we're in our own little, delusional world, that's for sure. So yeah, there'll be a link out there later for you guys too.
Yeah, look, we have a massive undertaking this summer. Not only do we have to, fix what's gone wrong last season, but we've got to fix a lot of bad decisions that have been made over 4 years. And that's what makes this summer even bigger, especially with the likes of Aston Villa coming to the fore under Unai Emery. Now, we know this guy is a good manager, and as long as he's at Aston Villa, they'll stick in and around the European spots. Brighton have progressed past us. Newcastle are going to invest even more money to stay in top four. Ten Hag has done a brilliant job at United, and he'll probably be back massive this summer. Liverpool be back, Chelsea be back. So, we've got a massive summer ahead, and undo 4 years of shit decisions, and try and hopefully, that we can get it done for next season. So, what I would say is, the people at the top, they'd want to start acting very, very, very quickly. But look, we're going to welcome some people in, see who we've got in the chat. We'll go through some of the talking points we've got, and then we'll crack on and start getting some of the guests on. Also, tomorrow, make sure you look out for a podcast. We're going to have Flav Bateman back on again from the Fighting Cock. You'd have also seen him representing Tottenham on the overlap with Gary Neville and Jamie Carragher. So make sure you tune in for that podcast tomorrow. Look out for that podcast tomorrow. Should be a very, very good one. So, We have Mark. He says, thank goodness that is over. Now get rid of Levy and Dyer. And do you know what, for me, I woke up this morning just I felt like a new man. You know, the nightmare's over. Now we can get on to fixing the issues at the football club rather than just dragging it out. Do you know what was worse? Knowing what we needed to do, or knowing we had so much to do, but still having to, fulfill fixtures. That was the most infuriating thing about it. Mick Hermlock says, good evening, Jack and Dave. Big up, Mick. We've got the Iceman looking forward to the fan show after a horrible couple of months. Big up, Jack and Dave, for keeping this season alive. For me, I really appreciate that, my man. But look, like I said yesterday, it goes both ways. There's times this season where I wanted to give up. And people have texted me, and sent me stuff, or just even put up something funny that I come across, and it's like I needed to see that today. So it works both ways. Big up, Hot God 9 or the Hot God 10. Big up, my man. Good to see you in the building. Well, sir. Luke is in the house. Big up, Luke. Carl Higgins. Dubai Spurs as well. Great to see you in the building. We have Welsh Gal probably out of APIs by now. Even the off license doesn't even stop where she lives anymore. And she says, big up, lads. Listen to BBC Sport. They are discussing loads of teams, but don't even bother talking about Spurs. Sad times, greetings all. I mean, there's nothing to talk about, Well, there is how shit we are and the bad decisions we made and stuff like that.
Speaking of the off license, though, quickly to Welsh Gal, I mean, this season with Spurs, I'm not even kidding. Like, I've actually had to diversify, where I go, for the occasional IPA, because sometimes, the bodega or the nearest corner store would be like, weren't you here like last Sunday, for, the same thing. So I just sometimes have to go to a different place. So they're not catching on that, I'm a Spurs fan, looking for grievances. Big up, Welsh Gal.
100%. They definitely catch on. They'd be like, oh, you're in here for your weekly pick-me-up.
It became too much of a routine.
Big up, Terry Wright as well. Good to see you, sir. Anthony Lynch, good to see you. And he says, Levy out. Big up, my man. We have Willie McKenzie. Big up, lads. Thanks for the content and the watch-alongs and the shows this season. Big up, my man. I really appreciate that. Believe me, it was a really tough one to stick through. Really, really tough one, my man. Big up Tyler as well. Clement, great to see you in the building. We have Georgie Hill. Says, even the lads take one more bow for another great season together. With all the issues at Spurs, there are brighter days ahead for us all. Look, I'm convinced that, look, the part it was given to me and the part I'm on with following Spurs, I'm convinced I'm going to have my day. And when I do, it's going to be even so much more sweeter. And I'm going to be even more unbearable to rival fans. So just wait for that. Big
impressive
up,
also, by the way, George Hill. You're always in here nice and early, no matter how terrible things have been. I feel like your comments always in there nice and early, my man. So I appreciate you always looking out for the streams and everything. Top man, George.
We've got Leon in the house as well. He's called Kidette. Even the lads and everyone, big up. Stevie Webb. Good to see you in the building, sir. Hopefully you enjoyed them winnings yesterday, my man. I'm not going to lie, I was jealous. I'm surprised we haven't got reports of you on the next flight out to Malaga or something like that, my man, with the winnings. But big up. We've got Ceres. Big up, my man. Good to see you in the building. We also have Nomad. 1 trophy in 23 years, but we should be thankful we are not in debt. It's madness. We actually are in debt, by the way. We've got so much long-term structured debt. I think it's at just nearly £1 billion. So we are in debt. It's just that means it's not going to be recalled, very, very quickly. However, if there's a recession or a banking crisis, can they call them loans in quickly? Does that then put us in a precarious position? Who knows, Nomad?
Maybe
knows?
A Conference League trophy can't even pay for it. Who knows?
Definitely not. Big up Anthony Rose as well. Good to see you in the building, sir. Derek Smith, good to see you, sir. Hopefully when I put out that link, you'll be clicking on it, brother. We have 24C. Anything happened, Dave and Jack, been gone for around 6 hours. Who's been sacked this time? Actually, apparently Thomas Tuchel is on the verge of being sacked at Bayern Munich. Now, the rumours we were led to believe before he chose Bayern, that we were potentially interested. So does that now put Tuchel, if he gets sacked, back in the running for the manager's job? Who knows? Who knows 24C? But, you can't take 6 hours away as a Tottenham fan. 6 minutes is all you're allowed because they just keep putting out news and news. Mark Ivy, Koch and Maguire incoming for central defence. Big up, Graham. Good to see you. Video complete. Sofiane says Koch and Maguire. Gary Wellesby says, thanks, David and Jack, for making this season bearable for us fans. Big up, Gary. I appreciate that, my man. Hot God says we never seem to kick on when we were in top 4. We should invest to keep the momentum going, but it seems to be spiraled. And this is the biggest problem. Once you get that top 4 and you get a good foothold in it, The only next progression is upwards, so it's winning the title. And we haven't really used it to sort of bring in players to really kick on and make a good go of it, you know? We haven't done that, and it's been a killer, my man. It's been a killer. Even under Poch's time, money was restricted. If you just would have went with another couple of players, good players, we could have been sitting here talking about, being champions by now. RJ67 says, are we now going to scrape the bottom of the barrel by appointing the Australian bloke from Celtic? F off, hashtag leave you out. Look, many different views on Ange Postecoglou. You've got a lot of people who know a lot about the guy and have followed his career that say this is the right man for Spurs. And you've also got a lot of people who only really know for his time at Celtic that sort of like don't want him anywhere near the job, which I can understand. Look, wait and see what happens. Who knows? Tuchel might be back in the running. The Treasurer says, big up, guys. I wish our defenders weren't shitty. We wouldn't have lost the games. We could have won, and we wouldn't behave. We wouldn't be here to be in the worst position this season. Look, you know, there's so many ifs and buts. You know, you think back to that Southampton game. You think back to the Brentford game when we were winning at half time. You know, there's so many games you think back to. That Liverpool game, Lucas Moura, you know, getting a lot of praise for getting a nice send-off yesterday with his goal. But could he have sent us off with European football if he didn't make that fuck up against Liverpool or got sent off against Everton? There's a lot of ifs and buts. I think we just got to accept we haven't been good enough this season to qualify for European football, and we got what we deserved. That's the reality of it. That's the reality of it. And I hate saying that, but that's just the start reality of it, my man. 24C says, good to see you guys give everyone a chance regardless of the money. Look, we try, my man. We try. We're very, very conscious that, you know, there is hard times out there. And look, myself and Jack, we go through it as well. You know, and the thing is, like, look, every YouTube channel relies off the support of the public because no one has big wigs behind them. We put a lot of, you know, time and effort into the content, the research, but also a lot of money into the stuff you need to be able to get the streams across in the best way and stuff like that. You know, but we also understand that it's very, very tough times out there at the minute. Everyone's feeling the pinch, and we always try our best to include everybody. And we like to think we struck up a decent enough balance, but always we could be better. And this is one of the ways we're looking to improve. So hopefully, thank you for recognizing that, I suppose, my man. Big yourself up. Spencer Arnold says we need a left-sided centre-back, cam and goalkeeper. If we get a manager playing 4-3-3, 4-2-3-1, I'd rather get 3 or 4 quality players instead of 10 shit players. Yep, I definitely understand that, my man. We have TTV Outcast. He says we still have a chance of Conference League. No, it's not. If Man City win the Champions League, all it does is open up another spot from a lower coefficient league in Europe and put them straight
that's what I thought.
Champions League group stage. We are out of Europe. It doesn't matter whether City win the FA or the Champions League. It doesn't matter whether West Ham win Europe Conference League. We are out of Europe. Our season's done and over with. Big up Flat Cat Fangirl, evening all. Thanks for all you do, David and Jack. I appreciate that. Someone out there creating
Great name.
Wilson 94 says, evening, gents. Grateful for all the work you do. Cheers. Come on, you Spur. I really appreciate that,
Wilson.
We have Andrew Seymour. He says, no, mate, that's not true. We won't if City win. Exactly, my man. Big up Derek Hutchinson. No, I appreciate it as well. You're another one who's been here all season long. I don't know how, man. I don't know how, but I appreciate your support. Big up Foggy Foam, sir. Big up
Legend.
Paddy Harnett. Hopefully you're keeping well. Spurs News N17. Great to see you. Chris, great to see you. Hammock, Scooter Reacts. Great to see you. Ed as well. Great to see you. Mr. Schrocker. We also have David Lever. Good evening, guys. Respect Jack and Dave. And I've drank enough JD watching this season. Bring on next season and massive changes ahead. One love. I appreciate that, man. And we hope massive changes ahead. You can never be too sure as a Spurs fan when it looks like obvious you need to do something, i.e. centre-backs last summer. We don't do it. So, you know, I'm not counting my chickens this time around. Big up
Dave Army. And then Mia. Good to see you in the chat as well, Mia.
The Dave Army's starting to get there. I love it. Big up, Dave. We also have Tyler D. Big up, Tyler D. He says, hi, all. Is that a picture of Gary? No, I thought it was Gary Neville there for a minute. It's not. It says, hi all, 22 the 6th of the 22nd. I sent in a super chat stating that Richie would be no better than Bergwijn. I was laughed at by the chat and yourselves. Well, I'm just back to say hi. Look, you know, fair point. We don't get everything right. I did say that if you use Richarlison as a striker and something different to Harry Kane and get balls into the box, you get the best out of him. However, we haven't done that this season. We've used them on the left. We've used them on the right. And do you know what's been the biggest eye-opener to me, Tyler? The guy can't even control a fucking football. That's the biggest eye-opener to me. The amount of times the balls come to him and it's just broken down. You know, it's broken down at him because it's a heavy touch or he's passes shit. You know, he's had a really, really bad this season. And you know what, Tyler? You got it right, my man. You got it right.
Tyler D, I appreciate the receipt. It's actually one of the most impressive receipts we've ever received on the Dave. This is actually the most impressive receipt I think we've ever received on the Irish Hotspur. I think we actually would be unkind to Tyler to not print one out, you know, right in front of him just to show him, you know, this. And well done to you. As a Richarlison lover myself, I put it to you in the chat there, Tyler, if you weren't able to see it, but I might as well say it to you now as a Richarlison lover and as a Richarlison kind of, you know, I would say apologist myself. I mean, he has shown not to be worth the 60 million that he was brought in for. I think we all knew that we needed a quality backup striker to be able to compete with Harry Kane. Is he even proving to do that at the moment? That's even up for debate right now. As much as I love the guy, as much as I love his backstory, as much as I love his overall attitude, and I think no one can question his attitude or his mentality. I think his mentality and his attitude is in the right place. But is like Dave said, you know, is his quality actually good enough for a Spurs side, and can he actually do the business if needed, if certain Harry Kane maybe were missing or certain Harry Kane were even, you know, transferred to another side, and would be up for debate whether Richarlison could actually be able to do it. And I think that's come to be, and that 60 million could have spent elsewhere on a center back, or it could have been spent elsewhere on the defense and a goalkeeper. It could have been definitely, I think we needed that backup striker, but was all the money needed to be spent on the backup striker, the big money transfer? Probably shown to not be, and that I think you were proven right on. Big up, Tyler. Yeah. Love this receipt. Impressive.
Yeah, I love it. The date, timestamp, everything. Absolutely love that, Tyler. Big yourself up, brother. Big yourself up. We also have Howard. He says summer transfers are always fun.
Big up, Howard.
We hope so.
Just quickly, after Howard there, Dave. Big up, Howard. Good to see you in the chat. Brian Dempsey, member for 9 months. Dave says, good evening, Dave and Jack. Now the good stuff starts. Transfer rumors. I heard that Nagelsmann isn't dead in the water yet. What do you guys think? Have the soy lattes been canceled really fully, Dave, or have they just been delayed? Did you just delay the skinny jeans order? Did you just sort of leave it in limbo, or did you sort of cancel it altogether? I think with Nagelsmann, I don't see it happening this summer, but at the same time, it is not completely dead in the water by the looks of things. I think Levy could go back to him like he went back to an Antonio Conte. It's a bit similar to how he went back to an Antonio Conte. But do you see that happening all in the space of this sort of time? I don't know. I feel like it feels like it would happen more like maybe in the future, a few years down the road sort of thing. I don't think he's going after Nagelsmann.
I think if Levy's a smart man, he goes all out to get him and bring him in here. You know, he's a guy a lot of fans can get behind. Do I see it happening? I struggle to see us go back on it because, you know, did we not put out sort of that we just, you know, we didn't want him or we were never in contact with him and we went for Arne Slot straight after. So it's sort of like, what way does Nagelsmann take that? You know, does he take that with a grain of salt? You know, we also know that Nagelsmann will not sign unless there's a DOF on the table that he can work with. What I will say is that Bayern have practically sacked a lot of people you know, at that level and including their DOF today. So can you now go and get Nagelsmann and a DOF from Bayern Munich and get them in here as a pair and that the Nagelsmann be happy with that? Who knows? Who knows? Look, let's just wait and see. We all got excited for Arne Slot. It looked like it was going to be done. It never happened. At one stage, it looked like Nagelsmann was going to be the guy. It never happened. You know, so it's sort of, I'm at the point now where it's just wait and see. On Nagelsmann, look, the thing is with Tottenham Hotspur, you never know. Like Jack said, Conte was off the cards, then he comes in. So you just never know, my man. You never know. But I do want to see you tonight. It'd be nice for you to come on and have a say, my man. I know you upgraded that membership, buddy, so make sure you get on, Brian. Big yourself up, brother. We also have Autism. Good to see you in the house. And we also have Andrew Seymour. Great to see you. We have Melton69. Big up, lads. Deep joy. The season is over. I think many of us are feeling that, my man. And then what we'll do is I'm so far behind, so I'll take this super chat from Welsh Gal, and then we'll welcome more people as I see new names coming in the chat as we go along. I'm just going to get to the bottom of the chat because I'm so far behind. Big up Bobby K, Chris Agenbar, and Scott all sneaking in there as well. Good to see you guys. We've got Welsh Gal says these playoff players are giving it their all, and some players can't be bothered. It's so sad. Top to bottom changes needed. We want to be proud of our club again. Look, it's a huge problem, and you've got players who are sort of looking to survive at Tottenham at all costs, and you've got other players, i.e., the new signings coming in that want to win at all costs, and it's coming to a loggerheads. But it's reflected in what you're seeing on the pitch. Players not wanting to move about in or out of possession, stuff like that. And I just want to get back to the point where I just want players out there who are proud to wear a Spurs jersey. Pochettino, when he first came in 2014, he started off with a lot of older players like Adebayor, people that have been there for quite some time. They weren't responding to what you want them to do. So then he just ripped them out and went with a lot of younger guys and put them in there. And he benefited from that, because you had players who wanted the opportunity, who grasped the opportunity and had pride wearing the Tottenham shirt. And that's where we need to get back to. The biggest killer for me is seeing players out there going out there afraid. I want a team that rocks up to places, that are not going in there being fearful of being turned over. I want a team going up there with swag that's going to give it a go regardless at all costs. That's what I want. And, the biggest thing that's killed me this year is just seeing players who do not give a shit about that jersey. Because if they did, they'd fucking move about at the very least.
As much as she's completely right about the playoffs, right? And she's completely right about the championship. You probably get it more often, not even in the playoffs of the championship.
They're fighting for survival, Jack. They're fighting for something.
I feel like you get it more even like let's say it's November, let's say it's January. You often will get more of that fight and more of that accountability. Sorry, knocked over the mic, but more of that accountability, I think, from certain players, right? In maybe the championship than you would in November of, certain Premier League teams. I think the Premier League teams, you see people already on the beach. You see teams already given up, right? Like in some sort of sense. So I don't know, like, yeah, the way we turned up against a Newcastle, a Liverpool, a Man United was sort of scary. I think Alice or Welsh Gal, because I feel like you saw that Spurs still had something to play for. They still technically had European competition still to play for, and the fact that Newcastle were completely like they were willing to run through a wall for that sort of game. You saw Aston Villa were able to run through a wall for that sort of game. I think says a lot about sort of where Spurs were at mentality wise. It just showed that we didn't really care like at all. It showed that we actually were, I don't even know if we cared about even finishing in the Champions League by the looks of things. Like we couldn't even really compete for that, because as much as I think we were tactically outclassed, it looked like, we didn't even really want to compete for it really whatsoever anyways. So it felt like Spurs just wanted to finish outside of Europe. They didn't want it anyways. And there were a lot of teams that, like I said, were practically running through walls for the Conference League, like Aston Villa, like Brighton, like, Brentford, etc. So it's kind of sad to see that Spurs thought it was beneath them.
But not only that, though, Jack, as well, it doesn't matter who we've gone to, especially this season, whether it's been the top or the bottom of the league, we've been outfought, outrun, outplayed the majority of this season, and that cannot continue next season. It just can't. Hard work beats talent every day of the week, and that's why we've been turned over. We've got some talented players. When you don't have hard work that matches it, you get turned over week in, week out. Yeah. So what we need now is a hard-working team that matches some of the talent we have, and hopefully you'll see a much better season next season, Washgal. But, in order for that to happen, you've got to get in a manager. You've got to get rid of certain players. There's a lot of overhaul that needs to happen for that to happen, Welshie. And like you said, just want to get back to being proud of the club again, enjoying supporting this football club rather than disdain and hating a lot of what they do here. Moondog, good to see you, sir. Hopefully you are keeping well, my man. Good to see you in the building, brother. Look, thank God the season's over, Moondog. Let me know if you had any cheeky last day bets on. But look, thank God it's over, man. Thank God it is over. But look, let's go on to some of the talking points we've devised this evening, and then we'll start getting on the guests. Look, thoughts on the season. I think everyone knows sort of mine and Jack's thoughts on it. I think it's been absolutely shambolic. There's a lot, like I said, not only are you trying to fix the errors of this season, but, the last 4 years. It's just been a shambolic nightmare season from start to finish. It's just not been good enough on a whole. But look, that's more questions for people that are in the back end to come on and answer, because I think, like me, especially, I gave my thoughts on it yesterday. But Jacko, what's your quick thoughts on this?
I think it's just been a season of letdowns. I think everybody, in some way, even those that were skeptical, right, going into the season, surely they did not expect Spurs to finish outside of Europe entirely. Like, that is just beyond sort of what I think anybody really had predicted. I think even the biggest of cynics, the biggest of skeptics could have probably have put Spurs as far as maybe 6th, maybe Europa League. But I think honestly, finishing 8th, 9th, like it's just all, like it's just not within, what I think most people had expected, at least to my knowledge, and of course I try to be involved in as many circles as I can, but I do feel like, we do get a good healthy bit of, different sort of opinions on this channel. And it didn't seem like, in the beginning of the season, anybody was really thrown out, the 8ths or the 9ths, of the, where Spurs will finish. A lot of people were kind of sort of maybe 3rd, 4th, 5th, sort of range in that kind of regard. And what I would say, my quick thoughts on it, Dave, is just season of letdowns. I mean, that's where you start, right? That's where people started out. People were starting out on a real high with this team.
Yeah. Yeah, and look, we got off to our best start ever after 10 Premier League games, and it just completely crumbled. Also, Bobby, give my love to Bobby K, Jr. Hopefully he gets off to a good start on his season, my man. Not like Tottenham Hotspur anyway, that'd be nice.
Keep him away.
Another question, why do you think Levy never really approached Pochettino to return to Tottenham? Because, of course, he has officially signed for Chelsea today. Look, simple for me. I'll take this one quickly. They're never going to bring him back here. He completely undermines their position as chairman, as owners of this football club, because the next thing people would question is, why didn't you just do it in the first place instead of pissing about and wasting all that money we have over the last 4 years, but also, drive that wedge between the club and the fans, etc., etc. It just makes the whole 4 years a waste of time. And I know others will come out and say he doesn't fit the profile of the manager Spurs are looking for. I mean, of course he does. Of course he does, in my opinion. It's just madness. What are your thoughts on Langley this season? Is he worth getting on a permanent deal? Jack, I'll let you take this one.
I think Longley has been one of the more slated players for reasons I maybe can understand. And that, he isn't exactly the best defender. He can be slipped past. He can be turned. He's not the quickest either. But I mean, we've watched Eric Dyer be fooled by Iheanacho. Yeah. We've watched Eric Dyer be taken for school by the likes of Marcus Rashford. So I feel like, Longley hasn't exactly made himself look as silly as I think some of the other defenders like in our team. Like I said, not exactly been, a complete, reliable defender when it comes to, or a stalwart, backline defender. But at the end of the day, I don't think he's been as bad as other people think. Where people maybe don't give him enough credit for is he is easily and by far the best player on the ball in our entire backline. I think he's better than Romero even on the ball. Even just our most recent game against the likes of Leeds, some of the times when he received those passes under pressure, Dave, he was doing flicks. I mean, I said Longley's from the streets where the way he was receiving some of those passes. It was ridiculous. It's like he, was one of the five-a-side sort of players over in Brazil, inside cage or something like that. It was impressive, what he's able to do under pressure. I think we've seen that, before even that Leeds game, in times when Spurs have been, asked to, play out the back. Longley is rarely sort of caught on the ball. He makes always a good decision. He usually catches his defender, kind of, guessing the other way. He often, when he even is, Dave, out of options, plays a very good ball over the top. It's not like it's a Toby, sort of pass that's deep out of the back that's completely on the money, but he usually doesn't, play you into bad positions even when he clears it. I think Longley, like I said, when put under pressure, which is often the case in Premier League sides with how teams are trying to play nowadays, they do press you very high up the pitch. I feel like Longley's really good actually for Spurs to keep around. Not saying we should spend 15 million, even 12, 13 million. I think that might be a bit much, but if we could maybe bargain with Barcelona and get around 10 million for him, I'd take it. I think he's not even been as bad as people make it out to be. And like I said, I think he's actually been by far the best center back on the ball. And let's say against certain teams that are sitting really deep against us, he's a good player to have. He's a good player to have, when teams are sitting deep or even when teams are pressing us.
Yeah, I agree with that. And plus, for the fee that you're talking, it's going to be it'd be about 15 million. Well, why not bring him in here? We already know he's better than Dyer. We already know he's better than Sanchez. We already know he's better than Davies. Yeah. I'm not saying stop there and just him only, but bring him in as that squad player and bring something else in on top of that.
I should have said that. Well said. Yeah,
100%. 100%. Just want to take this comment just quickly from Alpesh. I think it's a fair comment considering the seasons that's gone on. He says, Conte called it right and called the club out, but he was tactically naive. But those players don't have the fight to win bigger games, but we need a big reset. Whether the hierarchy does it or not is a big question. Absolutely spot on, my man.
Yeah, that's really well said. That's a good way to describe the season in general. I think even the biggest Conte enthusiasts probably felt like there were certain times where Conte could have tried to go about things a bit differently. And even though he was limited by the injuries and limited by the players at his disposal, but also he was limited by the owner himself. Well said.
Yeah, spot on, Alpesh. Then also a couple of other things if people want to come on and talk about them. Any players you take from the relegated clubs. Myself and Jack will be putting out our take on it later on in the week, so make sure you stay tuned for that. Also, changes needed at Tottenham this summer. What do you want to see happen? Myself and Jack, again, we're not going to answer that right now because we will be talking about that with Flat Bateman tomorrow morning, so we don't want to spoil what maybe our thoughts are on it. Also, if people want to go into this best player of the season or the second best, because we all know who's the best, worst signing of the best signing of the season for Tottenham, or lessons learned this year, which was avoidable. Yes, listen to Dave and buy a centre-back. That definitely should be done there. So there's a lot of talking points, a lot to talk about if people want to come on tonight. You don't exactly have to stick to them talking points, by the way. They're just stuff me and Jack bring up if you do want to sort of talk on it. We've got a super chat from Chris. Big up, Chris. Hopefully you're keeping well. It was lovely to meet you over there for the AC Milan game, and hopefully we get to meet you over there again at some stage if Tottenham pick up, because I'll be honest, I'm not going until I see massive improvement. I'm not doing it. But Chris says, David and Jack, so glad the season is over. Huge thanks to you both. And also, it's a total pleasure being part of the Flat Cap Army. Big up, Chris, my man. I really appreciate the kind words. Look, like I keep saying, as much as we maybe keep you guys going out there, which is always nice to hear, you keep us going as well, my man. And look, you haven't been on in a while, so get on, have a conversation with us soon, my man. Big up,
Chris. We love you, my man. And you've been here from the very beginning, I think. In fact, like I've said, I think you've been one of the guys to welcome me even into the Harris Army. And he's practically welcomed almost every single person into this sort of community. I feel like Chris, he's one of the first guys that you sort of come across in the chat, usually one of the first people you come across in the group chat and everything. And he's a top man. And we were able to meet him in person finally in the likes of London. And we're able to have a good chat with Chris. And he's a top bloke, I would say, Chris. Yeah. And it's good to see you in here, my man. And like I said, I think you even welcome me into this community. So we love you, Chris. Big up, my man.
Big up, Chris, my man. Big yourself up. Hopefully you don't have to take too much stick off them Geordies up there, brother. Rob Wallace, all the way from New Zealand, my man. How are you keeping, sir? I don't know how we've got through this season together, but he says, thank you for putting on these Irish Hotspur chats and watch-alongs. Hopefully next season will be better for our health, including Sean's. It'd be nice to get a few upgrades next season. Yeah, look, I think, it's an arduous task to Spurs fans to go through another season like we've been through this season. But I'm not going to lie to people. The reality is we could make some changes this summer, but it might take time to sort of get it all going in the right direction as one cohesive unit. So, next season could be a tough enough season yet again. But like you, I just want to see massive changes. I just want a new era that I can get behind, because even if it is shit, I want to see what we're trying to do and, a development there, rather than knowing it's shit and knowing that the players you're using, you're not going to get any more out of them because they've proven for the last 6, 7, 8 years that they've been here that you're not going to see much better out of them. So there is nothing you can get behind because you don't see the improvement going to happen there. There's no scale for these guys to improve. You only expect more of the same shit. What I want to see is a new era of Tottenham Hotspur. Young, hungry players, all at it, all with a desire and a hunger to win. And once I see that, once I see people, with a bit of pride wearing that jersey with some pride as well, for me, that I can get behind. What I can't get behind is fucking losers who basically just don't want to run about. I'm sick. And it's actually getting to the point where, like we even spoke about beforehand, I know this happened under Jose Mourinho, but it still shows the signs of frustrations. Eric Dyer going into the stands to save his brother because he didn't like what fans were saying about his brother. But the answer is sell him on so this doesn't happen again, or just do better on the pitch. And we've done neither. You've got Sanchez being booed in the stadium this season. And that wasn't the first time. When he was brought on against AC Milan, we were there.
Yeah, that's right.
Booed as well. And, and it's sort of like, it's getting to the point where it's getting toxic. Fans are making themselves heard what players they don't want to see continue at this football club anymore. And if they are not listened to this summer, then God help the board. God help the board, because all they're going to do is piss more and more people off, and something bad is going to happen. So in order to alleviate that and stop that from happening, get ahead of it and actually take care of the football team, which is what Tottenham fans want. It's all we want. Couldn't give a shit about Beyonce, Mario Kart, abseiling, the fucking Olympics, all that crap. We couldn't give a shit about it. We just want to see the Tottenham football team going in the right direction. It's all we want. We don't ask as much for fans. It's all we want. So at least deliver that. Stop giving us things we don't want and give us what we do want.
What I would advise, Rob, and this is not to the fans, but this is to anybody that actually can do anything at that football club, is to genuinely watch back each and every single game that has gone by and to really take a deep look at certain players and certain people in that team and their body language and how they've responded when times were getting tough, and also the mistakes, of course, that they even were making individually in the team. But I think what we really saw this season was when things were really getting bad with a lot of these players, a lot of the guys that we claim to be leaders, a lot of the guys that we claim to sort of be the focal sort of voices in the dressing room, I saw them more as sort of finger pointers. I saw them more as sort of guys, shrugging their shoulders, as guys sort of, giving the blame away to someone else instead of showing any sort of accountability. In fact, that's been sort of the word of this season, it feels like, Rob, is that when it's been a disappointing season, have any of the players really been that accountable for the disappointing season? No, especially not any of the players that have been around here for quite a long time. The players that seem to have been more accountable have actually been the ones only brought in the last year and a half. I mean, Pedro Porro seems to have put out more apologies than any of the rest of these players in the time that he's been here. I feel like Emerson has shown to be quite quiet and sort of the way he's gone about his business in the time that he's been here. He's taken the abuse. He hasn't put out any sort of Twitter posts or, anything like, oh, I can't take this or whatever. He's come out and just proved to be a better player at the end of the day with it. And you look at other guys that I think have shown sort of a similar type of attitude, but why is it that we're not getting from the people that have been here for years and years and years? So it's just been a season of disappointment, but we're going to have to learn, from the fact that maybe this ownership's going to have to just sort of clear out all the guys that have been here for a long, long time, Rob.
And also, I just want to say, if everyone could give Rob Wallace a big up as well, because this guy has, opened up fanship memberships for so many people throughout the season by donating them channel memberships. So, guys, if you have been a lucky recipient of it over the course of this season, just get in the comments and give Rob Wallace a massive big up. And the reason why he done it again is because he knows times are harder out there for people and he's trying to help. So, everybody, please give Rob Wallace a big up, big yourself up. But Jack, it's actually sad. It's getting to the point. We've seen the video today with the Beyonce crowd. I don't know whether we can show it on here just to maybe give people a bit of a laugh or something like that. But, even the Beyonce fans show more passion at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium than what some of our players have. It's an absolute joke. Are we allowed to, do you think we would get okay to share that tweet that I put out, Jack, or?
Yeah, I mean, if I think as long I should be fine. We'll see how it goes.
I'm going to share it in now. Just to give people a bit of a laugh, maybe lighten the humor a bit. So here we are. So you have, I've titled it, I didn't know the club hired our defence to be steward. And then you look at it, I'll rewind it here back for everybody. If you look at the steward line, they're being pushed and pushed back until eventually the dam breaks and everyone's in at Beyonce.
Go full screen,
so it's a bit
Go
like
full
our
screen
defense,
on it.
but as you can see here, full screen, my bad. Oh yeah, down here, as you can see, I'm not great with technology. But this reminds me of Tottenham's backline this season, and also shows Beyonce supporters show more passion at the Tottenham Stadium than Spurs players do. So we'll give you a look at this. There's Dyer and Sanchez. Look, you can see them there clearly. Tanganga in there too. Believe who else is in there? Davies, he's there. Look at them just being pushed back, and then the dam breaks, and then they're in at your goal. It's absolutely unbelievable. Thumbs up our defense. Season long. It's
That's
great.
all 67 goals. That's all 67 goals.
Look at them. They're all crying, tearing up. This passion. It's a
hilarious.
joke. It's a joke that they're showing more passion than some of our players at that stadium. It is a joke. Hopefully people enjoyed that bit of light humour. Then we have Chris here as well. And he says, to be honest, lads, I won't be travelling down south to a game till it improves. And I'm not wasting 200 plus to watch dreadful football. I'm not worried. Same as me, my man. Flights, and stuff like that. If I can't get a flight home that day after the game, I have to try and stay around somewhere. And it's just not worth it, man. It's not. Why would... This is the thing. I'm not like, I shouldn't really complain because I only get to a couple of games every season because it costs me a lot. But there's people that go every week, and it's just like, I can't do it any longer. I can no longer go to that stadium knowing I have to watch one of them guys, knowing exactly what's going to happen. I can't do it any longer. It's a waste of money. It's a waste of time. And it's just not doing it until I see improvement. Until I see a team that's worthy of it, then, I'll break the bank or fucking put myself in the red to be able to get over there to a game. But until then, they don't deserve it. Why should I put myself in the red, for Moon Boots or Sanchez, or Dyer, or sorry, not Dyer, or Davies, or people? I'm just not doing it anymore.
No, you can't. And another thing too, even I can't speak for them, but for the fans that travel up and down the country for the away games as well. Like, I mean, I often complain, Dave, about having to walk, an extra 10 minutes to a different store to get, just a cheaper, whatever milk or, bread. Imagine people that are waiting, the extra hour and a half just to watch us get slapped, 4-0, to coming back from Newcastle, coming back from Burnley, coming back from wherever. It's just, I think at a certain stage, even those that have a certain tolerance from it, we've said, people that don't really even reach a breaking point with Spurs, even, kind of the Spurs fans that always can still get up for it, have definitely reached at some stage a breaking point. I think this season they definitely have.
Everyone's reached a breaking point. Even the most hardened fan has lost it. But big up, Chris, my man. I really do appreciate the support, brother. So big yourself up. But look, that's enough of me and Jack rumbling. This is not what you're here for. You want to hear what the guests have to say. So let's start getting them on. We've got Brad, we've got Corey, we've got Ryan, we've got Michael, we've got KPV in the back end there as well. So we've got plenty of guests in there for you guys to listen to. But we're going to start with one of the OGs. Let's get him on. It's the one and only Brad Matthews. And this is a guy that, we're speaking about people that go week in, week out. Here's your guy. This is Brad. But Brad, let's kick it off. I mean, what do you make of the season in general?
I was actually quite optimistic at the start of the season. If you go on to one of your first shows, I was saying that I thought we could get third and win a cup. And even going into the World Cup break, I thought, well, we're doing pretty well. We're up there. It needs a bit of work, but we're there. And then it just went downhill, and it was all downhill from there. And ironically, I didn't see the game yesterday. I was actually out near the Brentford ground, funny enough. And of course, as soon as I looked at my phone, they won 4-1. Isn't that typical? The one game I don't see. But last week, when I went to the Brentford game, that is the first time when I've been at the ground. That's the first time I haven't stayed to watch them do the lap of honour and clap them off. It was dreadful. It was like, no, actually, I can't take any more of this. Met a couple of people in the bar, had a drink, went home. It was just so uninspiring. I got a little bit excited last Tuesday when it looked like we were going to get, what's his name? Arnie Slot. Because I thought that shows a bit of promise there. It shows a bit of promise. Might not work, but it shows a bit of promise. And of course, wake up Wednesday morning. Tuesday night wasn't the best of my nights anyway. And wake up Wednesday morning feeling really crap. And come to that news that he's not going to sign for us. So, I just don't. I think I was saying to you guys earlier, we've got to realise that we've got to a certain level now. And when people say, "Oh, I don't want Astila Poggu or Brendan Rodgers," no, I don't want them. Well, who else is going to come to Tottenham?
Yeah,
no one else is.
We're that far down the list. That's the names we're at. When you burn Antonio Conte,
Guardiola, whatever the player's name, he ain't going to come to Tottenham. Why would he come to Tottenham? It's crazy. Why would we bid? Who are we going to be in a bidding war with for him? We're going to outbid them? Of course we're not. And I hear today that we might be going for one of Leeds United's defenders on the cut price deal.
Yeah,
that's just Tottenham all over. Okay, let's wait until we get the new director of football, the new manager. I mean, we're only a few days away from breaking our 70-odd day record.
And you know what? It was mad. Everyone said we're not going to do that again.
Yeah, exactly.
Here we are. here we are. It's
Exactly.
absolutely crazy. Brad, just
we walked out of the club and it was like, we won't be the 71 day record. It's almost done.
It's mad. It's absolutely insane. Brad, you're probably more qualified to speak on this than me because you're a season ticket holder. And look, I'm one of these. I don't say to people, give up your tickets if you're not happy. You shouldn't. I get it. People have had it for a long time. They've got loyalty rewards built up, which means they can go to away games and stuff like that. So I get it. But, Alpas Patel is saying here, David and Jack, decisions. Being a season ticket holder for over 28 years, from the old to the new. By the way, fair play. I don't want to lose my seat all these years gone by. Seen it all. What should I do? Is the season ticket renewals coming up, Brad, this week?
Yeah, well, no, I think June the 1st, which is Thursday, I think it's a deadline.
So that's what
I
he's
think it might
talking
be at
about.
5
What should he do
o'clock on
Thursday?
Thursday. So, yeah, Thursday. All I would say, look, if you can afford it, if El Pesh can afford it, then renew it. Because the reason I renewed it was, one, I could afford it. I might not be able to next year, but this year I can. And I thought, well, should I give my season ticket based on one bad season? And I thought no. And then when the Arne Slot news came out, I thought, that's good. I've renewed it. And, obviously that hasn't happened. So I think, if you've been going 28 years, I've been a season ticket holder since 1995. So that's probably 95, 2005, 2015. So that's, probably the same amount of time, actually.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, do I give it, if you've been a season that long, do I give it up for the fact that, we had one poor season? And I don't know how old Alpesh is. If I give my season ticket up, I probably won't be able to get another one in my lifetime, because of the so-called waiting list. Okay, I think if you remember, you automatically go on them.
There are a lot of people giving them up, though, Brad, because I'm hearing of people who have only really got a one Hotspur membership this year already.
Yeah,
being put on
you hear about a lot of people moving up places.
Well, that is, that is a good option, actually. If you can't afford, if you're thinking about giving up your season ticket, and you think I might not be able to afford it anyway, a good option is to go for the membership plus. But my friend Steve's got a membership plus. He literally goes to every Tottenham home game. So okay, you miss out on the away games, but then I don't get to go to away games because I can't get the loyalty points to go to the away games. Yeah. So so it's not it's not always the case.
Yeah.
But it's just been very, very. It brings you down. Look, I'll be honest with you. Last week was not a good week for me personally. And then what happened with Tottenham? It's like, oh Jesus, the one thing you want to lift you up, and it sort of keeps you down there. But but you've just got to hope that someone comes in. And I've noticed a lot of people in the chat saying, "Oh, we should get rid of this player, that player, that player." I mean, someone actually named literally the whole team. That's not going to happen. I'm sorry, it's not going to happen. We need to change. We need to make a big change. Don't get me wrong. But you've got to give that time. You can't say, I'm going to give this guy 5 years and then, after they get rid of all the players and we go get relegated in the first season,
Before we get on to what changes you want to see, Brad, I just want to say to Alpesh, look, don't be swayed by anyone's decision. What I say or what other people would say, it's what you want to do personally is what I would say, man. It's up to you. Do you want to renew it, thinking that, because there is a possibility that next season could be completely different. Now, look, it's 50-50, but I think it's up to you. I think it's just what you want to do. Do you want to give them money? Do you not? Do you want to buy the ticket and still make a stand and just not go to games next year and go to the pub in around Tottenham and watch the game and make a stand that way? There's so many different things you can do. Look, what I would say to you is, my man, don't be swayed by anybody else. It's what's in you, inside you. If you want to make that decision, you want to go and do it, go and do it. If you don't want to do it, then don't do it.
Another thing you can do, Alpesh, and I'm not saying this is entirely, I'm not sure if you can actually do this legally, but what I did was I got someone else to pay for my season ticket. So I renewed it, but someone else paid for it and they had the season ticket for 2 seasons it worked out. So I didn't go to the home games for 2 seasons, but the season ticket was still in my name. Now, I'm not sure whether you can do that by the Tottenham Hotspur rules, but that is an option that I took probably 10 years ago before Pochettino, and that was one way of not, and that's because I couldn't afford it. So that's one way of not renewing the season, but keeping it in your name.
Right.
So obviously, you've got to get someone that's if you're a male, you've got to get another male person because although these days you do it with your phone anyway, you just go for so no one knows who it is. So that's one way of doing it. The other thing is. The last time I felt so bad about Tottenham was probably the last days of Lewis Bower.
Oh, Villas Boss, yeah.
Yeah, Villas Bower, sorry. And that looked like it was doom and gloom. And then suddenly, within a year, Pochettino joined and it went good again. So,
True.
So you never know.
Brad, before we do get what changes you want to see this summer, because I know you've alluded to it. Let's answer Tyler D here together, all three of us. So we'll try and come up with one each, because I think it's possible.
This will be hard.
To be honest with you. I do think, Tyler, you're asking for the, not doable there. I think if we can come up with one each, I think that should suffice. Me, the positive I'm going to take from this season, Harry Kane. Knowing that regardless of the manager, knowing regardless how tough times get, we've got a player there who would give it his all regardless of what's going on. And I know I've took the easy one and the cop-out one, but I'm sticking with that. So now Jack and Brad have a harder job.
I was going to say, I want to go first.
You want to go after Dave there, Brad? Do you have one lined up?
Well, I was going to say the same as Dave, but I was going to say it for a different reason. The one positive this season was seeing Harry Kane break Jimmy Greaves' record, because I've seen Jimmy Greaves play. So that, for me, was the one positive. But thinking of another one.
Pedro Porro?
I guess we beat Chelsea for the first time in a long time, but in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't really matter, does it? But
we'll take that, Brad. We'll take that.
Yeah,
so we will.
Yeah,
Jackal?
Yeah. I guess that. No, I can't think of any other than that. All right, beating.
I'll give you a second. I'll give you. Oh yeah, go ahead. Sorry, you were.
I was going to say the times that we've beaten team, like we beat Chelsea 2-0, we beat Man City 1-0, and Kane scored in that game, broke the record. That sort of thing. So it's down to those individual games, and there wasn't many of those. Yeah. So
the individual moments feel so much better with a good season, though, right? The individual moments feel so much better on top of what is a good season. I would say certain players, I think, showed that maybe this might be a weird thing to say, but often a lot of players get a lot of criticism. They get a lot of sort of, attention. They get a lot of backlash. But I honestly think, and Dave is going to laugh because it's typical Jack, but the story of, I think, Emerson just showed that, you can be hard on a player and he's not necessarily going to be a better person or anything because of it, but sometimes they can answer the call, right? And they can become a better player after the end of it. And like I said, I'm not sure if I said it earlier or whatever, but like I said, I don't remember any sort of apology tweets or something like that from Emerson, or any sort of I feel like the attention I get is too much. He just sort of just put his head down and just sort of came back after what was he was booed off the pitch like Sanchez was. Let's not forget, he was booed off pitches. He had songs sung about him within, what is it, a year of him being here, about him being terrible and whatnot. So the fact that he's all of a sudden now and everybody's 11, the transition from that to now everybody's oh, we need Emerson, for a back four, we need that guy, and it's an amazing transition. And I just think his mentality, I think, is actually impressive, because I don't think everybody is built that way. Not every player. I think certain players you do have to put your arm around, but he's shown he's a player maybe you don't have to put your arm around. Actually, Emerson, he can actually stand the test to the negativity or the toxicity. So that might be a weird positive, but it's a positive I'm going to point out.
I've got one more as well, just round it off.
I've got another one as well.
The fact that it's so blurry, obviously now that we need a centre back. There's one.
Yeah.
We're getting centre backs now.
My final positive of the season is the Elizabeth line opening, which makes it so much easier for me to get to the ground now. It takes me an hour and 10 minutes to get to the ground now. It used to take me an hour and a half to 2 hours. So the opening of the Elizabeth line opening is great for me. So
well, there you are, Tyler. Hopefully we were scraping the bottom of the barrel there, but we got 3. Hopefully that suffices, my man. Do let us know. Jackal, or Brad.
You want to go specific, Brad, or do you want to go kind of broad? We have specific ones about the season, or we could go kind of broad about the season.
What changes?
Yeah. So what? Yeah, we'll
changes.
Give you
yeah,
that
this
one.
is a good one.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the first change we need to see is, obviously we need to get a new manager for a start, and director of football, and a direction, some form of direction we need. But on the playing side, we obviously need defenders. There's just no doubt we need defenders, and we need to. I think the problem is we've got lots of players that have been at Tottenham through losing times, and I think we have to let them go. You know, your players like Dyer. And I don't even mind Ben Davis, but I think these players now have got to go. We've got to make sure that we can get rid of the players we got out on loan, which is, you know, apart from, you know, Jed Spence and Dorogri or Doggy or whatever it's called, that obviously. But yeah, we need to just clear them out. Unfortunately, I don't think it's going to happen overnight. But yeah, we need to make those changes. We need a direction. We need a direction, a manager that says we're going to play this sort of football. And these are the players I want to play that sort of football. And that's the thing. That's the problem. See, we've got a team out there that have been assembled under about 3 or 4 different managers. We need to have a manager now that will bring in players. And we've got to be able to say next season we're going to be mid-table mediocrity whilst the new manager gets players in to fit his system like I mean, Pochettino did. I mean, with Pochettino, we was lucky. We got 5th in our first season under him, you know, which is quite good. And we've just got to give this new manager time. It's no use all going, now we're going to give him time. And then, you know, after a load of losses next season, it's, oh, get rid of him. You know, and I'm not going back to Nuno because when Nuno came in, it's like, Nuno, what, our 7th choice? You know, we would bring someone in like a Postecoglou. So Brendan Rodgers, look, I'm not saying I want Brendan Rodgers, but he has won titles. He won the cup with Leicester. He wasn't that far away from winning the Premier League with Liverpool. So, you know, he hasn't done too bad in that respect. So, yeah, we've got to accept that these are the managers that we're going to be going for. Your Graham Potters, these sort of people. I hope we don't go for someone like Enrique because I think we've gone down that road before of getting managers that are experienced. It hasn't worked. Yeah. So, yeah, getting a new manager in, the new director of football, that they work together. And Daniel Levy needs to keep out of football matters.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd like to see him and the board gone totally and us get new owners and blah, blah, blah. But he needs to keep his nose out of football matters. He's got to give that responsibility to the people that know what they're doing. Absolutely. Which is where we have the problem now because obviously he doesn't know what he's doing. So yeah, that has to change. There are so many things that have to change. But I think the bottom line is we've got to accept that next season it's not going to be a great season either, I don't think. If we get lucky, hopefully a cup run, and now we can concentrate on the League Cup and on the FA Cup without European football. And I don't mind either way if we were in the Conference League or if we weren't in the Conference League. I think there are pros and cons to both of it. Yeah. But yeah, we've got to make sure that now we aren't in Europe. And people have been saying, "Oh, will we get in if Manchester City?" No, that's not going to happen. Apparently, it's not going to.
No,
happen.
it's not. It's not. Europe's done for us completely, regardless of what.
So we've got to use that as a positive. Say, okay, we've now got 1 game a week for majority of the season. We can say play our strong team in things like the League Cup. And as I said before, you get a decent run in that, and some of the big teams get knocked out, like this season's FA Cup. You never know. You never know what might happen. So we've got to go with that, and yeah, we just got to basically stick with it now. There'll be, if we do finish, say mid-table, there'll be games where we play really well and win. There'll be good games to remember, like this season. Beating Chelsea, beating Man City, it's going to happen. Enjoy those games. Don't get too down when we have bad performances.
I think you're absolutely spot on though, Brad, when it comes to, not to really expect too much from Tottenham next year. And it's sad, and I don't like saying that to Tottenham fans. I really don't too. Because we deserve the best. We do deserve the best. And I do not like saying that to Tottenham fans. And it's sad sign of the times that it's sort of like you're going into a season not expecting too much. It's a really sad state of affairs. But Brad, brilliant conversation on that. Brilliant conversation on the season tickets as well, by the way. And hopefully we helped out Alpesh with that, my man. But Brad, where can people find you?
Right, well, I've got my own little music channel where, if you don't know by now, Blue Sofa Songs, it's I basically write my own songs, play all the instruments, record them, make some sort of video, and they come out on YouTube every 2 weeks at 5 o'clock on a Friday. There's one out there at the moment called No One's Listening, which apparently no one is because it's only had about 60 views. So yeah, please get on there and have a view, have a look at it, subscribe. I actually got a new subscriber last week, so I'm up to 148. So, hey, look, get on there, get me to 150.
A lot of people in the chat right now, so let's get some more people to
there you go.
There's
a lot of new people out there tonight, actually. So, yeah, there you go. Have a look at it. you know, you may like it, you may not. You know, music's sweet, each their own. There's a bit of politics in there.
Brad, I'll stop you there. It doesn't matter if they like it or not. You're a Spurs fan. You've been through the mill with all of us. So for that reason alone, they should get over there and smash that subscribe button.
Thank you, David. Spot on.
Good man.
So, Brad, look,
thanks, guys. I'm gonna.
Thanks for getting us started.
I'm gonna get on the phone and give you a little super chat because I think you deserve a drink. You guys deserve a drink for all that you do and that sort of thing.
Look, Brad, that's up to yourself. That's really up to yourself. You know, I would say, you know, why don't you get yourself a beer out of it? You know, I just want to say quickly before we let you go as well, though, Brad, thank you for everything you've done for this channel and for us, you know, constantly appearing on fan shows and everything else when we've needed you to. And I just want to say before we let you go, a massive thank you from me. And I'm pretty sure Jack wants to say something quickly as well.
I was going to say the same thing, Brad. You're like a lot of people. I know Dermot, Mia, and a lot of people, Michael, I see in the chat there, Ryan, plenty of people that show up for almost every single fan show, or at least all the ones that they know they make the time for, right? The ones that they look forward to. And we do appreciate you that during probably the roughest of fixtures, like, this season, you've kind of shown up, week in, week out for us. And it's very, you make the fan shows what they are. You make other people want to come on, right? Because ultimately they see somebody else make good points. They see somebody else, say what they probably been wanting to say, and then they feel inspired themselves to come on. So I was going to say, Brad,
there's a lot of great people out there. And there's some people that you might not agree with, but, everyone's got their own opinion, and as long as we're okay to each other and civil to each other, there's nothing wrong with that. So it's been great, and YouTube to me has been brilliant, and you two guys and this channel, is right up there. It's difficult, very difficult times at the moment, and this makes it more bearable basically. And we've all got that 9,000 shoulders to cry on, sort of thing.
But Brad, I can tell you now, there's a hell of a lot of love in the chat for you, my man. So it just goes to show.
Cheers, guys. Look, thank you everyone that supported me and my music, and I'm still doing it. So there's a new song out this week, but so I'm out tomorrow during the day, so I probably won't be doing any recording tomorrow. But there should be something out by the end of the week.
Love it. Well, Brad, thank you very much, my man, and thank you for just being one of them level heads that's helped you get through the season, my man, even through the tough times. So thank you very much. And look, this isn't going to be the last fan show. Of course, there's going to be a fan show majority of Mondays over the summer, so keep coming back. Don't think this is a good
for sure.
It's to see you later, my man.
Yeah, no problems, guys. Take care. How are you, Spurs?
You got Brad. See you soon, brother.
Oh, what a man. And, it's great to see the love for him in the comments as well. Absolutely love that guy. And it was great also meeting him, a number of times being over there at games. A proper Spurs fan. And Alpesh, I really do hope that, Brad's insights on that season ticket debacle that maybe you're tossing and throwing between, hopefully maybe it has given you an answer. So big yourself up, my man. And big up, Cave, man. Yeah. It's going to take a lot, it's going to be a while before things get a lot better. I'm not sure what's going on there with Jack. Here he is. He's back again. Okay. He says, hey, lads, how can I join the link? My man, we do have it open for fan show memberships for the next while. But like we said at the start of the stream, brother, do not worry. We will, put the link out there for people, to be able to click on it and come in and have their say. Once we give the members the priority first. So just hang around and we will get people on, and I will put the link out there. So make sure you hang around and we'll get you on, brother. Big yourself up. I'm actually going to remove Jacko out until he comes back. I don't know what's going on. The screen goes crazy and then he just disappears. We're even giving you magic today. Magic Kaniki. But look, let's keep moving. We have a lot in the back end. Let's bring on the next guest, and it's Corey Boy. Let's listen to what Corey Boy has to say. But big up, Kate. Make sure you stay tuned. We will get you on. Do not worry. I will not end off tonight without getting you on, brother. But let's get on Corey and hear what he has to say. Big up, Corey, my man. How's things?
So glad the fucking season's over. Mind the language.
I was going to say, you seem a bit chirpy there, man.
The whole this season, or for the last 15 years, is the same stuff that's filled my son's nappy earlier on tonight before he went to sleep. Ridiculous. We run like a shit show. We really are. Sorry, I'm swearing.
No, look.
So fed up with Daniel Levy and his cronies, or not cronies, parasites that are piggybacking off of our team and have been for 20 years. 23 years now. because we're going into 24. It's sickening. The last time we won something, I was 23 years old. I was with my granddad, my uncle, and my cousin.
It's mad.
And my
It's mad.
granddad, my granddad, after nearly 60 years of being a Spurs fan, has given up his season ticket.
He's given it up.
Yeah, he's 80 years old on Saturday. He can't keep doing it anymore. In that sense, this season has, caused him to have a bit of a meltdown of the team. Because I should go and support Wolves. At least they put out better football. It makes you laugh.
Do you know what? It's sad hearing that, though, Corey, isn't it? The amount of fans that are, sort of disconnected from the club, fans giving up their season tickets in the droves and stuff like that. It's a really sad state of, the affairs, but also a real reflection on where we are now. I've never seen it in this mass where so many people, everyone, where everyone is like fed up. They feel disconnected with the club. They don't see the direction. There's nothing positive to come out. And a lot of people sort of refusing to go to games or giving up their season tickets. So in order for all of that to change, what has to change this summer?
Shit rolls from the top, doesn't it? In this sense, it's with the board. Their mishandlings of everything that's happened in 23 years now. They can't keep running and hiding. They can't keep putting out full statement after full statement, lie after lie each year. I still think the 150 million this year that we were given by Enoch was money laundering. I still think he needed to get rid of that money off the books,
Yeah.
Again, Conte wasn't backed in the summer transfer window of this season. I was on Saba's stream at the start of the season. I was like, this is it. It's a 2 out of 10 transfer window. And I've stuck to that. The only saving grace in that whole transfer system for me was Basuma. Every other player we brought in didn't roll up their socks and fight for the shirt. Then we got a bunch of crap that we've held on to for way too long, not fighting for the shirt. I can't wait to see if this actually happens, if Dyer goes and some of the others leave, because I'm fed up of the mistakes of Dyer. Lloris spat his dummy out at Newcastle. I really do think if we'd kept hold of Conte, we might have actually fared a better chance and then got rid of him at the end of the season. Then you go to his number 2, which was just a failure in its end. Then you go to a young guy, Mason. Now, the guy hasn't even got his coaching badges to be a manager. It's like you basically put the intern in charge to go and do your photocopies, If we knew this was all... Sorry, Dave. If we knew this was all going to go on and get rid of Conte, it should have been sorted out day dot after Conte had left, not 65 or 66 days we're in now.
I agree with you. Why though, Corey? Why do you think the club didn't do that when the majority of fans wanted that? They wanted the next guy brought in rather than interns put in place. And not only did they do it once, they've done it twice.
It's a failure from Daniel Levy, really. Again, not really supporting or backing the manager. And then along the terms of, we've had players from not 4 different managers since Poch had been gone. So 5 managers, I'd say we've had players in for. I still think sacking Jose was a big mistake from us. We shot ourselves in the foot because we wanted to focus on the game at Southampton, not the League Cup. And in that season, Jose had beaten Pep twice already. Why not go for the cup? It's sickening. Some of the decisions from Daniel Levy and the board over the last 23 years are questionable. Our stadium has no soul, not like it did at the Lane. When I used to go to the Lane, I used to know that was our home. There was homage around. You know it was Tottenham Stadium. You knew it was White Hart Lane. You knew it was a fortress in some sense when we weren't getting battered every week. But at least you knew the fans were behind the team then,
Let me ask you, Corey, because look, I think, there's a lot of people who sort of feel the exact same as you. So what sort of manager do you want in here that would get you back on side? Someone that's really fed up. What sort of manager would get you back on side?
None of the top managers are going to touch us because we've literally become a poison chalice and a graveyard for top managers. I mean, Graham Potter is a good manager. Wasn't really. I'd say he was set to fail at Chelsea. Being a lad from Brighton, I saw what he did for taking over from Chris Hughton and saved Brighton and got him up the table. Brighton have done everything right, like Brentford, finding the players in, doing it right, having the right scouting, everything. So the club needs to change the whole. We need a better recruitment department. We need definitely a better medical fucking team. I'm so fed up of seeing player after player injured. I mean, most of these players could take up Darren Sick Note's bloody position now on the bed of how long they've been out sick for. It's just a catastrophic failure from what we used to be and what we used to believe in the squad to what we've become now. We're a shadow of what we used to be. And we're relying on Kane and Son and Cooley to bail us out every week. And it just doesn't work week in, week out. I still think our collapse of our season was literally after the World Cup. We went through weeks in the January transfer window, dragging our feet across, trying to get Pedro Porro in. Instead of identifying other problems that we needed to sort out on our team, we stuck with the same back four. It just boggles your mind.
Is it even more unforgivable with the reports coming out that they knew Dyer was injured since the World Cup and they still didn't bring in another centre-back in the January transfer window, already knowing how bad that defence was, but already known, if people believe it or not, that Dyer was injured? Is that even more unforgivable that they didn't bring in a centre-back?
It's really unforgivable for not bringing in someone, especially if I've been a Dyer hater for years now. But if it is true of what is said about him and he's been injured, quotations, then it's wrong of the club to be sticking out an injured player week in, week out. What they're doing, sticking him up with injections to fight the pain. That's just going to make the injury worse. I know too well of having a battered knee from being in the youth team at Brighton. So injections don't work. They just prolong it and make it worse, and then it just gets worse and worse for the player as it gets older.
Yeah. Is it really about the surgery? I guess it's just coming back from whatever surgery that they usually give you, and whether you're a better player, I guess, afterwards is the real key.
It depends on the damage that's been done in that injury. I mean, I ruptured my cruciate ligaments and my ACL all in one tackle when I was 16.
Yeah.
So I've gone on 22 years now. So yeah, I've had my knee battered for 22 years. But at the time when I was a kid, I was scouted by good clubs in and around England. I'm not going to say who they are, but one injury can put you out for the rest of your career, and if it is true what I said about Dyer, if it is true about Lloris getting injured at Newcastle, I've got some sympathy, but when they're causing most of your problems all season and season in, season out, it's a bit of a joke. You can't keep making excuses for these players that just aren't performing. And we as a fan base are so fickle with players at the moment. It's who do you want to keep at the club and who do you want to see get rid of? Well, there's only really three people worthy of keeping at the club. That's Son, Kane, and I really want Cooley to stay because he was out injured this season. And for the last few games he was back, we actually showed some sort of attacking promise. I want to go back to also like this weekend alone. I know we only beat Leeds 4-1. Where was this fight 7-8 games ago before all this shit was going on? Where were these players turn up there? I mean, when people abandon Lucas Moura as a legend, I'm like, no, he's not. He had one good game in Holland, and that was it.
Yeah, 100. Look, Lucas Moura's opening up a can of worms. There's a lot of people that sort of say he has been. I sort of on your side, Corey. I don't see him as that much of a cult hero or a legend. But look, what one thing I wanted to ask you, Corey, is Conte's words. He spoke about these players not wanting to play under pressure or can't deal with pressure. Does that ring home? Is that why we've seen them fail for the remaining weeks since Conte got sacked? But
it's not just Conte that called it out. Jose called it. Jose called it 3 years ago. These players don't want to perform. These players aren't good enough. This player isn't good enough. This player isn't good enough. We've got nearly £250 million worth of players out on loan that can't get into our first team. And Ndombele, I still say, was brought on the back of a YouTube video clip reel. Daniel Levy was strolling through next best players coming through, I'm guessing.
It's madness, Corey. It's
catastrophic failure in every department of the club. It really is, top to bottom, and even with the playing staff. I mean, if Kane does leave us, there's 80 million our back burner. But as soon as we know we're selling Kane, players' prices are going to shoot straight up. So we can't exactly go out and replace someone like Kane. Give the guy the contract that he wants. He wants 350 grand a week. Just slap it on the table for him. Cut some of these players off that you're not going to keep anymore, like your Sanchez's, your Dyers, your Davises, and bloody Ben Davis.
Yeah.
Just get rid of them. Get rid of their contracts and give the money to Kane. Bump his contract up to another 2 seasons. Get a new manager in, a new director of football that are on the same path, and tell Daniel Levy to stop meddling in football matters. I mean, over the years, I used to really hate some of the things Jamie O'Hara used to come out and say, but now I'm massively on board what the guy is saying.
Yeah.
the problems with the board, the problems with some of these players not showing up. There's so many problems that Jamie Hara's calling out, but he's not on the pay structure at Spurs, is he? But then you get our club captain, Ledley King, our legend, come out and publicly support the guy that's running the club into the ground. Oh, mate, how much is he paying? How much is he paying Ledley, or is he just sticking on glasses so he doesn't have to watch the matches?
But you also heard Ryan Mason sort of say the same thing, though, Corey, where it's like, there's other people to blame other than just Daniel Levy. But who?
Donna Cullen, Mr. Lewis, Mr. Billionaire owner, acts like a millionaire. The guy gets people to fly up to his private yacht, gets them all tapping on his shoulder, having a cigar, watching a match, Come on. The guy is a billionaire. And I remember reading somewhere online this year alone, his companies have turned over £850 million worth of profit.
Yeah.
So where's that going into? His pocket? It's not going to go into our pockets to help us get out of this shit show that we're in. It's just, that's a failure. Then you've got Enoch. He's a big ponce that's just leeching off of us as our club. I mean, next season, if it happens, we get relegated, we're going to be the team in the Championship with the nicest looking stadium with a Mario kart track and a swimming pool. Makes you laugh, doesn't it?
Can I go back to what you were saying?
I'd rather have White Hart Lane back. At least it had a soul and fans were dedicated and loyal fans that went to the lane back then. Now you look at the fans now, most of them are the season ticket holders that were from the lane, minus my granddad and probably a few hundred others that have probably given up their season tickets now. But it's such a shame to see from what we were to where we are now. No lack of direction, no plan, no nothing. We haven't got the players. I mean, even with Conte, we're trying to stick square pegs in round holes playing a 3-5-2.
It's absolutely a joke what's gone on this season, Corey, and the mess we have ourselves in. But, it's hard to disagree with a lot of what you said there with the mess.
I mean, with Ben Davies as well, Dave. I mean, at left wing back, he was put at left wing back and sussed out at Brentford. Everything, all of their goals came down that left wing.
Yeah. Because the guy can't defend. We don't learn our lessons. The guy's standing 10 yards off him. No
he was atrocious.
Growing up as a coach, it's absolute madness. Absolute madness. Oh, Corey, we're in a big mess and we need to get out of it this summer. But it's not all going to be done in one summer, though. That's the sad thing.
It's not. The new manager needs to be given time. He can't be 12 months sacked and then another manager come in. We spend another 70 days looking for another manager and then another manager and then another manager. By that time, we're in the Championship.
I agree with that. And this has been our problem over the last 4 years. It's sort of sacking managers at the first sign of trouble rather than just getting through it and continuing to back them and fix them problems. It's been a big problem. But look, Corey, thank you very much for your time this evening, my man.
Good night,
and I really do appreciate it. And look, hopefully we see you on more of these fan shows, brother.
Yeah, I'm going to be around. I mean, I'm going to keep coming in. You guys are great. So I'm going to just pop by when I can.
No, you can sense Corey, and that's what we need this summer, my man. Pick up Corey.
Definitely, guys. Good night.
Big up,
Corey. Big up, brother.
Man. Have a good one. There you are, guys. That's Corey. Absolutely brilliant. I like Corey. He's a good guy. You got a lot to say. I like that. Big up, Corey. Mr. K, he has upgraded his membership, my man. It's really nice. Yeah, really nice. Yeah, like I said, I was going to put the link out there for people, my man. You didn't really have to do that, but I do appreciate it, Kay. And hopefully, like I said, I'm not leaving this fan show until we do get to speak to you tonight, brother.
Very kind, Kay.
We've also got John Stokes, big up, the best fan show on YouTube, exceptional content and debate. Really appreciate that, John Stokes, my man. Look, you're another one who's, even on Twitter without us even asking, promoting our shows and stuff like that. So I really appreciate that, John. And it really doesn't go unnoticed, brother. So big yourself up. But also, you're not escaping my clutches. When are you going to come on and have a chat with us on the fan show?
Yeah, good man, John. And I think John's a good example of somebody who, doesn't feel like his opinions, need to be, geared a certain way. I feel like John, always feels comfortable, like on this channel with being able to express his opinions, as does everybody, right, in the right sort of manner, and what I appreciate is we have so many different range of opinions over here in the chat, as well as on the panels, on the fan show. And I think John Stokes has always been one of those guys that really, I think, sort of condones that. I know John likes to hear different opinions on things, and he likes to sort of go after, good debate and everything like that. So big up, John. Appreciate your support throughout, my man.
Big up, John. Really appreciate the support, brother. Top man, top man. Like I said, it's just the things that people do for you. That's amazing. Like, you put up your thing on Twitter or whatever, and then you've got people like John constantly putting out there, retweeting. It's amazing. Big up, John. And then we have Brad Matthews as well. Really appreciate it, Brad, my man. I really do. He says, cheers to everyone in the chat. Can't buy you all a drink, so David and Jack, please have a drink for everyone on my behalf. Look, Brad, I really appreciate that. Unfortunately, it's not going to go exactly where you think it's going to go because I don't drink alcohol. So I'll have to go on a glass of Coke. But I can get two. For the price of one, I can get 2 glasses of Coke. So I appreciate that, Brad. My missus won't because I'll be hyped up on sugar, but I appreciate it, Brad.
Even when Dave was talking about, eating a salad the other day, Brad, he still needs to have, a little bit left over for a chipper every now and again, just to make sure that, the taste buds are met accordingly. But big up, Brad, my man. And like I said in the chat too, one of the highlights of the many lowlights this season was just meeting many fans like yourself. And I think Brad and you and I found ourselves sort of chatting, even just about everything from, football to the world to, and the environment to, just everything, I feel like you and I can really get along. And so it was good to be able to meet you in person, Brad. Big up, my man.
Yeah. Big up, Brad. I really appreciate the support, brother. And just quickly, Kay, I believe you've upgraded to the fan show membership. So if you go to the community tab on the YouTube page, you'll see the link in there that you can click on. You can actually come in now, my man. We do have other people in the back end, but you can get in and get your place reserved in that, brother. So make sure you get onto that, Kay. Big yourself up. But look, we will keep this moving. We've got a lot of guests in the background, a lot of people who want to have their say. So enough of me and Jack. Let's keep it moving. We've got Ryan next. Then we've got your favorite Michael as well coming up, along with others. So make sure you stay tuned. We also got that mad fucker Phil in the background as well. Mr. Coy's, Phil Coy's delighted. Del Boy is what I call him. I love it. Love it. But look, let's keep moving. Let's get on the one and only Rhino. Rhino, how you keeping, my man?
Yeah, just wanted to say something just to because Jack actually just brought me to tears when you was saying about everybody who's doing the fan shows. Like, you kind of literally just brought me to tears, Jack, by putting my name up. I haven't done nothing special to the fan shows. You know what I mean? I'm just but
you've gone through the mud with us, Ryan, and I think a lot of people have, to be fair. And I know Mia as well. She probably hasn't gotten her mention as well. Mia's been through the mud with us, throughout this season. And I know I'm definitely going to be missing out some people, which is a shame because there are a lot of people. Let's be fair. It's not even just a few. It's like more than a handful than a lot of people that stuck through a lot of fan shows with us. Ryan.
Yeah, but I'm not special.
We've sung about Il Messi after certain games, and then other games, we're talking about a 4-0, thumping, and those are two very different vibes. And it's not been a season of, let's say, highs. It's been a season of mostly lows.
But then I will just say this though, right? And obviously, you both know what I've been going through over the last year or so. And obviously, see, I'm going to break down in tears again now. I don't want, thanks, Jack.
I just want to say something, Rhino. You did say you're not special. Everyone's special, man. Everyone has something about them that's special. So don't ever think that. But look, while you're a bit emotional, would you rather us, get someone else on and get you on again after, or do you want to say?
No, sure? I'll do it now, yeah. It's just affected me because obviously you two know what I've been through over this last year, and it's obviously I'm nothing special to like anybody else who's on this. But hey, that's not what I'm on about. I just wanted to get that out there. That obviously, Jack, try not to make me break down in tears again next time, mate. Yeah.
I'll give you a warning, man. I'll give you a warning.
Don't ever think you're not special, brother. But look, let's get on to this, Rhino. I mean, look, what's your thoughts on this season, how it's unfolded, and the season we've had to endure?
Look, Dave, you know what I said even 3 weeks ago, right? Well, I said I didn't want Europe. I was absolutely delighted. I was at what? Oh, Jack's got muted because he knows he wants to say something in a minute, probably.
No, that I have a bunch of sirens around me because I.
Obviously, like, I was delighted, obviously, with not getting Europe yesterday. Right, I was also delighted that we won, but I was also delighted that we didn't get Europe, just because there was. I've been saying it for the last what. How long? I don't look, Jack. Sorry, Jack. Dave. you know how long I've been saying this for now, that I've not wanted Europe. I can't remember how long I've been saying it for now, but it's come to fruition. I'm glad, and now let's just get to where we need to get to next season. Let's start fresh. Let's get all this shit out. Sorry, my language, but it's just that.
Do you know what? On that, just quickly, Ryan, so many people go to me when they say the word shit or something. Oh, I'm sorry. I swear more than anybody, man. And someone put in a comment earlier on, I think it was Tyler D, he says, people make me laugh when they apologize for swearing when you're on with the Irish Hotspur. Now, don't get me wrong. I don't want to send out the message there that you can come on here and just drop a load of F-bombs and everything else. We do try and keep it to a minimum, but don't ever apologize, man. Don't ruin your flow like that. Just keep going, brother.
No, but right, it's exactly what it is. It's shit, right? This season, what we've had, we need to get all of it out. Let's just literally get all that out, and then let's hope that we can bring in someone decent at the back next year, because it's got to the point now where I don't know how much more any of us can take.
Yeah. But Rhino, we're all at the same point. Yeah. Everybody, myself and Jack, we're just naturally sort of positive guys in life and everything in general. But it's all taking its toll on ourselves. People can see throughout the season. That's slowly waned throughout the season. Go on, Jacko.
Question out of left field for both of you and Dave here, Ryan. I feel like I've asked this, to a ton of people. I feel like there's been 1,000 things that have gone wrong this season, and I don't think you could put it down to one thing. But I'm actually going to ask you to do that right here and right now, is to put it down to maybe one thing that sort of led. You could say the straw on the camel's back maybe is the right way to put it, right? Sort of the final thing that sort of led to the crush of this season. I'm going to put it down to Bentancur's injury. I think Bentancur's injury was one of the biggest blows that we received. I think actually Paratici's sort of jail time and sort of, rumor around the, his sort of future definitely hurt us and put us into obscurity. And then also I think probably the Sheffield United result, I think, was a certain moment for either Spurs fans in general, or maybe even the club sort of died like a little bit inside. It felt like after that Sheffield United result. Start with you, Dave, and I'm going to go to Ryan, because I know Ryan probably needs, maybe I need a moment to think about. I don't even have an answer.
I'm going to be quick. I already know what I want to say. For me, it happened before a ball was even kicked. Not buying a centre-back. I foreseen this coming. I warned that this was coming. And for me, it started before even a ball was kicked. And that was not bringing in a top-quality centre-back here. And that's it. I've been screaming about it for 3-4 years now. Progressively, each season, that defence is getting worse. Jack, we've done some research from Pochettino to this season. It's progressively getting higher and higher and higher. Under Pochettino, we were conceding in around 30, 40 goals per season in the Premier League, which is a very good average. Now, we've conceded 63 this season alone. 63. That's double what we were conceding under Poch. So for me, it's a centre-back, and it was, what ruined this season was before the ball was even kicked, to be honest with you. I knew it was going to come back and haunt us. But Rhino, what's your answer?
Bentancur's injury, Sheffield result. What do you think, Ryan?
Do you know what? It was none of them. I actually have to even disagree with Dave here, actually, to be honest. And again, I'm going to disagree with Dave. It was actually at the end of the Champions League final.
Yeah. Well, sacking Pochettino or
no, just literally not bringing anybody in. No new players in. That's where it's all gone wrong.
Yeah.
People forget about that, Dave. I know you don't, and I know you keep reminding everybody of it, and I know, but Jack, obviously, you probably can't remember that far back because you was too far away with the fairies, happy clapping every 5 minutes.
Especially Champions League time, Ryan. I mean, definitely, I was probably happy clapping. I couldn't even hear myself by that. That's how much I was happy clapping at the time. And probably people couldn't even stand me, I imagine. But Ryan, I need to focus you on this season, my man. this season was the moment.
He can't stop. He's going to turn his camera off because he's laughing too much.
Ignore me.
What was the season? I know, I agree with you, Ryan. I think a lot of people would agree with you that the Champions League final, the decisions since then by the ownership and the hierarchy have been atrocious and have led us to a plateau, if not pretty much just falling backwards dramatically. But what would you say? What was like the season? What was the moment in the season, Ryan, that you genuinely just felt like, well, there goes the season?
Well, I would like to say it was before a ball was kicked, but the only problem is we were still in it until we actually got smashed by Newcastle. Now,
that was more than a wake-up call. Yeah,
I think there was more than just a wake-up call there. I think it was all going up in. I don't know if anyone can see that. All up in
smoke.
There you go.
I see it, my man. I see it. Oh, it's been dreadful. But Ryan, what needs to happen this summer to get you on board again for next season?
Look, I said this the other day, funnily enough, and I can't remember if I said it just to Corey or if I said it on channel. That there's nothing that will get me back on board now until this board goes. Nothing. I will still support the team, but I will not. Nothing will get me back on side until this ball goes.
Yeah. And I'm not even, Brian, I don't even mean about, getting back on side and supporting the board, because I think many people are at that point where they're not going to get behind the board. But I think what I'm asking you is what would get you back behind the team? Because one thing is everybody's not behind this team at the minute. We all agree on that. So what would actually get you back behind the team is probably what I'm more mean.
Look, Dave, this is where we're obviously going to disagree, and I've got to say exactly what I just said. It's got to be the board gone, because nothing's going to change unless we get rid of this board, and no one's going to get.
How do you do? What needs to happen in order to get rid of them?
Well, first of all, I don't know if is it the Qatari or whatever, whoever's trying to buy Man United at the moment. I don't know if it's the Qataris or Saudis or whatever.
Yeah, I think there's the Qataris and Jim Ratcliffe.
Right. Well, that needs to break down first of all, and hopefully that breaks down sooner rather than later. Then they just throw stupid money at Levy and get him out, because they can literally piss away money, can't they? Really, the Qataris. Like, let's not be silly here. They can literally throw whatever they want at Levy, right? And as long as it's the right price for Levy.
He is asking for silly money, so it is silly money that he's going to need to pretty much, going to receive. Yeah, so wherever they come from in the world, they're going to need to put up the silly money. I think that Levy is. It's going to be a need to be. Last thing I'll say here, Ryan, and I just feel like whatever money that Levy will, if he even does accept any sort of bid, it is going to need to be that type of bid where it's like a bid you can't refuse sort of type of money, and it seems to be the case with him.
And do you know what though, right, Jack? It makes me laugh, right? It's like the only people that will ever throw silly money at something are the Qataris or the Saudis even. The Saudis, like the Man City, they're Saudi, aren't they? I think. Or are they Qataris as well?
Newcastle are Saudis.
Okay, I'm getting wrong with the wrong one. So but like I said, right, the Qataris will just throw stupid money at anything because they've got a pot to piss in everywhere they go. And do you know what, right? If I had their sort of money, right, I would be probably wanting to go in there and buy the club. I would. Do you know what? Do you know what, Dave? I would actually throw just 10 billion at the club and give it to Daniel Levy and say, get out.
Oh, look, if someone came in and threw 10 billion, they'd accept it. They're not stupid. They're going to take that money. However, one thing we've got to understand is if you can't get pressure on the board or substantial enough pressure on the board, which for me has to be 20, 30, 40,000 Spurs fans marching behind one banner down the Tottenham Hotspur Road, if you're not going to get that, then you're sitting here waiting for that 1% of the world that have that sort of money. And this is what we don't highlight enough. Realistically, there's only 1% of the world that have that money, that are billionaires. Yeah. That's what we're waiting on.
Yeah. And do you know what, right? I want to go on to something else that is quite interesting that I have been bringing up for the last few days, funny enough, about on the managerial front. Right? I can't remember the guy's name, but it's Pochettino, the Celtic manager, whatever his name is. I can't remember his name now. Yeah.
You better learn your pronunciations, Ryan, because he's going to be your next manager.
No. Because actually, do you know what? He's not.
Why?
Because what I've heard whilst I've been walking around, walking to Tesco's and everything, that he's saying that Tottenham's that much of a mess that he won't even risk taking that job.
Well, we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see. He didn't exactly give great clarification on his future there with his speech after winning the championship for Celtic. So, look, with Ange Postecoglou, there's a cup final coming up next weekend. I think you'll know definitely a lot more on if it is going to be Ange Postecoglou by then or more after then. So, it'd be very, very interesting to see who comes in the door, to be honest with you, Ryan. You know, look, we just got to wait and see who we appoint. It just better be someone that the majority of the fan base can get behind.
Yeah, but Dave, it's not just Celtic fans that I know who have actually got Celtic fans, Celtic kits on. It's also Rangers fans who are saying that as well. So there's got to be some truth. And as I'm living up here, I've got most of the. I'm hearing a lot of the same thing from a lot of both Rangers and Celtic fans.
Yeah. Look, we'll wait and see. Ange, it could be another one of them names that's been put out there that Tottenham aren't 100% interested in. But look, let's wait and see, Rhino. Let's wait and see what happens, my man. But look, before we let you go, brother, we'll let you give your channel a plug. I believe you said you're going live later on.
Yeah, let me put it in there for you, for you, Ryan.
So
just don't make sure you don't make me cry again before I come off stream, mate, because that was my hard man persona otherwise, mate.
I'll be silent. I'm putting in your channel though, Ryan. So give it a quick plug for us.
So, tell my people why they need to get over there.
Man. Yeah, look, right. The thing about my channel is now it's not just my channel. Even though I have got full control of it, it's not just mine. It's actually Corey's as well. So obviously, I obviously do most of the hard work with it and everything. So we are going live tonight. Tonight, we are actually doing the first review of the first game of the season tonight. But we'll only talk about the first 5-10 minutes about the game yesterday, because we will be going into that on the 38th day of because obviously we're not covering like the cup games or anything. We'll probably do that either separately or we won't do them at all, because realistically there isn't really a lot to say about the cup games, really, is there, when you think about it? It was a dismal performance. Carabao Cup 3rd round exit, FA Cup 5th round exit, Champions League round of 16 exit. I don't even know if it's even worth our time even going and researching that just to actually do it, because it's about as much you share as Dyer at the back trying to review that, because there's nothing to review on it.
I don't know why you want to put yourself through all that pain again. Start talking about transfers or something a bit fresh. Take your mind off that. I don't know why you're a sucker. You're a glutton for punishment right now. You're a glutton for punishment.
No, but you know what though? The problem is, Dave. Yeah, right. We all know what's going to... I've said this how many times at the end of each time I've come on here. There are not going to be any new transfers. I'll be swatting away all the transfers because there ain't going to be none. Everybody, right? Remember, there is not going to be any transfers.
Well, look,
coming in, unfortunately. That's it, reality talking, right? If you want the fantasy, yes, I'll say we'll get Kylian Mbappe in if you want the fantasy side of things coming out. But it's realistically, I've got to be realistic. There's not going to be no defenders. We're going to have Forster in goal next year, right? We're not going to have any midfielders that are going to come in. We're not going to have a Yuri Tillemans. We're not having a James Ward-Prowse. We are not going to be getting a James Maddison. We are not getting none of that shit, right?
Look, Right
All right,
on.
Ryan.
Let's wait and see what happens, my man. Let's wait and see what happens. You're crushing everyone's dreams before the windows even start.
Yeah,
but
you're not allowing me.
Yeah, big
But-
yourself
but-
up, my man. People, the link for Rhino's chat is there. Make sure you get across, smash the subscribe button on Rhino's channel. He's a Spurs fan. And Rhino, thank you for your time this season, my man. Really appreciate you. You've been constantly.
Well, thank you for having me.
Appreciate it, brother. So
Thank you
very
for
much.
keeping me out of the darkest place as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your time, brother. And remember what I said to you. Don't ever think you're not special. Everyone's special in their own right. All right, kiddo? See you later.
You always
brother.
have somebody, Ryan. You have us, my man. You have us. You have this community, brother. We'll see you
See
soon,
you later,
Ryan.
Rhino.
Thank you. Bye.
My man.
Catch you, brother.
Legend.
Have a good
Legend.
night.
Big up, Rhino. Everybody, that's the one and only Ryan Trestane. What a character.
I think he's going to have to tune out this summer, Dave, because I might be doing a lot of happy clapping this summer. So it sounds like he's going to be doing a lot of swatting away the transfers, and I'll be doing a lot of happy clapping for them.
Oh, I love it. I love it. Jay, he'll be underneath all of your videos, Jack, with the fly swatter, so he will be. Jerome, my man, good to see you. Hopefully you're keeping well, brother. And he says, hey, lads, hope you're both doing well. Now that this dreadful season is over, I guess the manager circus begins. Never a dull day with Spurs. Jerome, we're keeping as well as can be, my man. How's things in Australia? Hopefully you're keeping well, sir. It's been gut-wrenching. It's been a gut-wrenching season, but look, we're at a time now, like I said earlier on, my man, where, it's not like we know all the problems that need to be fixed, but we can't address any of them because we've got a lot of fixtures to fulfill and have to go through unnecessary pain, knowing what has to be done. We're at a time now where we can actually roll our sleeves up, get stuck in and get it done, start repairing some of that stuff. So hopefully it starts happening. A manager by the weekend or by the early next week, DOF as well, and then start working on transfers, start working on players out of here, my man. Some news today, Madison and Robin Koch and stuff. I find it hard to believe any of it when you don't have a manager, when you don't have a director of football. So for me, I'm actually going to wait until we sign them before I even start sort of addressing rumors and stuff like that, because there's no point. There is no point. And if they do sign players before they bring these guys in, but then they're just making the same mistakes that they always make, aren't they, Jerome? It's a joke, man.
No,
as you can see, not happy.
It's a season of fixing mistakes, Jerome. It's the season of sort of learn lessons. It's the season of looking back at what went wrong and how maybe we could have gone about it differently, what could have been avoidable, and maybe certain things that weren't avoidable, right? That also maybe are worth mentioning. But yeah, I think it's just, scrap it up, see how we can do about it better. But Jerome, I imagine you're a guy that I'm looking forward to this podcast, my man, because you're a guy that I feel like, even though you yourself probably could have been like me, right? In the beginning of the season, maybe you were expecting a whole lot better, but you're also someone who can be quite honest, right? About how things could have gone wrong and how things went wrong. So I'm looking forward to our chat, my man, on the podcast. Big up, Jerome.
Spot on. I can't wait for that, Jerome. I can't wait for that, my man. And he also says, big up, Chris. Every fan is special, my man. And you are no different. I'm not sure whether he actually means Ryan or whether it's Chris in the chat, but either or, I'm sure both appreciate the sentiment, Jerome. Absolute top man. And like I said, I can't wait to get that podcast going and have a good discussion with your brother on all things Tottenham Hotspur. So I really appreciate the support, Jerome. You're another one who stuck with us through thick and thin, my man. And it doesn't go unnoticed, and it is really, really appreciated, brother. You've been here all season long, helping us get through it as well. Just even coming on the fan shows, giving us some of your wise words, helping us get through another day in the life of a Tottenham fan, Jerome. So I really appreciate that, brother. And then we also have Steve D, and he says, wise people form their own opinions. Ignorant people follow popular opinions. Always fun, lads. Big up, Steve D. Wise words, actually. I like that. I'm not sure what category you want to put me in. I would prefer to be in the first category, but I don't know. But Steve D, I appreciate the sentiment, my man. And do you know what? You're another guy. Although we don't see eye to eye on a lot of things, right? I have good banter with you about it, and I like to hope that it's reciprocated for you at home as well, and that you also enjoy the banter, and, we help each other get through the season, even Leighton. Leighton sometimes comes across like my biggest hater, but deep down, I know he loves me, and deep down, I love that guy, and hopefully, this back and forth, we sort of, it's reciprocated that the way I'm taking it, but Steve D, I appreciate it, man, but make sure you put me in the first category.
I love Steve D. And let me explain something, Steve D. What I meant to say was Tyler, I think it was Tyler B from earlier. It was impressive. He put out the day and the receipt of when he said something that was probably, I think it was, I don't know if it was directed at Dave or I, but it was definitely at least myself, big Richarlison defender. Huge Richarlison defender over here, huge Richarlison lover. And he was saying Richarlison was a big waste of money, should have been spent elsewhere. I imagine I said to him, you know what, Tyler, give it some time. You're writing off Richarlison way too early. We're at the end of the season. Let's be honest, Steve. Could have been spent much better. Could have been spent on a center back. Could have been maybe spent on a different player. Levy did not get a cut price deal. He got absolutely, screwed over on that. And I think a lot of people maybe, I'm not sure if you said that, but like I'm saying, Steve, I need that now from now on. And that was impressive, from Tyler, the likes of that sort of receipt keeping. Because when I got that, I was just sort of like, wow, I think that you're left speechless. You're just sort of like, absolutely proven right. And, Dave and I in the moment, we formulate opinions, like you said, we'll just formulate opinions and we stick to our guns quite stubbornly in a lot of things, I think, Dave and I. And so it's always fun to see people sort of, maybe those who feel comfortable enough to sort of, kind of challenge us to be proven right. We're definitely not always proven right. That's definitely not the case. Like we're probably proven wrong, plenty of times. So Steve D, let me explain. I just wanted to say Steve D it was hilarious to see Tyler definitely prove me wrong on the whole Richarlison thing. And, it was fun. It was good banter. It was lovely to see.
Look, none of it, look, we're not here to be right or wrong. We never claim to be right or anything like that. This is all about opinions. We have provided a platform that social media, or not social media, that the media companies like Sky Sports, BT, etc., like the clubs themselves, they don't provide fans where they can come on and share honest opinions. So, this is what this is all about, and it's great. None of us are ever right or wrong. All we do is just share our opinions. But, Steve D, you haven't answered me. Am I in the first category or the second category? Put it in the chat and let me know, brother. But Steve D, it's been good with the banter all season, my man. And do you know what? Just Tyler, if you're still watching, one critique from earlier on, you could have put the time on it. If you put the time on it, that would have been the ultimate, my man. But look, we won't be fussy. And then we've also got Paddy Harnett. Big up, Paddy. Hopefully you're keeping well, sir. And he says, nothing to say, guys. Just thanks for all the debates during the season and enjoy the time off. And sadly, Paddy, we're not going to have any time off because we still have to get a manager, director of football, and transfers in and out. So there is no lull period as a Tottenham fan. Believe me, I was wishing during the season for some time off. But, this summer again, it's not going to happen. We're all going to be
Spurs
flat
knew
out
what they were doing.
10 minutes.
Spurs knew what they were doing. Maybe there'd be some time off for us, Patty. But at this moment in time, Spurs look like, they have no sense of any sort of direction, any sort of idea that they can put one front or one foot in front of the other. So I think we're just going to have to sort of baby step a long way with them and just sort of give you, our opinions on the way through. Like I said, a lot of times we're sort of just regurgitating, our reactions to the news of Spurs, continuously going in circles, Spurs continuously making decisions that just sort of baffle us. And until I guess they stop doing that, I guess we'll continue to be scratching our heads, because there have been times even when Dave and I are sort of trying to plan for weeks ahead on things. And then all of a sudden, you have your director of football, thrown in jail. I mean, no one can plan for these sort of things, Patty.
Definitely not. Well, Paddy, my man, really appreciate the support, throughout the season. Legend. Not only, through the channel, but also personally as well, my man. So I really do appreciate that, Paddy, and big yourself up, brother. And big up, Paddy. Really appreciate the support, my man. But look, let's keep this show on the road. I believe Michael is next in line. So let's get him on. Let's hear what he has to say. Michael always has a lot to say. So let's see how he is. Michael, how are you, brother?
Hey, yo, lads. How is it that whenever I come on it... Oh, just give me a second.
No, I can hear you. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, it's okay?
No, you sound gorgeous. Gorgeous.
Yeah, lads. So how is it that always when I come on, there's like 15 super chats? So I sit here, I get ready, and then suddenly it's an absolute wave of super chats. Like, listen, big up to the chat, right? But come on, guys, why always me?
Why always me? Like,
they're getting ready for you.
Well,
they're getting ready.
Give them
for
something
you,
to talk about here. Give them something to talk about. What's on your mind about this season? And I brought this up earlier, Michael, and I feel like you're the right guy to ask this. 1,000 things have gone wrong this season, right? Everything has gone wrong that you could possibly imagine. but was there any sort of straw on the camel's back at any sort of stage, right? Like you have your director of football being thrown in jail, you have us being knocked out of the FA Cup, you have Bentancur's injury. I actually haven't said this, but even Kulusevski's injury in the very beginning stage of the season was a huge blow to us. We found ourselves having some trouble picking out the lineups because we knew he was coming off of course of a hot streak, off of the summer and everything. So I don't know. What would you say was like, the stage where you were like, this season doesn't feel right?
Yeah, like saying it was 1,000 things that went wrong is a bit of an understatement. It was more like 10,000 or a million or whatever, right? It's listen, this was a trash season. Let's not sugarcoat it, right? It's been tough to try to survive through it. I legit that I think I've came like plenty of times after some of the matches here and talked with you guys and kept saying I was so like detached, so like not I didn't care about this season, and it was such a shitty feeling for me, right? Because I want to care, I want to be invested, I want to be to be feeling positive and negative emotions even, right? Sometimes, because like football is that type of, and every sport to an extent, right, is that type of like entertainment that you want to feel like a wide range of emotions. And like for me it was only like even if we won, it was always like I guess we won. Like it wasn't in a nice style. It wasn't enjoyable to watch. Like thank God we got 3 points. Maybe we will be able to fight for something. But like somewhere, like deep inside, we all knew we are probably never making top 4. We are probably gonna struggle with Europe, right? So. And to answer your question, Jack, right? It's really hard to pick one moment as the
I
straw
don't
that
think there's a
broke the
right
camel's
answer.
back, right? Yeah, but for me, it was kind of maybe not as like one specific moment that was like the beginning, let's say. But for me, it was an avalanche that was really building really slowly. So like it was one thing, and then another thing, and then another thing, and then another thing, and it was and another one, and another one. Like I don't know, it was DJ Khaled, I think, right?
I
so
agree.
so yeah, it was like for me, the thing that started an avalanche was us not sorting out contest contract. I think that was like the first thing that back then, when we didn't sort it out during the World Cup break, never would like appear to be a start of such a downfall, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Like, listen, we were upset. We were debating whether they even offered him, what was the reason why they didn't agree, whatever. But none of us like thought this will lead to such a shit show, right? But now, like in hindsight, actually, when you look at it, that was probably the moment, right? Because like the clubs stopped caring about like the whole project with Conte, right? Then players stopped caring because they didn't feel supported. Conte stopped caring because he didn't feel supported, right? Everything just went to shit. Then the whole Paratici stuff, Bentancur's injury, which was massive for me, one of the worst things that happened player wise this season was Bentancur's injury, right? So yeah, it was really a sad like chain of events.
I think you're absolutely spot on, because I remember back at that time, I think, myself and Jack, we had our reservations about, Conte not signing that new contract. And I remember saying at the time, whether it's meant or not, or whether it's subconsciously by these players, when a manager isn't going to be here, you start slacking off. You don't go through the hard yards. And that's inevitably what we ended up seeing. Like you said, the players stopped caring, Conte stopped caring, the club stopped caring, and all three coming together is what's created this absolute disaster. But Michael, how do we get out of it? Because like I said earlier, you're not only repairing mistakes from last year, but it's the last 4 years. You've got a squad that resembles 4 different managers. You've got a DOF, you've got DOFs that have constantly changed, stuff like that. So how do we actually get out of it? What would get you excited again going into next season?
I think like when I was, because I'm in a group chat with a couple of my Polish friends, right? And there is only one other Spurs fan there, and majority of them are Arsenal, United. There is like one Leeds guy, one Chelsea guy, whatever, right? And they ask, but I described it a couple of times. In Poland, it's more on a friendly note, right? We don't really like hate each other for supporting other club. We often talk about the issues of the club, etc., etc. So they asked me like, well, what's your opinion on this stuff, right? Well, how do you see like it panning out? What will be the future, etc., right? And I think first thing I was like counting how many like major things to fix are there in Tottenham, right? And I think I counted 8. It was like, ladies manager, men's manager, DOF, Hurricanes contract, I don't know, under 21s getting relegated, and it's like I don't remember all 8, right? But I think it was 8 or 9 or something like that, right? And I am convinced we won't be able to fix everything in one window, right? It's like when you look at it, it's actually like 8 or 9 weeks since now that when the next season starts, right? 8 or 9 weeks, and we don't have a manager. Let's not speak about like the women's team and under 21. Let's just focus on male's team, right? It's still a fucking shit show, right? And so to fix all that, I think as much as it will be painful and annoying as fuck, I think we should kind of take things slowly. But I don't mean slowly as in like take our time and slap another 30 days on the manager search, right? What I mean by slowly is that fix one thing after another, in my opinion. Focus on one thing,
one obstacle at a time.
but fix it. But fix it well, right? Fix it so that it doesn't need further fixing, right? So first of all, like in my opinion, we should start with director of football, right? That's one of the most important things for me. And if I'm not like well versed in in director of football, like word, right? I don't know who is good, who is not good, right? But if the club do their due diligence and they actually settle on one guy, appoint the guy, and then let that guy do his work, right? And by that I mean let him choose the manager that suits whatever he likes, so that they can work together, right? And that would get me that's enough to get me excited, because that would actually show me some like willingness to solve things, right? To solve the issues of this club. But right now, as I think Brad said, right, we are almost 60 days into the manager search. Director of football, we knew like half a year ago that the guy is going to get banned. Let's be honest about it.
So speaking of that, Michael, have Spurs gone about it backwards then? Like it seems like Levy has gone for managers first, director of football second, right? Like he's looking at a manager. He's like, what director of football do you want if you sign for Spurs? Should he have gone director of football first, manager second? And would we not have wasted 60 days like we maybe have?
I would say it's like I would prefer it to be first director of football and then manager. I think that's a healthier way to do, because you start like from the top, because like director of football is the boss of the manager, right? Manager is the boss of players. Let's like in simple terms, right? So for me, you should start from the top, fix the like most upper layer, so that then this guy can help you fix the another layer. So when you choose the manager first, I get the point, right? If we appointed Nagelsmann and Nagelsmann like pointed clearly, listen, I want that guy as my director of football, and we appointed this like perfectly fine with me, right? Because then like 2 layers fix themselves, right? But for me, assuming we don't choose a manager that has his own set of directors of football that he wants, then for me, director of football should come first, then the manager, right? And as I said, that would probably get me like hopeful, not hopeful in a sense of winning something next season, but at least seeing like some effing progress, right? And then there is whole stuff of fixing the issues with loanees, fixing the squad, Hurricanes contract, all that shit. But then I would be more hopeful, because at least there would be someone competent in the job, right? Right now we are a complete fucking mess, complete shit show. No manager, no director of football, bloated squad, full of shit. Our star player probably leaving, absolute dog shit, right? Like the season has ended, but our problems have not, unfortunately. I don't want to be a downer here, right? But
absolutely spot on with that. The season has ended, but our problems haven't. That should be the quote of the season, to be honest with you, Michael. Well, Michael, let's answer Tim Falco here. He says, start the season, I'll bet 50 at 33-1 to win the league. Stick to the horses for me, lol. Tip bet the Irish. Look, what I will just say on that quickly on the first part, my man, is look, you know, at 33-1, it's sort of tempting, isn't it, my man? You know, you sort of, when you've got a manager like a Conte or a Jose, you sort of got to take that outside bet. But yeah, stick to the horses. Me, I'm allergic to horses, so no good for me. But you know, you stick to the horses, my man. But Michael, he wants you to cheer him up. He says, "Cheer me up, Michael. Cash in on Son and Kane, yes or no?" And I guess what the question is rebuild with these guys or without them?
Yeah, spot on, Dave.
I'm kind of torn on it. For me, because Son's contract is longer, right? Because he, I think, has 2 or 3 years left. I'm not really sure if it's 2 or 3, but it's definitely not ending next summer, right? So for me, I would definitely keep Son, especially because I actually don't think we would get that much money for Son. Like, I think Levy would put a huge price on Sonny to buy Sonny, right? But I don't think there would be that many clubs willing to pay that, right? So let's say Levy would want 100 million and clubs would be willing to buy him for 60, right? And if we really wanted to sell him and there were no other buyers, I guess we could sell him for 60 or 70 or something, right? Let's be honest, he's 31, you know, he's a winger, you know, wingers really lose like a lot of value with age when they lose pace and energy and, you know, all that stuff, right? So for me, I would much rather keep Son because he has like at least a couple of years left on his contract, so he can be that, you know, experienced, like, you know, class player that will lead the group, right? With Kane, I would say if we don't sell him this summer, let me start the other way. If he, like, in their internal talks, right, which we probably will never like hear anything about it, right? But in their internal talks, if he tells Levy, listen, I'm definitely not renewing the contract. That's never going to happen, right? You've betrayed me, you know, I've given you like 10 years of my career, you know, I've given you 200 and what is it now, 12 or 15 goals in the league, whatever the math number is, right? I've given you all that, you didn't support me, I'm never renewing the contract. Because of that, I would sell him then, because I think if we really want to rebuild and we really want to start anew, like, you know, start something new project, then keeping a player that will leave in a year is when you can cash in on him and you can actually get like 100, you know, million for Kane, or even 80 million for Kane, something like that. That in that case, I would be not open. I would be fucking devastated. I would be pissed off, right? But I would kind of understand it, why it happened, right? So but listen, I want us to keep Kane, definitely. I want us to keep Kane. I want him to finish his career at Spurs, right? All that jazz, right? But looking at it from a realistic point of view, you know, I like looking at shit like from a realistic point of view, which is not always like the most cheerful one. But that's how I would solve this predicament, right?
On this with Sonny, for me, I think, look, it's good that he picked up that form towards the end of the season. Stops them questions. Is he past it? Is he good enough? So he remains for me into next season. Now, where I'm at with Harry Kane, Tim, for me, my man, is, look, I get it, right? We're in a precarious situation where do you take the money? Do you let him go for free? Now, for me, as a Tottenham fan, everyone take out that I love Harry Kane because I'm Tottenham first and foremost. So remember that. So this is where I'm coming from. As a Tottenham fan, for me, it makes sense to keep him even for that extra year and get the platform built in behind him. Once you have that defense and that midfield stabilized, you're in a position then where you can let Harry Kane go because you have a back line that can keep you clean sheets, that can keep you in games, that gives you a chance of always nicking a goal here or there to get over the line. You sell Kane as it is now without really improving that back line, you're adding to your problems. Not only are you shipping goals, but then I think we scored 71 or 72 goals this season and shipped 63 at the back in the Premier League. So if you take Kane out of that, the goals become less, and all of a sudden you're in a position where you're conceding more than what you're scoring. So for me, you know, it makes no sense to cash in on Kane this summer. For me, it makes sense to build up the infrastructure behind Kane and put yourself in a position so when he does go, you're not shipping goals at the rate we are, which means you're going to lose games. Jack,
I completely get that point, right?
Just quickly, Michael, might sound a bit sort of silly to say this, but also if we want to bring in an attacking manager, and let's say he's from most likely a different league, will he want a guy like Harry Kane to be able to at least have a striker to work with that he knows he can be able to sort of settle into the Premier League, a world-class striker to work with, to be able to get the goals that he needs to be able to compete? Because Harry Kane was able to score 30 goals in what is a terrible Tottenham team. And also this Tottenham side were able to score, what is it, 4th or 5th most goals in the Premier League still, like despite, you know, how off most of the players were this season. Let's say Sonny performs better. Let's say Kulusevski performs better. Let's say we get a full season of Pedro Porro of goals and assists from that guy as well. You look at other players that can contribute, and Harry Kane with what he's already been able to do in a terrible Spurs side. You would think an attacking manager could produce, if not maybe 2nd or 3rd most goals like in the Premier League, you know, with some of the players that he has like at his disposal. So why take that sort of extra, you know, weapon away from him, right? In any case, especially when he's trying to settle in.
Yeah, for me, it was like it was mostly about. I will be honest, it was mostly about money for me. Like I am really concerned that we are not going to spend like a lot of money this summer. I am like the players. Listen, I don't really take like much. Like I don't really give much attention to transfer rumors right now, especially because transfer window has not opened and we don't have a director of football, right? So for me, it's mostly like, you know, media and journalists making stuff up, or, you know, apparently hearing shit, right? But still, I am concerned we aren't going to fix that defense properly. So if it might be a double-edged sword, right? Because you, as you said, you might sell Kane and then still bring in shit defenders, and then you are fucked, like completely fucked, right? So that would be a coin flip or a risk, right? But again, I wouldn't want this to happen. I just see. I this is how I would see Levy doing things, right? If Harry Kane like told him, I am definitely 100% never renewing the contract, right? You aren't going to convince me no matter what happens in next season, right? I can stay for one season if you don't want to sell me, and I will give you, you know, my professional the way I approach things, right? I will be professional, I will be scoring goals, but I am leaving next season. Then I think Levy would sell him because he wouldn't pass up on a like 80 to 100 million, right? That he would get for selling Kane. So yeah, that's how I see things. I never would want this to happen. It's just how I see
No, I
things.
hear
Right?
you. I hear you. Look, and there's many people. It's you know, split on this exact situation, you know, right now. And you know, all I can say is it's just sad that we're in this position, you know, and that's the biggest thing about it.
Tax boys.
You know, I hear the arguments where people say, look, you know, we got to cash in on the guy and improve areas. But I also hope people hear me the other way around, because I think it's just as valid. But the reality is we're just in a situation where neither's good. You know, that's it at the end of the day. It's just like pick which shit tastes nicer, you know. But look, Michael, my man, I really appreciate your time this evening, brother. A great chat as always. And make sure you keep your phone on, because I will be in contact with you throughout the summer. There's a lot to talk about. So make sure you keep your phone on, and we'll get you on some more panel shows and get you on a longer format with us.
And Dave, one thing I want to say, because I think you showed like one of the questions, worst and best signing of the season. For me, the best signing is Pedro Porro. I have really high hopes for the guy. I think like he's actually a class guy. I think he has mad attacking potential. Defensively, he can work shit out, right? When he has better defense behind him, I think we will see better of the guy. And the worst signing is, of course, Richarlison. I'm sorry, but for me, he's the contender of the flop of the season in terms of signings. I am that serious. For me, it's between him, probably like Calvin Phillips, but City don't care. Maybe Anthony, and I had one other guy. I don't remember, but never mind. For me, Richarlison is one of the worst signings of the season, definitely. And I am sorry for the guy, because I actually like him as a person, right? He has really like he's really affectionate. He's likable, right? But the issue is when you slap 60 million on top of him, and you slap expectations, and you know all the worries that we had and all the hopes that we had with him, right? And all that stuff around, and you score one goal in the league, that's a waste of effing money. And as you, David, said, and as I said, and like, listen, it turns out everybody was rating the window like that, but we all said
Everybody
we
had to
didn't
come to
fix
admit
that
it.
defense. We didn't fix that defense, unfortunately, and that 60 million could have gone on 30 million center backs, and this season might have been way different, right? And unfortunately or fortunately, we got Richarlison. We will see. Maybe he will start 15 next season, and we'll all be in the mud, right? But for now, for this season,
I don't think he would be. I don't even know if he would be. Like, that's the thing. He didn't do what he needed to do this season, and that's all that matters. And like you said, the center backs were needed. Great combo, Michael.
Just before we let you go, I do want to say thank you very much for your efforts with us this season. You've had some great callings on these fan shows. You've expanded, the topics. You're not afraid to express your opinion, which is what these fan shows are all about. A lot of people have a lot of respect for you and like to listen to you. And I just want to say thanks for helping us navigate this shit this season, my man. I really like you, and I really value your time. So thank you.
Yeah, it's been a lovely time, boys. Like I know the season has been shit, and it was tough as fuck to survive it, right? As like I can't even imagine how it is to be a content creator in such a season, because it's like, for example, when I see you guys or Ben and Sim, and they go on into a stream after a 6-1 school fucking by Newcastle, right? And you have to go out there and be like not positive necessarily, but show your face and talk to people and all that stuff. It's tough as fuck. I appreciate your work. You are doing Lord's work, absolutely. I'm so thankful that you give me time and opportunity to express myself. Like the podcast that you did with me, I never expected myself to do shit like that, right? I am so hyped. Like I sent every single like podcast to my family, and look, I appeared there, I played there, I talked with this guy, I talked with this guy. And it's absolutely a lovely time, and yeah, I appreciate your work, boys, and I will definitely be continuing to come on and do all that brilliant stuff with you guys. Right?
Appreciate that. Just gonna leave you with some food for thought over the summer. There was a while, I think you were on with me a couple of weeks ago. It was just me and you, and people were asking you about your own channel. Maybe think about that over the summer, brother. All right?
Yeah. Quickly to answer that, I have 1 month left on my master thesis. I need to finish it in like 23rd of June, I think is the deadline. When I finish it, I need to defend it in July, like at the beginning of July. Then I will think about it. Right now, I have priorities. I have to focus on it because I was a lazy fuck throughout the semester, and I actually need to catch up a bit. So priorities, right?
if you do make that decision, exactly priorities, my man. But if you do make that decision and you need any guidance or any help, I'm not saying I'm an expert. I'm far from it, but hopefully I can point you in the right direction, my man. Thank you very much.
Love it, boys. Thank you for all the brilliant work.
See you soon, brother. See you soon, brother. Catch you, brother. Catch you, dude.
What a chat with Michael. What an absolute chat. And if you haven't
appreciate the chat as well here too. A lot of people showing love to Michael in the chat, and that's really nice to see too, everybody. I really do appreciate you guys seeing that. And I know a lot of you guys are just listening along while you're doing various things in your lives. Either you're on a drive home from work, or doing some dishes, or whatever it may be, right? That people are doing, right? And it's just nice to see that people have even taken the time to put it in the chat, like big up Michael, or appreciate Michael, and so Michael, hopefully you get to see that, my man. Hopefully you get to see that. A lot of people showing love.
I hope he does. Absolutely love that. Absolutely love that. Big up Paul Brown. Good to see you in the building as well. Let's be honest. You just leave it to spend the money wisely if we should sell it. And that's another one of my biggest problems. I don't trust them to spend it wisely. That's another reason why I don't. But genuinely, my biggest reason is it's not because I love Kane and I want to keep him out at all costs. I foresee a massive problem coming if you don't shield that back line, if you don't get that midfield in place that will keep you in games once Harry Kane is gone. Because right now we don't have that, and we're relying on goals to keep us in games. But if you're going to sell the majority of your goals, then you need to rely on others. So that's where I'm coming from that. But Tim, you sparked off a great talking point, sir, and really appreciate the support. And very well picked up yesterday, by the way, on Jacko's facilitating duties here on this channel. He never, not many people give Jack a lot of praise for it. So I know Jack had a little cry about it last night, Tim.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Tim.
And then we have Donovan Oosterreicher. Big up, Donovan. Hopefully you're keeping well, sir. I miss those shades, brother. I miss those shades.
Need you on.
Jacko, while I read this out, you want to throw the link in there for people if they want to come on? We're going to leave it in there for about 10 minutes or so. If you do want to come on and have your say, click on it and get into that back end. Kay,
gonna pin it up in the chat for you guys.
Sir. I'm looking at you specifically, Kay. But Donovan Oosterreicher says, I have to go to the chiropractor. Oh, that's for your back. I'm sorry to hear that, my man. I am sorry to hear that. Just big up, guys, for another good job on the season. Thanks for all the work you guys do, giving us a platform to voice our opinions. Come on, you Spurs. Come on, the Flat Cap Army. Here's to a busy summer. Well, my man, I hope it's a busy summer. It's got to be a busy summer, Donovan. Look, I really appreciate the sentiments, but likewise to you, brother, if you are still listening, thank you very much, for coming on these fan shows, sharing and airing your opinions, my man. I really do appreciate it. Please drop us an email. We need to get your number off you as well, because you're always a busy boy and you're always in the back end, and sometimes we don't get to you or you're waiting around for ages, and I want to try and help you out as well. So let me know, my man, and we can maybe organize it where you can say I'm available at this time, and we'll get your spot pre-booked for you, Donovan. So big yourself up, my man. I really appreciate the support. And look, please take care of your back, sir. Please take care of that back. Big yourself up.
Donovan, I'm not often in Canada. I've only been in Canada only so many times in my life. But if I ever am up there, I would love to have a good sauna session with yourself. You and I maybe do a squad clear out, maybe do some sort of squad management while we're maybe, post-workout or whatever you may be doing in the sauna, maybe post-chiropractor work. I'm not sure what you're doing, but it sounds like, Donovan, there's a good stage at one time where it seems like you're sort of just sitting there, just thinking about Spurs and everything. And I'd like to be there with you at one time. Big yourself up, Donovan.
Love that. Big up, Donovan. Really appreciate it. Kay, he says, I'm in there, but don't you worry. I don't see you, my man. I do not see you in the back end. That's why I'm panicking.
The link is there for you, Dave. The link is there for you, Kay. So hopefully you can't miss it. I hope you can't miss it because we would love to have a good chat with you, my friend. We'd love to have a chat with you.
So, guys, just quickly, we'll explain why we've done this because maybe not everybody was here at the start. So we understand that times are really tough out there. I get multiple messages, per week of people saying, look, can you share a link for the game, this, that, and the other, because I've had to cancel or, I can't grab memberships because of this. And first of all, no one ever has to explain to us any of that ever. We understand that it's a tough world out there. We're fully, we fully understand that. I mean, we all live, hand to mouth at this moment in time and stuff like that. So we have put that out there and hoping that some of you guys who maybe, can't grab channel memberships or anything like that, or for whatever, even if you just don't want to, but you still want to come on and have your say, that link is in the chat there for you guys. Now, we're going to leave it in there for about 10, 15 minutes. Feel free to click on it, get in the back end and have your say. We will stay around and take you. So make sure you get on that. But look there, Jacko, I think we'll keep things moving. I just need to run to the toilet quickly. I will be back in 1 second, Jacko.
There he is.
So if you just give me 1 second, man.
No, I think we're gonna everybody. Hopefully, like Dave said, I'll just reemphasize. I know during sort of the season and everything, we have a lot of people that come on, and that's something that we really take pride in with how many people we get to sort of come on and have a say with. But I know a lot of you times are tough for whatever reason it may be. It feels like the fan show membership it's just not in the budget. And so anybody that wants to come on and have their say, feel free. It's in there, everybody, for the link. It's pinned up in the chat if you do want to have your say. And also, I feel like to those that maybe don't really think that Dave and I get it right on certain things, which we certainly don't. And also me, myself, being a bit of delusional, I feel like there is always that time where maybe a certain opinion or something isn't exactly heard enough, or maybe a certain perspective isn't heard enough. So also as well, feel free to come on, give us, whatever you feel like, hasn't been heard, or even just, certain things that you feel like just need to be said. But we're going to bring on our next guest of the evening. I believe it's going to be the likes of a certain KPV. We'll see what he has to say on this likes of a season review. KPV, hello.
Hello.
Season review time, Mr. KPV. Where do we want to start? Do we want to go with, what do you think? Like player of the season? And I think it's probably big age, but
yeah, but I think I'm gonna go a little bit. I know, I'll probably say out of the three, I'll say at least top three players, and I'd go with Bentancur. Before the World Cup, he was scoring goals and assisting, and him and Højbjerg were on fire. They both got informed cards on FIFA, and I had two, but yeah, I needed money to get big players, and like they were providing us assists before the World Cup, and they didn't have a good World Cup. But it's a shame that Bentancur's not Europe. He's in Uruguay. Like, wish Uruguay were in the Euros, then
Do you
could
think
see
he'd be the
Kane.
second best player of the season, KPV? Do you feel like Benton? Because I think Kane, right? Big H gets all the plaudits for easily being the best player this season by far, but it's a tough one for second best player of the season. Is it Bentancur, even despite the injury?
Well, I suppose I'll go Kane first, then Bentancur. Like goals and assists. Like the Leicester game, he scored home and away, including that 6-2 win at home. He ran past Ndidi, and then a few months later we played him away. He actually put us 1-0 up before that injury, and
Yes.
if he wasn't injured, we would have finished top four. But like he was injured and he's expected back in November, but I don't think that's true because I've got the FPL app and it says he's expected back in August. Like people saying he's expected back in November, but we don't know who we're going to play yet. The fixtures don't
We're
get
seeing
released
some
until
good social media images from the likes of Bentancur. You know, it looks like he's making the amends. You know, he's up on the training pitch, KPV. I've seen him in the training gym as well. It looks like he's not hiding away from the cameras. He could be making a speedy recovery, but part of the reason why people are saying we can't get rid of too many midfielders is we don't know when Bentancur will actually be back from injury, right? So what do you think, KPV? How many midfielders are you getting rid of this season or this summer?
We need to get rid of Endon Fatos, as Ellie called him. That's his name. I know he just won the league with Naples, but yeah, he was on loan at Lyon last season, not this one, last season. He got an inform card for Lyon, and that's where we bought him from. We spent big money on him. Like when we signed him, we're all excited when we signed him. Oh, he's going to be brilliant. But like him and Mourinho had a little burst out when the Premier League stopped in March 2020, and the Premier League had to be played behind closed doors towards the end of that season when Liverpool won the league. And Mourinho and him didn't get on really well towards the end of that season. But he did score in the win at Old Trafford 6-1 3 years ago. And he scored the equaliser and he was fouled when Kane scored the third. So, like, he.
Do you feel like he won't be
in
the
that
same
game.
player after that ACL, says Sue Smith? What do you think with Bentancur, Miss KPV? Is he going to be the same player? Is he going to be as silky? Is he going to be carrying it up the pitch in the way that he does, the same manner? Or is he going to be a different player afterwards?
Bentancur.
Yeah.
I think he'll be like the same or something. Like, hopefully he'll
It's a
be
tough injury.
the same but different. Like him and Kulu were the reason we got top four last year. Like we beat Arsenal to it. Like we beat them to win it the season we got to the Champions League final, and we played them at Wembley. We drew 1-1, and if Aubameyang scored that penalty, they would have finished above us, and they would have beaten us twice. But thanks to Kane for equalising and Hugo saving Aubameyang's penalty, Laurie, Toby, Jan, and Kane. I love Toby's reaction, saying "Come on!" and I've been watching it every time, and like I still get goosebumps watching Hugo save the Aubameyang's penalty. He saved 3 penalties that season, not in the Prem, but 2, Leicester, Arsenal, then City at the new stadium. So those are the penalties he saved. But he then done it at City again season later when, as I said, Liverpool won the title. And so penalty saves, he hasn't saved one since the City game, like 3 years ago when there was fans, when we bought Bergwijn. So the last time he saved one. But like I think Bentancur will be a different player. Like as I said, him and Kula were the reason we got top 4 last year. Like so, and yeah, Kulu and Bentancur made their North London derby debut when we won 3-0 that time. But as I said, people, as I've been saying, Kulu has not lost at the Emirates. because he was injured, and if he was not injured, we would have won at the Emirates. But so people saying he didn't play, but I don't care. He did not lose at the Emirates, so but he lost at home this time. But revenge is coming when the new season starts. Like,
I hope so.
revenge will come at home because our women can't seem to beat Arsenal because so every time our women play them, we always lose at home. But our men our boys have been doing it for a long time. So next season, boys and girls, revenge is coming. This is the only time they won, and they got lucky. But
KPV, another question for you here, my man. What's been the best signing of the season for you amongst probably a lot of duds, right, of the season? What's been the best signing of the season? Has it been Pedro Porro, or are you a fellow Porro prisoner, or is it I don't know, like Fraser Forster, right? It's been Basuma, like it's all these signings haven't exactly worked out, but Pedro Porro, would you say he's been the best signing?
yeah, I say Pedro Porro. Zorro, as I think someone called him Zorro. Yeah, I think that expression, Pedro Zorro, like that.
What'd you take of his goal? Did you like his goal, KPV? Side netting. I mean, gorgeous finish.
He scored the one against United, like in April, I think. And yeah, he scored that goal against United. And Man U fans were claiming like Richarlison was interfering. Get a grip. You got done over. Yeah, they only took 4 points off us because we haven't beaten them at home since 2018. That was when Man U signed Sanchez in the swap deal with Mkhitaryan. And yeah, we won 2-0. But next season, we have to win at home games. We can't lose 6 home games. I don't know when the last time we lost 6 home games, but yeah, I think Porro's been the best signing of January. Like last January 2022, people asking who was the best signing of that January, Kulu or Luis Diaz, but it was Kulu. Yeah, Kulu Bentancur. But this January, it's Porro. Like the deal was back on, off, and then it finally got done. Levy's to blame for this. Like getting it late done. He's a bad negotiator and he gets deals done late. Like do your job, Daniel, and get out of the club, man. Us as fans have had enough of just finishing top 4. Like it's not a trophy, and that's what Arsene Wenger said. Top 4 is a trophy. Don't be a disgrace, kid. It's not. Yeah, it's not, man. We want an actual trophy, the big one. We want to win a big trophy, and it's what we want. But we're not winning one while he's at the club, Levy and Enoch. But get them out. We need a new chairman and owners, and get them out. I want a trophy, man. But I'm actually
we all do, KPV.
I'm glad we're not in a Conference League because Sim doesn't like it. I don't know whose idea this was to bring that competition in the first place 2 years ago. They must have.
That's how bad it is, though, KPV, though, lad. It's that bad that they've invented a new European competition, which adds an extra place to qualify from the league for European football, and we still didn't make it, my man. We still didn't make it. But KPV, brother, we got to keep this moving, my man. We got an influx of people coming in, brother. So, any final Spurs message for the Spurs fans, or do you want to sign off?
I just want to say, I know sorry you had to go through this season, people. Like bad season. The start of the season we were doing great under Conte. We were unbeaten. We had the best start, and then towards the end we were shit. But everyone, before I go, I'm gonna ask for your favorite games this season. Like top 3 favorite top 3 games. Everyone, name the best 3 games you've watched and react. Like us finally beating Chelsea at the new stadium and Skip scoring that banger goal. Why was this goal not nominated for contender for goal of the season? I don't know why Premier League didn't add it.
What's the next game?
I say West Ham was before Chelsea. We won 2-0.
That was nice.
Yeah, came off the bench and scored. And Mo Go, as Barry calls him, scored. And Man City, Kane breaking the record. Like Jimmy Greaves, the son, congratulated him, and he got a whole congratulations from the Greaves family. And he's now on 211 goals, Premier League goals. So he's only
Crazy.
48
Big
goals.
up KPV, my man. Big up
Big up.
KPV. We'll be seeing you soon. It's been a good season, my
Yeah,
friend.
and
And we look forward to
yeah,
some celebrating some new signings, hopefully, this season,
yeah,
and a big rebuild
and
this summer with you, brother.
yeah. So I'm still gutted Coventry lost on Saturday. I wanted them coming up. But Luton, you're not going to stay in League. You'll just go straight back down. Coventry will be back next year. And I will be going to a Coventry game. But that is it for me now, people. I've enjoyed, but
Big
you'll
up,
be seeing
KPV.
me on the Late Late Show and We Are Tottenham TV when
Love.
Mr. Brian Daigle is going back to Canada. So
Love it.
I'm off
Love
now, people. And
Enjoy FIFA.
yeah, but anyway, I've got a team this season, Odegaard. So I needed money and I needed a big player because I wanted to get someone. I need to get a big player. So I'm
well,
off now,
Big up,
people.
KPV.
Thanks
see
for a
you
good
See you soon, my
season,
man.
and I'll see you all next season when the fixtures are announced. And hopefully we'll get someone at the start. But I want Arsenal home just to slap them. But manager, who would I want? And I hear Tuchel's close to being sacked by Munich. And but give me Van Nistelrooy. As I said, I just want Arsenal fans to cry about him because he ended an invincible one. So give me
Well-
Van Nistelrooy and I'll be happy. So I'm out.
Okay,
people.
TV. Just before we let you go, brother, I just want to say quickly to you again, thank you so much. I don't think you probably realize this, my man, but you know, there's so many people that tune in on whatever channel it may be, and they see you on, and you just brighten up so many people's day. You make them smile. You're very infectious, brother, and you know, don't ever lose that. So thank you very much for helping us all get through hard times this year, KPV, and we'll
Well
speak
said,
to you
Dave.
again soon, brother, all
Yeah,
right?
and I'll see you in the summer, like when the
Yeah.
new.
See you soon, KPV.
Boys.
Legend.
Peace out.
See you,
Who
man.
let the
Have a
dogs
good one,
do?
man.
Daigle did. Daigle did.
Best of luck on the
Yeah,
FIFA, my
Big
man.
up.
Best of luck on
man.
the rebuild.
Right.
See you soon.
See you soon, man.
See you, my man.
Right.
Everybody give KPV a lot of love in the comments. You know, that guy does put a lot of smiles on a lot of people's faces. So make sure you give him the love in the comments that guy does deserve. But look, let's keep this moving on. We got a lot of people to get through, and we're loving it. So let's keep it going because we don't want to keep people waiting around for hours in the back end. It's not fair. So let's keep this moving. The next guest we've got on is Daniel. So let's get Daniel on and let's hear what he has to say. Or is Tyler, or are we just waiting for Tyler to come back?
Or Tyler, I think it should be Tyler. If you're popping on, come on in, Tyler. We'll give you maybe like.
We'll go with Daniel and we'll get Tyler in next.
We'll go with Daniel and then Tyler. It should be next. He'll be after Daniel, Tyler. But Daniel will put you on, my friend, and then Tyler right after. If Tyler, you're still listening, big up, Daniel. Bring him on.
Let's get him on. Tyler, how are you keeping, brother? Or Daniel, how are you keeping, brother?
I'm great now. The season's over. Don't worry.
Is that your highlight of the season when the season ended?
Yeah. No, it's great. No, this is the happiest I've been this season. Jesus.
Looking forward to a rebuild.
Yeah.
But look, Daniel, what's your thoughts on the season overall that we've just had to endure?
Waste. Absolute waste of a season.
Yeah.
What was the point? No point. Should just forfeit.
Where were you at the beginning of the season, Daniel? Where were your expectations? Like, be honest with yourself. Were you maybe a bit more skeptical than others, or were you kind of like myself, where I think I said we would finish as high as third, I think, at the beginning of the season?
I was even thinking we could be challenged for the league. That's how high I was at the start. At least win I thought at least win at least win a trophy as well. I thought you should be able to win a trophy.
But Jack asked Michael a good question earlier on. You know, we all had so much high expectations coming into this season. Where did it derail for you?
I mean, for me actually, when I started being shit myself was actually when we played Man United away, and that was like October or something. That was very early, but I saw like the same thing. We went to a big away team and we couldn't handle the pressure. So I just saw the same cracks again there.
Yeah.
So that was when I started really, oh shit, maybe.
Yeah.
And I was right, of course, sadly.
Yeah, we got an awful humbling that night. To be fair, we got an absolute humbling that night, and it was absolutely sickening to take. To be honest with you, sickening to handle. And you're right; you could probably see the sort of the cracks forming there and stuff like that. Sort of gave us an insight that we're not good enough to compete with the top of the league. So you're absolutely spot on with that, my man. Look, you've an unenviable task here, Daniel, but we've got a lot of questions. Look, one thing we haven't actually discussed tonight.
Yeah, go ask him, Dave. Give him something new. Give him something new. Give him something new.
Yeah,
give him something
I was
maybe
going
we
to give him
haven't
this.
asked.
We haven't really discussed this evening. So, look, Southampton, Leeds, and Leicester all got relegated yesterday. Are there any players from those clubs that you would like to see in a Tottenham jersey next season?
Yeah, Maddison, Ward-Prowse, Leeds, no one. I think they're fucking dreadful. Jesus. But Maddison, Ward-Prowse.
Do you have concerns?
Anybody from Southampton?
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, Ward-Prowse.
Anybody from Southampton?
Ward-Prowse.
Yeah, we're like I was
Ward-Prowse,
gonna say
yeah.
like a Bella Kochap or like I don't know. I
Absolutely.
feel like they're the most rateable team I've ever seen. Go down to the
Bella
championship. They have like,
Yeah, Bella Kochap started the season pretty well, but he's derailed. And I don't see.
or
I'm
like
sorry,
a Salisu
David.
even. They have
Yeah,
Kyle
he's been-
Walker-Peters.
Yeah, maybe Salisu that's been kind of dreadful as well.
I don't
And
rate
also-
Salisu,
No, I don't really rate him either. But I will say, David,
Yeah.
I don't understand this. What's his name? The keeper.
Bazunu.
Bazunu. I mean, come on, he's not good enough.
No, he
Come
is.
on, now.
Bazunu's
No,
not
no,
good enough.
no. No, come on.
No, he
What,
is.
I'm
what
sorry.
makes him not
What?
good enough? Is it the shot stopping? What is it?
We need maybe in 5 years. Then he needs way to, for me at least, he needs to work well.
I hear you. Look, for me, I'm going to defend Bazunu, right? Because this is a guy I've got my hopes on. Look, this guy, first of all, Tottenham tried to sign him from Rovers before he went to Man City. Now, with Man City, if they're going to sign a guy at 16, there's got to be something there. And what he's brilliant at is his distribution. Now, we're asking for a guy, who can come in here that if we backline do get pressed, someone that can actually play with their feet. But not only can he play with his feet, he's got unreal distribution with his arms. Now, look, at Southampton, the best of his abilities have not been showcased. But, they've been railroaded absolutely every week. And it's you can't just pin that on Bazunu. And when you look at Ramsdale that went down with Sheffield United, everyone was laughing at Arsenal, including me, for paying the 30 million for Art Ramsdale. Look at the keeper he went on to beat. And everyone said the same thing about him that they're saying about Bazunu now. And with Bazunu, I also have the added privilege of watching him for Ireland about 10 times a year as well. And he is by far a better keeper than Caoimhín Kelleher. Much better than Caoimhín Kelleher. People say Caoimhín Kelleher just because he's at Liverpool. But when Caoimhín Kelleher has stepped in goals for Ireland, he is suspect from long-range shots, and he hasn't exactly filled me with a lot of confidence. Bazunu has been unbelievable in the goals for Ireland. He's got unbelievable reflexes and reactions as well. And for me, that's why I say go and get this kid, because you can go and get this kid at a good price, because I'm telling you now, in 4 to 5 years, you're going to be looking at 50, 60, 70, 80 million. And at Tottenham, we don't do that. So it's about getting ahead of the curve. Now, look, I could be wrong, but that's just my opinion on it.
Well, you kind of put me in the dirt there, right there. Jesus Christ! Now I need. That was good points you put out there. Yeah, especially the Ramsdale one. To be fair.
But look, I was going to say, let's talk about some of the players you do want, like a Ward-Prowse or Maddison. What is it about these guys that you want, that you think they can bring to Tottenham and help elevate the Tottenham team?
Well, Maddison Maddison is exactly, for me, I've said it for a long time, is what we need. Creative midfielder, can score, create. That's what we're missing. If Kane wasn't here, then you'd be fucked. He's kind of the both ways. I mean, Porro, of course, been creative as well recently. So, but I think Maddison is exactly what we're missing. Ward-Prowse, I think as a squad player, Ward-Prowse would be brilliant. Not as a starter, of course, but I think to bring on in if you get against the team that fouls us, and then bring Ward-Prowse on, all of a sudden take some set pieces would be brilliant, because cheap as well. I mean, why not? The Premier League has been brilliant, even though Southampton are absolutely shocking. So that's a no-brainer for me.
And he's partnered Højbjerg before. You know, he bought Højbjerg from Southampton when he was playing in beside Ward-Prowse. What about Lavia? You know, and a name you never mentioned. I actually like the look of the kid. What do you make of him?
I don't know too much about him. I gotta say. Yeah. So
yeah, no,
he's brought in for a little bit of He's brought in for a little bit. I was gonna say between Ward-Prowse or Madison, though, if you had to make a choice, Daniel, what would you make a choice for? Because Dave had a bit of a, you know, I'm not sure if you heard it, but he's more kind to James Ward-Prowse than he is James Madison. He's not actually as sold on James Madison as other people.
It's probably pissed us off more, Madison, you know. But no, you got to go with Madison. I think that's a no-brainer.
With Madison, I just fear about some of his attitude problems. You know, there's been a lot that's sort of gone on between him and Brendan Rodgers this year at Leicester, and you know, I'm a bit wary of players with attitude problems. I don't think it's a good idea having attitude players when you've already got a lot of players that are already shit and have poor attitudes anyway. But if you could get a Madison right, Daniel, and you could get him focused and you could get him, you know, minus that attitude, you've got a good player on your hands.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it wouldn't be funny if Rodgers was the next manager, and then Madison wouldn't come then. Definitely. I mean, that's first priority. I mean, new manager, we need, you know, first priority anyway. But before anyone probably thinks about coming to us.
Yeah. Well, look, you know, we're in danger of not getting it if we allow Newcastle to enter the race. But Jack,
yeah, I mean, yeah.
For Dana?
I got plugged. I was going to say to Daniel, maybe a certain second best, you know, sort of player of the season, I think hasn't been spoken about enough yet. Daniel, what do you think? Like, you know, Harry Kane is obviously, I think, the best one. If you were to find somebody that's been better than Harry Kane, that would be impressive. But who do you think's been the second best, you know, player of the season? Because I think it's a huge drop off. But you know, who's the second player?
It's very, very hard. Bentancur, I think he saved us a lot at the start, or like middle before the World Cup at least, with the goals.
But even though he's like, only played like half a season, he's been that good. Do you feel like that? It was just he's the second best.
Yeah, I think I mean, that's anime. You could play half. That doesn't really matter with this shit anyway we had. But even Emerson, I could say, because the way he turned around is still, I can't believe it. You know, so.
Yeah. What about Fraser Forster here? Ribsy says Fraser Forster probably, Jack. Weirdly, he's been a decent signing. It's not a bad shout, you know.
I think he's exposed Hugo.
Yeah, he's definitely done that, but I'm not gonna like talk down on him. Definitely not, but not second. No, not the best, second best. No.
Would you say he's actually? Some people have said Fraser Forster's been the best signing of the season, though. Daniel, do you think that it could be that case? Some people said that he's genuinely priced for the money. You know, free signing, everything. He's actually been the best signing of the season.
That's actually right. That's actually true. Because Richarlison has been an absolute joke. Basuma was bad and like throughout the season. Paris has been pretty crap as well. So yeah, Ubi Forster's actually been decent. That's absolutely fucking mad.
Is that a sign of the season though? That Fraser Forster, the guy that probably got the least attention over the transfer window. Like, well, I mean, I imagine we ourselves, Dave and I, might have spent 45 minutes maybe of, you know, the total summer, like on that Fraser Forster, you know, signing. We probably spent maybe 3 hours on Richarlison being brought in. But Fraser Forster was probably given like, 30 minutes attention. That's a bad sign, right? That he ends up being like, you know, the sort of like the big standout, right, of signings. I don't know. That says a lot to me, at least, Daniel.
That just says a lot about this club, though, as well. Just
Basuma. What have you made of Basuma's like recent, kind of? I know it's weird that it's so late, and I'm talking about it kind of specifically, but Basuma looking so good recently gives me hope for next season, though.
Yeah, definitely. He could be like a new signing next season. Definitely gets the freedom to play.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he can't get it worse, in my opinion. I still think he's Lascelles in disguise, though. So, you know that Scooby-Doo meme where they drag off the mask? I think Lascelles is going to show up. Jesus. Yeah, but I was so like,
I know exactly what you're talking about as well.
They do that in every mystery as well. Like, to be fair, there's always some villain with the fake mask or fake face. I don't know whether I'm doing you a bad service here, Daniel, but Jerome has put in the super chat, and I imagine something you might have said has brought this up here, or maybe it's just the news in general. And he says that just saw the news that Pochettino has signed a 2-year contract with an extension at Chelsea. I'm heartbroken and angry at the club as well. A lot of people feel like all the blame goes towards the club. All the blame goes towards Daniel Levy. Do you have any sort of hard feelings towards Pochettino, or do you kind of understand maybe the move that he's made?
I have no hard feelings towards Pochettino. I have no, I can't, because he wants to work. He wants to get to a club and work, and Chelsea provided him with a good structure, good what's it called, project.
Yeah.
And even Fabrizio tweeted out that he's really excited about it. And also Romano tweeted that we never was in for him.
Yeah.
That's who we should be. Then we should be angry at that bald-headed Levy.
I agree on that, Daniel, because look, we got to put it into perspective, right? The guy has a wife and kids to provide for. Now, if Tottenham ain't going to provide him that paycheck, which he wanted, he's got to go somewhere else. Now, I get people could say, but Dave, he could have waited around for this, he could have waited around for that. No. Reality is he waited around for Tottenham. He openly made it clear he's waiting around for Tottenham. Tottenham also sent feelers out into around people that know him, but never actually followed through on that and actually followed through to make contact. And you can't ask this guy to put his whole career on hold until Tottenham are ready, because who knows when Tottenham are going to be ready to give him another chance, to let him rebuild, which he should have been allowed to do in the first place. So for me, I agree with you, Daniel. If anyone has any animosity over this deal, it can only go to the Spurs hierarchy, because they had Pochettino in the palm of their hands and they chose not to bring him.
Yeah. Unacceptable. Even though I didn't really want Poch as my first choice, I would fucking bite your hand off for him right now, So
let's expand on Jerome's super chat here, though, Daniel, as well, my man. Why do you think Tottenham didn't go for Pochettino? Why?
Well, I think it's kind of it's 2 reasons. It could be only 2 reasons for me. Either Levy has left on a bad term with him and didn't want to go that route, or Levy was embarrassed to bring him back. And because going full circle, something like that,
Yeah, I agree. And it's sad, really. It's sad evening. Big up Daniela Zito as well. It's sad, really. Jerome, I don't even know what to say to Spurs fans anymore. Just when you think things can't get any worse, or you can't get any more things that slap you in the face. We wake up and there is, bam, big fish right across the jaw. It's not nice. It's horrible, my man. It's horrible. People are going to start nicknaming me Salmon around where I live. I get slapped in the face that much when I wake up in the morning. Jerome, I'm angry over it, To be honest, I haven't really had too much time to process it, because I've been flat out all day and stuff like that. But when this fan show ends, I'm going to start screaming, and it's going to be midnight. I'll probably get some noise complaints, but it's not right. It's not right. You've got the guy sitting there waiting to come back. He's practically begging you. He's on his knees, and you just tell him, get up and go. It's sad, man. It's sad, Jerome.
Go to your neighbor, basically. Jesus.
Oh, Jack, you're on mute, I think, brother.
Too much amateur hour for myself. Too much amateur hour. What I was going to say is, Jerome, I was going to say to you and Daniel as well, was after the AC Milan game, I literally just wanted to scream into like a void or scream into an abyss after that game, because it was just like watching two teams in a Champions League quarterfinal or whatever it was decide not to play football for 90 minutes. Like the team that was even down 1-0 decided not to play football for 90 minutes, and the other side as well. It was disgusting to watch. And I genuinely thought about just maybe screaming for 90 minutes of my life back after kind of that game. And I think that's maybe been probably the experience of a lot of people this season. I think that's probably been how a lot of people have felt after a lot of these games, is just watching just times and performances and, you know, results that they just wish maybe they could have just gotten back, maybe rather just not have tuned in, rather just not have just sort of you know, gotten up for it on the day. Because let's be honest, there have been a lot of sort of Man Uniteds and Chelseas and games, even though Chelsea we've done over this season, actually, to be fair. But let's say Man United, for example, we've really gotten up for this season only to really be kind of humbled each and every time. And I think that's what's really been rough, is, you know, the times we've gotten up for the big games, thinking that the guys would show up only to be humbled, has been definitely rough.
Yeah.
It's definitely rough.
I've been this close to breaking shit this season, but I managed not to, because
but
even
you're
when
a chef.
Sean has given you the Sean's given you the go ahead, you haven't done it.
No, I can't. I don't have.
You're a chef, though, lad. You can start chopping stuff furiously. You know, you can get your
yeah, but you gotta have. Well, you cut your hands. You know, you gotta be a little bit careful there.
Love it. I love it. Well, Daniel, thank you very much for your time this evening, my man. I really do appreciate it. Is there anything else you want to say or anything else you want to touch on before we let you go, brother? Anything maybe we haven't asked you?
Okay, I could say this about the next coach. The only now person I could be a little bit behind, or like be a little bit excited for, is Thomas Frank. Thomas Frank from Brentford. The only one that I think could maybe, but that depends on the players, of course, if they want to play for him, you know. So, but I do like him. So,
look,
I think he's been one of the managers that should be mentioned a bit more. I wish he was in the list, but it sounds like, you know, he's probably quite happy at Brentford by the looks of things. I wish he was in the list more. I like Thomas Frank.
But also, I will add to Daniel's point. If the players don't want to play for him, then get them fuck out of the club. You know, it's not up to them to dictate who manages this club.
No, but
it's up to them to play.
It's been for 15 years, it seems like. So
yeah, it does. It does, Daniel. Look, hopefully, you know, in a week or two, we'll be speaking here next Monday night, and we'll have a manager, a director of football, hopefully, and a plan in place. But I wouldn't hold your breath.
No, if you hold your breath, you're gonna die.
Start turning blue.
Daniel, completely past that.
Well said.
Yeah.
Daniel, just before you go, Swat, you're another one who's come on to these fan shows all season long, endured the pain with us. You know, you're a very witty guy, by the way. You know, you've cheered me up at times, and you've also taught a lot of home truths at times. So, Daniel, thank you very much for enduring this season with us, brother.
Thank you so much again for having me, and for bringing me into this YouTube community. It's been great. And if you ever need something to invite, like if you want
for the summer
to me to do work for me, like work for you, like if you want me to come on something, then just message me and we can figure something out.
Definitely, man. Appreciate that. And you definitely deserve a big shout out for what you've done for us, you know, throughout the year and throughout this season. So big up, my man, Daniel. Appreciate it.
Yeah, we'll be in contact to get you on for a podcast, because we're also trying to get people involved with the podcast and give them their own hour, you know, dedicated to them to talk about Tottenham and stuff like that. So we'll be in contact, Daniel. All right.
Thank you very much. Take care, guys, and
good man, Daniel.
See you, sir.
See you soon, brother.
See you again.
See you, Daniel. Everyone,
much love.
Big up, Mr. Larson. Everybody, big up. You know, he's been here all season long. I don't think he's missed one, to be honest with you. So make sure you get in the chat and give him a lot of big ups. Big up, Nick. I think we've all been trying not to think about it, but, you know, blame Jerome, not me. Blame Jerome. Jerome brought it up. Jerome, you're taking the blame for this one, brother. Not me, my man. Not me. Big up the Outland as well. Just quickly, I probably should just ring you and tell you anyway, but since you're in here tuning in, Saturday, make sure you got the legs well stretched out. I need to start losing some of these pounds that I've whacked on over the season, so please get me out hiking, my man. Big yourself up, brother. Big up the old lad. And then there's one more comment. Big up Wilson as well. Yep, I fully still stand by that, brother. Fully still stand by that, my man. And they're not going to bring it back while they're here because it's an admission of guilt and puts their position under threat. But look, Jack, I think we'll keep this moving. Do you need to go to the toilet? Do you want to go and grab a drink or anything like that?
I'm going to get another glass of water, but I believe the next guest, let's hype him up here, everybody. It is going to be, because we're pushing on strong here, everybody. It's going to be the likes of Chris, everybody, especially one who's obviously kept it, very civil in the chat, one who's done a huge service. But Chris, I'm going to go, look at some Winks posters for about 2 or 3 minutes, and then I'll be back, Chris. But we're going to bring you on, my friend. Big up, Chris.
Is it Chris or Tyler, Jacko?
Or Tyler, unless he's back in the chat. Yes, Tyler, he is in there. Sorry, Tyler. Tyler, bad form, my friend. Bad form, my friend. Tyler and then Chris. Tyler and then Chris. There he is, Tyler. Pick up Chris and Tyler. I'll be back in a second, Tyler. I'll be back in a second. Pick up Tyler.
Sounds good.
I wouldn't have that, Tyler. He's trying to skip you, lad.
What the hell's going on here?
No, do you know what it is? We're getting so much people wanted to come on today, man. It's hard to keep up with the list. You know yourself. But Tyler, look, we've had a dismal season. Jack's been asking a good question all night. Where do you pinpoint it went wrong?
Mostly, I hate to blame injuries, but it did come down to injuries. Kula getting hurt early in the season, wasn't ever able to fully recover back to form of last season. Bentaker, as soon as Bentaker went out, I thought the season was over. And sad to say, I think a lot of the players gave up. Conte gave up. I think if Bentancur doesn't get injured, we're still fighting for Champions League all the way to the end of the season with Conte.
Yeah.
Basuma went out. Yeah. There's a lot of injuries, and we didn't have a big enough squad. Even though we bought players, they just weren't good enough. Mm-hmm. And Hugo had an abysmal season. It was just a shit show all around.
Yeah, look, injuries have had a massive part to play this season. We've been absolutely plagued. Even in cup games, when you're looking at resting players, like Richarlison coming in for Kane, he's been injured. I agree with you. It's been an absolute shit show. Like even Romero missing for large parts up until the World Cup, stuff like that. We've had a lot of injuries this season. But what do we do? This seems to be a recurrent problem at Tottenham every single season, Tyler. Do you think we have, do you know the way we talk about revamping the scouting network, getting up to date and stuff like that? Do you think the same needs to happen with the medical department? Do you think maybe the medical department are maybe a bit behind the times as well?
Yeah, just look at Oliver Skip. He was looking very promising. It was like a hamstring injury. It was drawn out for how long? That was ridiculous, and he never recovered. And he's, I hate to give up on the guy, but he's just been horrible. I don't want to give up on him because before the injury, he did look good and he did look promising, and he did look like a guy that could in the future be very good for us and be a captain. But at this point, I think we got to move on from a lot of players, and sadly I think he's one of them.
Yeah, no, he definitely is. And who would you like to see come in and replace him? Is there anybody off any of the relegation teams that you maybe think we could pick up that's good enough for Tottenham Hotspur? And that, it's good enough to come into the first team, not just solve a problem.
Yeah, it's just not something that we need to look at right away, so I'm not even worried about replacing Skip. I'd rather just bring in promote Alfie Devine and Harvey White and give them chances. But Sarr as well. Sarr's more than good enough. We have enough midfield depth right now. Basuma coming back. Hopefully Bentancur gets healthy as soon as possible. I know that injury is horrible, and he's gonna have a lot of work to do. But hopefully he gets back fit. If it's not for the beginning of the season, hopefully he can come back as soon as possible. But if we're going to get a midfielder, it has to be an attacking mid. So out of the relegation teams, whether it's James Ward-Prowse or Madison, I'm okay either way. I think we need more of a guy like Madison. I know you don't like him as much because you think he has attitude problems, but he
Yeah.
is a class footballer. I think you know that as well.
Yeah.
And that's the position in midfield we need the most.
That's the thing. If them attitude problems can be ironed out, I'm all for it. I just don't think adding more attitude to some of the piss poor attitudes we've already got is the right way to go about things. I'm not saying James Maddison is an awful footballer. He's not. He's a good player, but when you've got attitude problems, it can rub people up the wrong way. It can cause problems, and we got enough of our own problems, let alone adding to it. So, look, maybe it was just the fact that he didn't get on with Rodgers. I hope that's the case. But, look, let's wait and see. Let's wait and see, my man. Just quickly on Skip before we take this comment from the outlet and I add in a question on the top of it. With Skip, what do we do with him, though, Tyler? He's 22. I think we'll all agree that, look, he severely lacks on the football, especially at Premier League level.
Yep.
What do we do with him? Because, do you keep him around and hope that he develops it? Do you loan him out? Or do you make a call and just say, look, he's not going to be good enough. We're going to have to get someone else in.
I hate to say it because he's Tottenham through and through, but at this point, while you can still get 20, 25 mil for him, you got to sell him.
Wow.
And that's not – and, him and Hojbjerg are very similar. I think Hojbjerg's better on the ball. I know Skip's younger and maybe can still improve, but at this point, you're not going to improve that much technically. So I just can't – I mean, every time Skip's gone under pressure the last – 2 months, he's been dreadful, giving the ball away. He can't make a dribble and then find a pass. If he gets surrounded by players, we're screwed. He's losing the ball, and they're going to, get a counterattack or whatever. He costed us. Yeah. And it was the game I actually didn't watch, but obviously I saw the game.
Yeah, it was shocking, and it was just basic. It was just a simple throw in, take it down, move the ball. He let it right. And the one thing you are taught, all right, and this is what baffles me, is things that people are told about when they're kids, and they're constantly refreshed all the way throughout the age group. Do not let that ball bounce in or around your box. What does Skip do? Let it bounce. That means people come in, close them down, bully him off the ball. Give me that. Thank you very much. Wham, bam. Thank you, Pam. It's in the back of the net. It's just not good enough. I get the kid has got good heart and stuff like that, but, you can't keep trying to progress these players if they are going to cost you. It's clear that he's lacking technically. And for me, that's a massive area that he has to improve on. And he's got to do it in a short amount of space of time as well. And I only say this because I actually want the kid to work out at that.
I do too, yeah.
Like you said, Tyler, he's homegrown. He's a Tottenham boy, Tottenham true and true. And I want him to work out at Tottenham. Just sadly, for me, if he doesn't improve that technical ability, his career is going to peter out in the same pattern as Harry Winks. Harry Winks failed to evolve. He thought he was Iniesta, but didn't realize you're in a Premier League. You also have to be able to handle yourself. Never evolved that side of the game. And once we started bringing in competent midfielders, he was just put to the wayside. And I feel Ollie Skip will suffer the same fate if he doesn't improve.
Yeah.
He seems to be the opposite, I think, in Dave's eyes. Dave seems to think, compared to Harry Winks was right, lovely. A lot of people thought he was good on the ball, but maybe lacked that physical steel. Whereas, Skip is more like, likes to get stuck in, likes to make the hard-nosed tackles. But I think in Dave's eyes, and I know Paul Markey was, of course, the first one on this, but has thought that basically Skip is very lacking on the ball and his championship standard really on the ball in his eyes. I mean, Tyler, do you think Skippy could be, this is a tough question to ask you, and like you said, I've been quite harsh on you, by coming in late, in this fan show on you, and then also asking you a tough question here, but do you feel like Skippy was given enough time, to prove himself? He got a good fair amount of games, right? When Bentancur got injured, was he given enough time to prove his quality, do you think?
Yeah, and again, I was saying, I don't know if you were listening, but about him, getting injured last season or the season before and missing so much time and just hasn't been able to recover. He doesn't seem as quick anymore. And when he does get aggressive into a tackle, he's a little too aggressive, fouling a bit too much. But yeah, no, we gave him plenty of time this season. I really don't, especially if we want to change our ways and play more possession, have better players on the ball. There's just no room for him.
That's the thing, Tyler. You know, I think that's the crucial point when it comes to Skip. You know, and every player, you know, at Tottenham Hotspur, we're hoping to turn into a possession-based team into that next season. So you got to look at it. Are our players technically good enough to play in that team if that's the road we're going down? And, you know, sometimes we like players, but we just got to, you know, face reality. Some players are just not good enough. And if they're not good enough in that system, it has a knock-on effect to everybody else. So, you know, that's just the sad reality of it. We're talking about elite level sport here, not Sunday league, not kids academies around the country where you have time to develop these players. We're talking about elite level sport. You either have it or you don't. You know, especially now when Spurs fans want us to win. But Tyler, like the old lad says here, we need to do an Arsenal or a Chelsea. Build a young team. Start with signing Wirtz from Bayer Leverkusen. Now, I mean, I know you can see Jack's camera going back slightly. It's giving him a right stiffy. You know, he loves that guy.
Me too.
I know you're a big fan as well. You're just holding your camera very well, my man. You haven't made that obvious. But look, do you agree with the old lad that we need to go down this route now in order to get
young
fans
players,
excited, get that buzz back around that this is the route we have to go down?
Yeah, I mean, you know, but I do want to buy, obviously, Wirtz. I mean, incredible footballer. He would be awesome if we were to get him in. But it also has to start with our own academy. We do have players in there that are good players.
True.
You know, whether they're ready. Well, they're probably not ready because they just haven't been, you know, given chances. And like even that Abbott kid, to be honest with you, I actually never really heard of him before. I never really watched him play. I mean, he had a goal-saving tackle. Like you haven't seen Dyer make a goal-saving tackle all year. I don't fucking think so. Yeah. I was excited. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah.
You know, but I'd love to get more youth in the squad. You know, Sarr. I think Papamata Sarr should have been given a lot more chances. Probably the chances that Skip has gotten. But yeah, I would love to start with youth. You know, even though I want to keep Kane and, you know, build around the veterans we have like Son and Kane. But yeah, I definitely would like to get a bunch of youth in here. And
Parachichi's brought in a lot of under 25s, if I'm not mistaken, Tyler, right? He's brought in Pedro Porro, he's brought in Papa Matasar, Brian Hill, Richarlison. He's brought in the likes of Romero as well, Emerson, and of course, I think a few more is, you know, they're all sort of under 25.
Yeah.
Jet Spence, I think I'm forgetting too, right? Jet Spence often gets forgotten. I feel like I know they're all like in their own sort of stance, you know, right, within the squad, but a lot of these under 25 guys I actually kind of like and I want to get behind and I actually have faith in. I don't know about you, but I know you're a guy that likes the youth, but a lot of these guys that Parachichi brought in, the under 25s guys, I actually have faith in.
Yeah, you know how I feel about Messi.
Are you sad we missed out on Conference League then? You know, I think you might have been you that put that in the chat actually the other day. You know, missing out on Conference League, right, is a huge opportunity missed because that means Hill Messi doesn't get his chances in that competition. Maybe younger guys like a Dorrington or a Jamie Donnelly don't get those chances either.
Yeah, and you know, look at West Ham. I know they suffered obviously a lot in the league, but they don't have the quality that we have. It would be hard for us maybe to get Champions League, but Conference League, why would we not go and win that? Why would we not get a trophy? Get these players winning mentality, get them winning. You know, we get the youth team, 3 youth teams got trophies this season. You know, we bring those guys into the Conference League at first. I mean, we're gonna get out of the group. Obviously, we did it before, but that's because we played players like Davies and Dyer and Sanchez and Winks. You know.
Yeah.
And I swear, Lucas was the only one that would put performances in those games.
Yeah. I agree. And, you know, I don't like at Tottenham where we're like, oh, we'll take a break from Europe. It's like, no, we just didn't qualify for Europe. And it's also sort of like, but look, I do understand the arguments. And like, because I was to and fro for myself on that Europe debate where it's like, it'd be nice to give the manager just the whole week during the week to drill down on tactics, especially since half of these babies moan about it. It's like, well, you're not going away anywhere, so you are going to do it whether you like it or lump it. And, you know, you would hope to see that rectified on the weekend. Plus, we can give it our all for 90 minutes on the weekend because we're fresh and a lot fresher than some of the top teams. So there is benefits to it. However, at Tottenham, we cannot be passing up trophies. We barely win a bag of peanuts in a raffle. let alone lifting a trophy, you know. And it's sort of like we can't just go, oh, we don't want to be in it, this, that, and the other. You know, if you're in it, you got to go and win it. It's sort of like even this crap that's going to pop up next year, League Cup or FA Cup or Premier League. It's like, no, fuck it, go for them all. Every single one of them. Stop picking and choosing and just go for it all. You know, that's what it should be. Especially because we don't win anything. I think we're at the point where Spurs fans just want to win. Look, you know, Brad made a point earlier. This last question I have for you, Tyler, my man. Brad made a point earlier, and it was sort of like, you know, next season we might have to accept that it's just not going to be a good season either. We might not get Europe. Do you align with that sort of thinking, or do you think, hell no, wait, no, if we can get the stuff done over the summer, we can definitely expect more from this team next season?
I mean, we don't have a manager right now. We don't have a director of football. We have no idea if Kane's staying or leaving. We have no idea if Kulu's staying. So there's literally nothing to like say, oh, of course we're going to get European football, or of course we're going to be in a relegation zone. We don't know what's going to happen. I'm not going to get excited about anything, you know, as of right now, because there's nothing to be excited for because we have no idea what's happening.
Yeah.
So, you know, I don't know. You know, and
the lack of direction. Yeah.
And I know a lot of people, you know, if it's not Champions League, I don't want to be in Europe. Like, we're not, like, I know we got to a final, but it took a lot of luck. Let's be real. And they fought their asses off, and they deserved it. Don't get me wrong. But you know, we're not a team that's, you know, has a good chance to win the Champions League. So why would you not want Europa League or Conference League just to start winning? I mean, look at even Roma with Mourinho, got into the Conference League, won, and now they're in the Europa League, and they're in the final. See if they win again, they could get in the Champions League. So you got to start lower. You got to win the, you know, trophies that are maybe a little bit easier to win, and then we can, you know, start having the ambition for Champions League.
Yeah. Oh, and look, that's another point. If it's good enough for one of the most decorated managers in the game, ever, to grace the game, by the way, then it's good enough for me. It's good enough for me. But Tyler, again, you're another guy I want to thank. You know, you've consistently come in on these fan shows, and you know what? A lot of the time, just because of where you live and the time that you can get on at, you're actually often left sitting for a couple of hours in the back end. So I want to say I really appreciate your time, you know, the loyalty that you've shown us, the support that you've shown us, and even just waiting your turn to come on, my man. I really do appreciate that. And hopefully we see a lot more of you over the summer and into next season as well, sir.
Big addition to this season.
Yeah, no, thanks a lot for having me, for having all of us. You know, you guys do so much, you know, allowing us to come on here and share a voice. The community, the group chat, such a great community. You know, there's sometimes there's arguments here and there, but you know that's going to happen. We all just want Tottenham to win. We want us to be in a better spot, so we're all happy and, you know, loving life. Yeah, thank you guys a lot. Really appreciate it.
No problems at all. Thank you, Tyler. Thank you, my man. Thanks for adding to these shows we do, brother. And yeah, we'll speak again next week, hopefully on better terms with better news.
Busy summer ahead, Tyler.
And yeah, I don't mind waiting. You know, it's still early here. I know it's late over there. You know, people have work and different stuff to get to, so I don't mind at all. Honestly, I enjoy watching everybody come on and have their say. Whether I'm playing
You're a
video
good man.
games,
I appreciate
working,
that.
having it on in the background. I enjoy hearing everyone talk.
Yeah.
You're good, man. You're a good man, Tyler. You're an understanding. You're an understanding guy, and also I appreciate that. You know, you just have, you know, given up your spot for other people, knowing that as well, and you still also, you know, still come on prepared, knowing what you want to say, you know, and everything. Because a lot of people, I think, have appreciated what you've said, you know, this season. You're kind of like Mia. I think you've been a huge addition, I think, to the fan shows, you know, this season, my man. So we're glad that you've come on this season. Pick up, Tyler.
100%.
And busy summer ahead. You got a lot to fix this summer for us as well. You got a lot to fix.
Yep.
All right.
Thanks a lot.
Good man. See you,
Big
bro.
up, my man. Absolute legend. Love the pink on the cap, by the way, as well. It's kind of sexy. It's the pink and the black is giving me Inter Miami vibes. The David Beckham team. Love that, Tyler. Love that, my man. But look, we'll keep going. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 guests left. We've got Chris, we've got Kay, we've got Darren, we've got Paul, and we've got Dermatron. So we are going to keep this moving. I believe, Chris, you are next, my man. And then after that is the one and only K. I'm excited to see who K is, so I can't wait for that. But let's get on one of the OGs, and that is Chris. Chris,
there he is.
All right, that's how
He's
you're
answering
doing.
the
I'm not prepared tonight at all, to be fair. I'm normally ready for the chat, but this is a bit of a last minute edition, so apologies.
Well, look, you
Well,
don't
Chris,
need to prepare for anything. Go on, Jacko.
I was going to say, Chris, maybe might as well just say it right now. You've been here, I think, before even, I have. So just a massive thank you from, I think, myself. And I know a lot of people want to say that because you've basically welcomed me even, I think, into Dave's community here. I think you've welcomed pretty much everybody. It's almost like you're a grandfather at this stage, of the community. I don't even know if you're Chris
I'll tell you
anymore.
what, Jack,
like I have you as comedian Chris in my phone. I feel like I should have you as grandfather Chris.
No, I'll tell you what, after watching this season, after Tottenham play this season, I feel like a fucking grandfather, I tell you. Hair falling out, gone grey. I'm like, oh God. I'm so relieved the season's over.
Yeah. What's been your worst moment of the season, Chris?
I have to say that 6-1 defeat to Newcastle, especially where I live as well, it hurt even more.
Yeah.
I literally stayed at home, away from the works office for about 4 days, just so I didn't have to face the pain.
Yeah.
Remember last season too, Chris? Remember last season though too, Dave, when we were like chatting to Chris, like, do you have any tea towels, you're handing around, or Chris, like, remember all the banter we were giving them last season as well, like, after their takeover. Imagine where we are now.
I tell you what, Jack, I think after that 6-1 defeat, I needed a tea towel to dry my tears. It hurt too bad. But no, I think this season I'm just glad that it's done. Just need to clean slate start again from scratch.
So where do you start then, Chris? What exactly do you want to see? What does that look like?
Well, David, as I said earlier, I refuse to spend any more money travelling down to London to watch Tottenham play until they sort their shit out. I can't be doing it. Why am I spending £250 plus to go down to London to watch a total shit show? It's a waste of time. I want to see a new director of footballing and a new manager, and Daniel Levy keep his nose out of the footballing side of it. Let the director of football do his job and let the manager do his job.
Let me ask you a question on that, Chris, right? Because we all want the same thing. We want Daniel Levy to stick to, the business side of things, the commercial deals and shit like that, and just leave the footballing people to footballing experts. But we were told that was going to happen with Paratici. But then we get Daniel Levy's front and center of the Jed Spence deal. Daniel Levy, okay, fair enough. Credit, he did get the Poro deal over the line because their sporting were difficult to deal with. But again, he's in there meddling in transfers. Is he ever going to be able to step away? Because as he likes to claim, he's a Tottenham fan. So will he ever be able to distance himself as a fan?
No, of course he won't. He says it every year. Oh, I'm going to step back. I'm going to let the director of football do his thing. And then lo and behold, he's doing a deal for a player that the manager doesn't even want.
Yeah.
The Jed Spence deal was especially a prime example. Conte never wanted him. Daniel Levy wanted him, a player for the future who he knew he could get a penny out of when he had to sell him down the line.
Yeah.
But for me, this season has just been a total write-off. It's just, first season since 2009, we have had no European football. Let that sink in.
Yeah, it's 13 years, Chris. 13 years.
Yeah, let that sink in. Let that sink in. 2009, last time we didn't qualify for Europe.
It's madness. It's madness. And do you know what the sad thing is? I don't think anyone foreseen it being this bad or it coming like this. But Chris, that rebuild. What do we rebuild with? Some people want, younger players brought through, and a lot of players, go with something with a lot of the squad being maybe 25 or under. Some people are saying just go out and get the very best player you can in that position. For you, what sort of recruitment do you want to see this summer?
We need a new goalkeeper straight away. We need a new goalkeeper. That's a must.
Yeah.
Because I cannot be doing another season like we've had with watching our goalkeeper. Well, yeah. We need another centre back. Can't be watching another season of Eric Dyer. That's for sure. I cannot be doing that.
He's atrocious.
Skip another one in midfield. I'm sorry, as much as everybody loves him because he's homegrown, just not good enough. Just not good enough. We need a better midfielder. We need a creative midfielder. And if Kane wants to leave, we need a better striker as well.
Yeah.
But look, David, I know how much you love Harry Kane, and I'm not going to be disrespectful to Harry Kane for what he's done for the club. But if he wants to leave, do you know what? I don't blame him for wanting to go to win a trophy elsewhere. Obviously, he's seen the shit which is going on inside the club, right? But it's up to him if he wants to go. Let him go. We need to start again from scratch. Everybody said the same thing about Gareth Bale back in 2000 and whatever it was when he left. Oh, we're not going to last because of Gareth Bale's left. Tottenham will go on. No matter which player leaves, Tottenham will always go on. But for me, the flop of the season has to be Richarlison. I have to say, one goal for £60 million.
Before you move on to the flop of the season, Chris, do you hear my point where, you know, if you let Harry Kane go as it stands without actually fixing that defensive issues and their midfield issues and having proof in games that they're fixed, that you are actually opening Tottenham up to being an even bigger problem?
David, we can't be in a worse situation that we're already in. We're already at that lowest point since 2009 where everything has just gone from bad to worse.
Yeah.
See, now everybody's crying their eyes out about Pochettino going to Chelsea. I don't blame the guy. The job was there. He took it. Move on. If we were going to offer him the job, we would have offered him 4 months ago.
Yeah. Yeah.
We would have offered him that job the day after Conte got sacked.
Why do you think they didn't offer him the job?
Do you know what? Bro, there's a saying, your ex is your ex for a reason. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's as simple as that. There's no explanation. There's rumours that the board didn't want him. Daniel Levy didn't want to swallow his pride. There's another excuse. But the fact of the matter is, your ex is your ex for a reason. You don't go back to them.
Yeah.
For me, I want to see a new progressive manager, one who can stand there and take the project for not 1 year, for 3 or 4 years.
Yeah.
So were you let down by the slot situation? Sorry. Yeah, Dave, you probably...
Do you know what, Jack? To me, this slot situation reminded me of the Nagelsmann situation. Oh, well, we weren't talking to him. We weren't. You was. You just didn't want to go in the direction that manager wanted to. Just be... See, this is where the club get themselves into shit because they don't clarify the situation. They come out with a bullshit story to cover their own backs. But then the truth comes out days later. Well, Feyenoord asked for an extra 5 million for their backroom staff.
Yeah.
Don't say that, we didn't talk to him, because you did. Because you knew the price of how much it was going for. Just be honest. See, this is where the fans get upset with the board. It's because they're never transparent. They come up with an excuse after the fact.
But there's so many things we keep missing out on because of money. And it's like most other clubs inside the top six, in fact, every other club inside the top six, bar Tottenham, don't haggle. They act like Billy Big Bollocks. They walk in, they go, I want this player. The club goes, they're not for sale. They come in, they slam down, okay, not for sale, 50 million. And all of a sudden it gets them thinking. All of a sudden that player's open up for sale and he's gone. Tottenham will not do that. Tottenham will go, like, this player's not for sale. Okay, well, we'll start at 25 million. It's like he's not for sale. What, you not understand? So you don't even make these clubs consider it or think about it. And this is the problem with Tottenham Hotspur. We miss out on so much. Like, I can understand it with certain players that you haggle with, but if it's a player you really, really want in the door, you just walk up, you pay the money, wham, bam, thank you, man. Because if you don't, you open up the door for other people to come in. When we protract negotiations the way we do, and we're haggling over this and that and haggling over a Snickers bar, right? It's sort of like you open the door for other clubs to come in. That's what happened with Bruno Fernandes.
Tomiyasu was another one.
People could say Sporting, well, they came back and said they wanted an extra 5 million. Fine, pay the 5 million. You know, don't sit there and go, no, I'm not paying it, because now he's at Man United. And what have United gone on and done? Won trophies, and he's been absolutely central to it. And that's the reality, and that's the effect of having these protracted negotiations over a Snickers and a Mars bar. It's a joke.
See, we could have gone in for Kim Min-jae. It was a bit too much money for us. Now he's at Napoli. You know, he could be possibly going to either Newcastle or Man United for big money. We could have had the option when he was probably about 10 or 15 million.
Yeah.
See, David, the thing is, right, how I see the way Tottenham are is if a player's worth 20 million to a club, we'll walk in. You know what? We'll give you 12. And they're looking at us like, are you serious? Are you taking the piss out of us? I'm saying, we don't want to do business with you.
Yeah.
In all seriousness, though, Chris, that's why I'm worried about this summer, because when it comes to clearing out players, it's the same thing. As much as buying players, you know, we're tight. We're also the same thing with selling players. We're very tight. You know, we'll be demanding 15 million for Ben Davies. I think that's way too much. We said the same thing about Chris about Harry Winks last season. You know, where it was like, you know, any Premier League club, you know, was going to take Winks, we thought. And it was like, well, I don't know if really any Premier League club's going after him. And soon to be the case that only Sampdoria were interested, you know, on loan. So I think we're also going to, Levy hasn't come to realize that too.
See, Jack, this is the issue. We've got players like Endon Fat Ass, Gio Shit Show, yeah, all on loan. They're coming back, yeah. Right. Daniel Levy's going to want to try at least make some of his money back for those flops. Yeah, so we're going to end up stuck with Ndombele again and Gio Lo Celso because we can't get rid of them because of the price that Daniel Levy is wanting to charge for them to sell. But we ain't getting that 60 million euros back for Ndombele. We're not going to get that back. No. We're not going to get that £27.5 million we paid for Gio Lo Celso and whatever else we paid on top. Yeah. We're not getting that back.
No.
Failed transfers for a reason. You don't usually get your money back. That's the point.
We'll be lucky to even get a quarter of that money back.
Yeah.
And this is where a new director of football needs to come in and say that these are the players we need to sell, Daniel. These are the players that need to be gone. These are the players I want to bring in. And Daniel Levy needs to step back and say, okay, that's your decision. I'm leaving that to you. You decide what goes where. I'm saying nothing. I'm keeping out of it. Yeah. But that won't happen.
Yeah. Well, if it doesn't happen, he's making a rod off his own back, and he's going to make it even more harder and harder to, for people to get on board with him. So,
see, the thing is with that, the thing I've noticed with the board this last few seasons, they're trying to polish a turd. They try to make things look better than what it is. Instead of signing a defender, do you know what? We'll give him the likes of Eric Dyer an extra contract, or Ben Davies an extension. No, you don't give them an extension. You pay that money that you're going to use for the extension to go buy a player.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's not. Because surely Daniel Levy sits in the stadium week in, week out watching those players play. Surely he must see what everybody else sees in Eric Dyer and Ben Davies and any other player. Surely he must see.
Well, you'd like to think so. Maybe them glasses ain't working. He needs to get back to Specsavers to get the eye test redone, my man. But Chris, I appreciate your time, my man, this evening. I also want to say I appreciate your time over the course of the season. You've been a great addition to this channel. You know, you keep people going on these fan shows. You have a lot of fans out there. And it was nice to meet you at the AC Milan game.
Yeah.
Hopefully meet you again soon, man.
Definitely, lads. And it's been a pleasure being part of the Flat Cap Army. You and Jack do an amazing job, and to come out with all the content that you do week in, week out with the 2 fan shows and all the other content with the podcasts and everything. You two do a brilliant job, and for all you lot out there who haven't got your memberships, man, just get your memberships because it's definitely worth it.
No, I appreciate it, man.
You, man.
Appreciate you.
Thanks for being the leader. Thanks for being the grandpa of the Harris Army, my man.
That's all right, Jack, and I look forward to seeing you in your week shirt next season.
Jack,
you didn't think I was going to forget?
I'll give you advance notice. I'll give you advance notice.
See you, Chris.
See you later, lads.
He couldn't help to get it in, Jack. He couldn't help to get it in. I love that.
I still had to get a Winks mention in there, just to rattle him, Dave. But
he's gone off to bed happy as Larry now, so he has. He's gone off.
Big up to Chris, everybody.
Oh, the old lad, yeah. End them fat ass. That was a blast from the past. End them bell end them donuts. End them lard ass. The names go on. He's a clown. He's a clown. And I don't care what he done at Napoli. He played about 3 minutes every single game after eating pancakes in the dugout. I don't want to see him anymore. No room in the new squad for this guy. But look, we're going to keep this moving. We've still got 4 guests to get to. So let's start getting on. We've got Kay, who's been very, very patient. Let's get him on and let's see what he has to say. Kay, how are you keeping?
I'm doing well. How are you guys doing?
Oh, we're all good, brother. We're all good,
nice
my man.
Nice to meet you guys.
No, it's good to meet you, man. Thank you for being so patient.
No problem.
Look,
a season of pain, and now we get to see you. What's on your mind?
It's been a long time, guys. Long time. I should have been on a long time ago, to be honest with you.
Yeah, you should have. You should have. No excuses for it, lad. But look, where are you from? Where are you from?
I'm from the UK.
Whereabouts?
So, literally east of London, about quite a few miles out, but just along the Thames. So
yeah. Oh, down Brad Matthew and Johnny Stokes way. I love that. I love that. Man. I love that.
East Coast.
Do you get to go to games regularly?
Well, I've tried to, but it just costs too much nowadays,
Yeah, it is.
It's £80, £90 per ticket. Absolutely ridiculous.
It's absolute madness, my man. It's absolutely crazy.
Honestly.
But you know what? Hopefully, if we can get over for a game next year, if we deem it worthy enough to pay for, hopefully we can meet up with you and get you to a game as well. That'd be absolutely awesome.
Yeah, that'd be amazing. Yeah.
But look, first time on, I'm not going to bombard you with questions. Let's see where you take this. What do you want to talk about, brother?
Look, I just want to say it's been all negative all season. How many games we lost this season? Worst offensive record in absolutely ages. So I just wanted to praise, what was it, the under-16s and under-18s for how amazing they've been, winning their Premier Leagues, I think.
That was a highlight for sure.
Premier League Cups.
Exactly, yeah. I just want to praise them because it's like, I personally don't remember Spurs winning a trophy. I've supported them for all my life, so 17 years. I don't remember the 2009 Carabao Cup or Carling Cup we won because I was 4. So, but yeah.
So look, man, is there any players from them underage teams then that maybe you have a keen eye on that you think genuinely will succeed at Tottenham?
Alfie Dorrington.
Yes,
I reckon he's going to be a good centre back.
Dorrington in.
Yeah, Dorrington in.
What is it you like about him?
He's just good, isn't he?
Yeah.
Good
on the ball, I feel like, right?
Good on the ball, yeah. A bit like Longley, maybe. Who else? Craig brothers. Hopefully they can start coming in soon. I think they're Scottish, I think.
Are they? Interesting.
I don't know, to be honest, but I just, there's quite a few youngsters out there. We've got Alfie Devine, who's currently playing for the England under-20s, having a good World Cup so far. He's probably one of our best youngsters. Dane Scarlett, obviously, he's at Portsmouth. We've got an exciting future with young players. We seem to bring in, good youngsters, or we buy them off of like Chelsea and stuff. But it's just there's no pathway, as lots of people have said recently, because you bring in managers like Mourinho and Conte. They're by now managers, aren't they? And it's like they don't really develop youngsters like Poch or Schlott or Nagelsmann. So it's like, what's the point in bringing them in?
Yeah.
Do
you know what?
Funny thing I've noticed actually about the academy, just quickly, Dave and Kay, is that Spurs Academy is actually the amount of people we've produced for the attack that have either gone wasted or have gone to other clubs is impressive, I must say, because we continue to produce very good attackers. You look at Marcus Edwards, you look at the guy Romain Mundel that's about to leave. I think even Dylan Marcondi, right, is another one that's just left. Also as well, even Madueke. And then now even we have Scarlett as well as Donnelly that are coming through the academy. What's kind of funny is Spurs seem to produce a factory, good attackers.
Yeah, it's just constant.
It'd be nice
cycle.
to get more Dorringtons though.
Yeah. Also another one, Troy Parrott. How old is he? 20, 21?
Yeah, 21.
Devine, like you mentioned, is another
Devine,
attacker.
these players have just been unlucky, Troy Parrott just hasn't had a chance. You got to give these players, the chances in. And this is what I was thinking as well, Conference League. It's a good place to give youngsters the chance, but we haven't got a manager which would probably bring in, which develops these youngsters.
Mm.
You know, we've constantly, I think after the Poch period, we were thinking about, you know, bringing in these win now managers as if they were going to win by magic. You know, Daniel Levy was probably thinking, oh, we've got such great players that could get to a Champions League final. We'll just bring in Mourinho or Conte and he'd win with them. But he doesn't realise, you know, you have to buy different players for those managers' systems to work. And it's just like, it's lack of planning, lack of vision. It's just led us to now, really, to be honest with you.
Yeah, and it's absolutely crazy as well. Like, it's like, the thing is, right, you've got a group of players there, especially the core group, right? The guys that span from Pochettino here to now. They're used to the Poch way. And when you hear words coming out lately, Ryan Mason talking about getting back to the Poch standards and, you know, all that sort of stuff. Harry Kane also alluded to it and that as well. And it's like, you know, how is any manager supposed to come in here and stamp his own style, his culture, and his philosophy when the players don't want anything but Pochettino standards? So then, if that's the case, you get that guy back in here. I can't believe we let him go to Chelsea. But, you know, you like, for instance, like we've hired, like you said, we've hired a Conte and a Jose Mourinho, right? They walk into rich clubs who just fund them what they need, gold winners, trophies. They come into Tottenham, it's like, we're not going to do that. We just want you to manage what we've got, even though they don't want you, they want back what they previously had. How are they supposed to set a culture if you're not going to move that on so that new players coming in here, you know, have no say on that and they just go with what that culture, that manager is saying? And that's another reason why, you know, especially Jose Mourinho has struggled. Conte's a little bit different because he got a few signings and stuff like that. But Mourinho, you know, how is he ever going to succeed when them players are pining for Pochettino? But look, what manager do you want in the door next? You brought up manager. You spoke about bringing in a manager that, you know, wants to play with the likes of some of these youngsters or push some of them through. So what manager have you got your eye on?
No, I got invested in Slot. You know, I looked at how he develops youngsters instead of buying those ready now players like Mourinho and Conte. And I thought, you know, maybe it could provide a pathway for these youngsters. But also I was thinking, you know, there's reports of Arne Slot being able to deal with, you know, chairman's antics, if you will, like Daniel Levy's antics, where he gets cheap signings or he doesn't get a player he wants. You know, like if Arne Slot was given a Jed Spence or sort of playing that of that caliber, a young player, you know, he might be able to get something out of him. Whereas Conte was like, I need quality. And so also I heard he's a really good one-to-one manager, like a Mourinho. So I was really impressed by that. I heard his tactics for like Pep Guardiola's, how he used inverted fullbacks or wing backs. And obviously I love his system, you know, Gegenpress style system, like a Poch or I think a Nagelsmann also uses that sort of system. So I was just like, it's positive after positive after positive. I heard another Spurs channel say they attack with like 4, 5 or 6 attackers at once, you know, which was really positive, and that they what's happened there? It went dark for a second there. That they also build up through the midfield, so players like Basuma, Pape Sarr and Bentancur could probably get used more. But again, it comes down to this thing where, you know, if you play such a system, you need strong centre backs who are good on the ball.
Yeah,
and we don't have that.
Great points, though, that you all made there.
Yeah.
So do you feel like what you're saying is you want to see Spurs go back to what you probably feel like you can identify with more as attacking on the front foot football, but it also comes with the caveat of like improving the center backs, you know, at the same time.
Definitely.
You want to see 6 attackers forward, but you also want to see good center backs back there too.
I mean, you simply can't play with 6 attackers if you've got Davies and Dyer defending. You know, if you blow a gust of wind, they'll fall over immediately, let alone the ball flying up their face. So what's the point? You know, you need to some I think Arne Slot holds like a high line, you know, a high defensive line, like an like a what's his name, the Aston Villa manager, Emery, yeah, like he played against us. Also, I was going to say, Mason got absolutely tactically outclassed against Emery. Honestly, we couldn't break them down. I was thinking, you got to do like from wing back, so like a left wing back over the top to like a right winger, over the top that way. Because if you go straight on, you're just gonna run into their goalkeeper. It's just he got totally tactically outclassed. But I was also thinking with Conte's system, we pressed with the attackers and the midfielders, but we sort of didn't with the defense to protect it. And I feel like that's maybe where his system also didn't work. It's counterintuitive to play a defensive system and then, play with Dyer and Davies and Sanchez, who are championship quality at best. So,
yeah, I think. Look, Conte's probably biggest problem looking at on it. He probably should have just said, look, Dyer, Sanchez, they're a load of wank. Bring up Alfie Darlington and just put them in there. Make a statement, stop, putting guys out there that are just going to let you down time and time and time again. I think in hindsight, hopefully Conte has learned from that and brings that with him going forward, my man. But Kay,
exactly.
It's been an absolute pleasure meeting you, my man. Hopefully
pleasure
it's
meeting
not
you guys
the last
as well.
time. Look, hopefully it's not the last time we see you, man. I really enjoyed this conversation.
Yeah, so certainly sure won't be. I don't know when I'll be on next, but I should have been on 2 years ago, to be honest with you. I've been lurking in the shadows.
Well,
busy summer ahead. Maybe you can help us this summer, my man.
Definitely.
Busy summer ahead. Maybe you can have some, ideas with certain players you like,
exactly.
And also as well players to get rid of too. Got to think
I'll be
about
doing
that.
my research. First one to get out is Sanchez and Dyer. Awful.
Spot on. Absolutely spot on, my man. Don't be lurking down in them shadows. Get 2 feet
involved. No more.
We've got, if you want to get in contact, feel free to email us, my man, and we can sort something out. We've got a group chat there if you want to, participate in that and stuff like that. But make sure this is the last time we see you around here, all right?
It certainly won't be. See you guys soon. Have a good one.
Good man, Kate.
See you soon, brother.
See you soon.
Oh, Jack, do you know
That's
what?
Nice to hear. That's nice.
Yeah, it is. It's great to see new people. By the way, Darren, get in the back end, my man. You're next, so get in there. I'm going to give you a minute or two, and then we've got Hotspur, and then we have Dermatron as well. But look, big up, Kay. Great seeing you, brother. Absolute great seeing you, my man. Thank you for coming on, and it's great to see new people. So big yourself up. We'll go Paul next. If Darren or if Anthony comes in, we'll get him on straight after Paul. Paul Brown said,
Anthony. Yeah,
Anthony. Yeah. Paul Brown says, Dave and Jack, cheers for the passion and knowledge, etc., etc. Look, I really appreciate that, my man. Look, some people would say different. Some people would say Dave has zero ball knowledge whatsoever. But I'm glad you see it, my man. I'm glad that you see that I do have some ball knowledge. I appreciate that. And look, likewise, Paul Brown, thank you for all your support. I mean, I remember speaking to you through Twitter 2 years ago, brother. 2 years ago. It's absolute madness. So it's good to see you, brother. And thank you very much for your
Paul. Also as well, I must be honest, Paul, there have been times when Dave and I have gone into various subjects or various managers or players or whatever with no knowledge whatsoever. But in the space of 48 hours, we've read almost every article, looked at every, bit of bio that you could, within that space of time. And I've seen Dave especially pretty much just unload, pretty much pages and pages of information about, a guy, and then sort of dissect it from there and be able to, have, even if we're not experts, at least have some sort of guy, some sort of, evidence or some sort of, facts to, work with when we go into whatever, new subject that might be coming about. Sometimes it's been all for nothing. That's probably one of the biggest things about, sometimes, this sort of content creation is that you get a big rumor that makes it look like it, it's very true and there's big sources behind it. And then it's also all for nothing. But at the end of the day, I think, it's at least we come at things, with a, an approach to try to get the full picture. Pick up.
For sure. Big up, Paul. Like I said, thank you for acknowledging that I do have some sort of knowledge. I appreciate that. That made me go to sleep happy, my man. Big yourself up, Paul. Really appreciate that. And big yourself up, Kay. Everyone, Kay, just quickly, some people are saying absolutely fantastic debut, brother. And like I said, hopefully we see more of you around here, young man. And big up Tequila as well. Make sure you get them skinny jeans back out, brother. Make sure they come back out.
Augustman's not over.
No, it's not. It's not. But look, let's keep this moving. We've got 2 guests left, unless Anthony comes into the back end. I've texted him, so let's see. But let's get on the one and only Paul from Down Under.
There he is.
Big up, Paul.
Hey! Oh, come on, Jack. Ting up Ange Postecoglou. How you going, boys?
Is it the summer of Ange?
Oh, it's coming. He's gonna be bounding down the M1 in his armored van full of medals.
Paul, look. You're a massive Ange enthusiast. So we
I
haven't
thought I'd just get it out of the way, man. I'll get it out of the way. We can talk about anything now.
No, I want to speak to you a bit about Ange because it's something different that we haven't spoke about today, and his name has been in the frame. Now, look, I know you watched Celtics title-winning stuff and Ange Postecoglou's speech and stuff like that. Hasn't came out and said he's staying. What's your gut feeling?
Sorry, what was that last bit, Dave?
He never come out and said he was staying or gave full clarification of his future. So what's your gut feeling on the guy?
Oh, my gut feeling is coming down, man. Just on the weekend, I was looking at some old Ange stuff, and he did this interview just after he won the J League championship with Yokohama. And in his answers, he said things like, his main thing is he likes to take something in disarray and build it. So, I mean, where else could he go apart from Tottenham? I think he's coming, man. Like every morning I get up and I just check Twitter, dreading seeing that fucking corner flag come up with Spurs thinks Postecoglou's a knob end or something like that. So, but the other thing is, and this is kind of almost scientific, is that every time Ben and Sim on We Are Tottenham TV have done like we're going to get Slot, this is how we can play, or this is Nagelsmann, this is how we can play. The next day has come out the announcement we're not interested. But I did that. I did a Postecoglou thing on their channel 2 days ago now. No news from Tottenham. So come on.
Yeah.
No red X.
Who knows? But you know what, by the way, actually, that was a fantastic insight on Ange Postecoglou. So I do recommend anybody out there who maybe, isn't up to date on Ange Postecoglou, wants to find out more. Ben and Paul had a really good chat. Paul, really sold Ange Postecoglou, but Ben actually really pushed back on some things, and Paul had some good answers for it. So please do get over there and check that out on Ange Postecoglou. It was very good insight on that, Paul.
Or you can check out the video I did on IrishHotspur, because I'm pretty much saying the same shit on that one as well. So
yeah, true.
What do you think? What would you say? Maybe just quickly on Ange, though. In all seriousness, though, what do you think is like maybe something that isn't said enough? Like, there are 1,000 things that we probably hear 1,000 times about Ange, right? Paul. But what do you think is maybe just quickly like one thing that maybe isn't said enough, like something that maybe isn't good enough light?
Well, one thing I was just a thought popped into my head while I was waiting to come on there, and it's about Ange's age, 57. And I actually think that might be a benefit, because you've got to be that old to remember when Spurs were good. And I kind of mean that half seriously. So if he was like born in if he was like born in 65, then he would have been growing up, and like the only games you see over in Australia at that time would have been the FA Cup final. So he would have been like teenager, seeing Ricky Villa, seeing all that, seeing the big pomp. So big games. So at least he knows the history of Tottenham. Like if someone's 30 years old, I mean, what the Tottenham? No, they're that shit team that don't win anything. But he would remember us before those times. So I think it's a little something.
Well, Paul, Danny
like
comes up with it was. Danny comes up with another pushback on Ange Postecoglou. So I'll tell you what, we have Paul here for 10 minutes. So everybody, get in. If there's anything, if there's anything,
give me your best shot.
If there's anything that basically you're not sure about Ange on, or maybe you want to push back on, get them in and we'll put them to Paul. How's that? So look, Danny says, the tactical difference between the leagues in Japan, Australia, and Scotland to England is immense. And when Ange got up to when Ange got to go up against high tactical coaches in the Champions League, he got schooled. And Jack also sort of has that reservation about, Champions League, what went on in Champions League. So can you clarify it?
Okay, so look, I would disagree that, there's tactical differences between those leagues. Football's football, no matter where you go, I think. It's just the standard, I guess, you're talking about. In the Champions League, and I use the matches against Real Madrid. They didn't do too well against Shakhtar, I'll give you that. But they were on the front foot. They hit the post and had so many chances, and that's what they rely on, scoring goals, right? So if a couple had gone in, it would have been a different game. The problem is it got to about the 60th, 70th minute, and they hadn't scored, and that's kind of when they ran out of steam, because it's a real high-pressing, win the ball back at all costs kind of attack that they have. So it was fine margins in Champions League. Look, I still say that despite the results, Celtic were far more entertaining in the Champions League than Tottenham were. Just the excitement. They really were. And look, it's the first. It was such a big turnaround he's had in that team. A few players in from the J League he brought in. That would have been the first time they'd have played teams like that standard. So I think if he does stay at Celtic for another year, and I think there'll be a lot better show in Champions League. And what it comes down to me is this: I think Celtic right now would play Tottenham Hotspur off the park.
I don't disagree with that. I've watched Celtic last year an awful lot, and they do play high octane energy on the front foot football. It is relentless, and when you've got some of the players that we've got, especially across that back line, it's hard to disagree, especially when you see that teams have outrun us, all season long. We won't move in and out of possession of the ball. So, Ange Postecoglou Celtic probably would beat Tottenham. I agree with that. Sorry, Jack.
We've seen Jesse Marsh's Leeds, score 3 or 4 goals against us at home. We've seen Gary O'Neill's Bournemouth, score 3 or 4 goals against us at home. Wouldn't put it past me to see Celtics and Postecoglou put 5 or 6, honestly, past us. I feel like and also, like, you're right, with the Real Madrid game, they really did. Absolutely put dents into the woodwork, that game. It was like a very strange game of like them just missing opportunities. But then like it's met with, he showed up against Real Madrid and like showed that Celtic can play at that level. But then it's like the following week, like I said, they come up against Shakhtar and it's like, they just completely, like kind of Danny said, got weirdly outclassed, by what were inferior players, like, or maybe not even outclassed, but just at least inferior players, making, giving them a lot, much more struggle. So it's a confusing one where it's like, against certain teams, right, he looked great, but then against a team that you thought he would dominate, maybe he didn't do as good, and that's always a confusing,
and I think like if I think it's an English thing as well. It's the Scottish league is shit. Every league is shit apart from the Premier League, and I think that comes from old historical rivalries and just what's in the zeitgeist of soccer talk, but I think that comes from a lot of people that don't watch these leagues. I watch a fair bit. I watch a fair bit of Scottish football. I watched a fair bit of J League when Ange was at Yokohama, and it was great football. So I don't think you should bag it so much until you've watched it a bit more.
That's a fair point. I like that. Good arguments there.
For instance, like if people in England were to draw up a list of best footballers in the world, they'd all miss out on Jimmy Johnson. And I'll tell you what, if you want to settle back with a glass of schnapps in the afternoon, go and look at YouTube and look at Jimmy Johnson highlights for Celtic. He was an incredible player that people just don't seem to have heard of in England.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
for sure. He was nippy. He was a good player. But Paul, we've got some other questions for you, my man. Other people want some more insight, so let's keep this going. First of all, Tim Falcao, he just wants to thank you, for your insights this season, and he just says he's really enjoyed them. In fact, he's gone as far as saying he loves them, Paul.
Oh, well, that's nice, man. If he's any relation to Mark Falco, that's quite an honour, man. He's got a little bit of blood in there or whatever. I'll take that. Thanks, man.
I asked him yesterday, and he said he wasn't. But
fuck, it doesn't matter. He's still got the same name. It's still cool.
So big up, Tim, my man. I really appreciate that. We've got Neil G. He says, has Ange Postecoglou and Scott Munn worked together before?
I don't think so. And here's the thing.
I thought he worked for two different Citigroup clubs. It wasn't Yokohama or whatever club. Wasn't that a Citigroup club? And then also the club he worked for in Australia, Citigroup club.
No,
I don't know if they worked directly together, but I believe they were under the Citigroup ownership both.
I think it was Melbourne Victory. So that wasn't. There was Melbourne Heart. That became Melbourne City. So I don't think he was there. Yokohama, I don't know. And look, I'm not bigging up Ange just because, you know, one of my three nationalities is Australia, because Scott Munn is not someone who excites me at all. You know, he's just a football admin, jobs for the boys, private school, not a football guy. I don't give a shit about Scott Munn, but Ange is a proper football guy. I mean, what do you have to do, right? You know, you play South Melbourne, you win a league. You captain South Melbourne, you win a league. You take over the management, you win a league. Then you go to the Australian youth setup. You don't qualify for the World Cup. You get hounded out by the press. So he was on rock bottom. He thought his career was finished. Did a couple of years managing little clubs. Brisbane Roar, total dog shit. Get him in. Champions.
What did you call them?
Oh, well, Ange turned them into Raw Salona. That's not me. That's what they were called over here, man. That wasn't me. I didn't come up with that one. Then he goes to the Australian national team. Asian champions, thank you very much. Australia fucks him around, so he leaves, goes to the J League, Yokohama. They've not won in 15 years. Champions, hey! Goes to Celtic in disarray. Champions, cups. And then we at Tottenham say, oh no, I want Nagelsmann, who's managed in fucking God knows what for 2 years with his skinny jeans, or Slot in the Eredivisie. I mean, come on.
I love it. Well, Paul, we've got 3 more questions for you, my man, and then after that, we may let you go. But that Barcelona, honestly, I was in absolutely stitches when I heard it, man. I was in such a foul humor as well. And then I just said I was roaring around laughing. It was brilliant. Hopefully, we can become Spurs alone underneath it. But look, we've got 3 more questions for you from people out there, Paul. We've got one from David Lew. He says, I don't think our players will buy into Ange. I think bringing him in means we would be doing a complete rebuild and expect Son and Kane to leave. What would you say to that?
Oh, no. If you know your history, my friend, in 2015, Australia beat South Korea in the Asian Cup final. Sonny scored for South Korea, and then after the game was crying like a little baby because Ange beat him. So Sonny knows Ange is the real deal. He really does.
So there you are, David. So you know, Sonny will definitely know that. Yeah.
It was just before he signed for Spurs. I think he was at Bayer Leverkusen at the moment, but yeah.
Love it. Anthony Ferris says, who from Celtic would Ange bring in with him? I like the look of Kyogo. I think he's brilliant.
Kyogo, he's got such a great personality. He's a little fizzer on the pitch, you know.
What about
Jota? Sorry?
Jota, do you think he could bring him with him? Jota.
Jota looks good. I'd have question marks over the pair of them, whether they'd be good enough for the Premier League. I'm not sure. Maybe they are, maybe they're not. I mean, one guy. What? Sorry?
I think Kyogo would be. When I watch him, he's got it. That guy.
He's on it, isn't he? He's on it.
Just make sure I'm not getting mixed up. I'm not talking about the guy that plays up front that runs around like a lunatic. I'm on about the moppy-haired guy.
Yeah,
the moppy-haired guy is Jota.
No,
Kyogo.
The Japanese guy, that's Kyogo, the guy with the moppy hair.
He has the dyed hair. Yeah, he has the dyed hair.
Kyogo, yeah. Well, you know what? I mean, Cameron Carter-Vickers as a centre-back this year for Celtic has been outstanding. Believe it or not, he's been outstanding. And, you know, maybe he's not the standard we want him to be, but he's better than what we've got, way better than what we've got. So, you know.
Does that say more, though, about maybe just Ange's coaching than it does really about Cameron Carter-Vickers, maybe?
Yeah, it probably does. Probably does. I mean,
I don't know. Cameron Carter-Vickers he's been in and out. Like he's been okay for certain teams, but he's never been that great even on most of his loan spells. But now he's under Ange and he's looking a lot better, supposedly.
Absolutely. And also Joe Hart, who, we were all thumbing our noses at. He's had a good season at Celtic as well. Yeah. And it sounded like it was pretty much from the phone call. I heard Joe Hart say in an interview, it was Ange called him and just said, I want you up here. He said, what was it? He said, you need to hear this. You're a good keeper, and I believe in you. And look what happens.
Do you know what? That was on the Ben Foster podcast. The Foster.
That's right.
Yeah, absolutely incredible interview, especially about how Joe Hart left Tottenham. And then if anyone wants an insight into Ange, it's another good podcast to listen to. Actually, Jack, I'll get on it, my man. Get on it, lad. Nick, and then this is the last one from Nick Paul, and then we have to let you go, my man. He says, question for Paul: what would Ange need from Tottenham to succeed in the next 24 months, and what level of finish would you expect?
Okay, so I mean, it's the same as other people say. We need a goalkeeper, a centre back, and a left back. I think further up the pitch, you've got options. You could have, Dogie and Porro. They could be wingers. We got options up front. So what Ange tends to do is he'll get us playing better. So you'll start to see, changes in the way we play. Now, whether that will translate through to results, it might not. Like, for example, in his first season at Yokohama, it was a bit average, but he was building, getting his philosophy in, and then they just took off in the second season. At Celtic, for the first few months, wasn't quite up until Christmas. It was just short of Christmas. Again, average results, but the fans were buying into it because they could see what he was trying to do. So I'd imagine that, maybe 3 players in the summer, then see how we're going, be patient. Then in January, then it's up to him to fill in the gaps. And I'd say his first season at Spurs, look, I think top 4. I don't know about that because we're a bit off that. I think that would be a hell of an achievement if he got up to top 4. It might be even the same place we are this year. But I'm willing to stomach that because I think it would be entertaining football, and then we'll be able to see him grow from there and maybe have some good cup runs. I can't see Ange chucking away a chance at winning any trophy at all. He'll be up for it.
Yeah, his attitude says that to me too.
Well, Paul, before we let you go, brother, first of all, I want to say a massive thank you to you because, I said this to you yesterday anyway, but just for so many people out there, because I know so many other people have said it to me, even though it's been a shit season, somehow you keep putting a smile on people's faces, my man. And that's an incredible thing to have. And I want to say thank you very much for all the work that you do for myself and Jack, coming on, sharing your opinions, all the pre-match build-ups and everything else. And I know it hasn't been easy, so I want to say a massive thank you to you for all the time you've given me and Jack this season and the friendship as well, my man. So thank you very much, Paul.
Dude, I mean, I've enjoyed coming on. I enjoyed watching you before I sort of stuck my head above the fence, and it makes a big difference to me. I don't know Spurs fans here. I don't go out to pubs and watch the games because it's like stupid hours and I can't be asked, to be honest. So it's nice to have a little bit of company, and your watch-alongs have been fantastic. I'm personally very happy for Sean Butler, who got his revenge from when he was 8 years old, a Leeds United fan threw a Coke can at his head, and now they've been relegated. So I'm very happy for Sean. And it's silly, dumb shit like that you like to hear more than the commentators on the TV. That's why I always go for your watch-alongs. But it's given me something to look forward to. Just okay, what am I doing tonight? I'll get ready for the build-up and talk Spurs shit. And I've loved every minute of it. And I think you two do a fantastic job. You're nearly at 10K, and once you get the 10K, 100K's around the corner, man. It's all exponential bullshit on the internet, man. So, you know, you'll be cool. But
just quickly, Paul, I just want to say thank you, though.
Thanks for giving me a little. Thanks for giving me a little homie. I've really enjoyed chatting with you lot. Even though Jack's got a fucking red cross out for Ange. Fuck you, Jack.
I think this has been your season, Paul. Like it's been a terrible season, but I think you've like come out and like a lot of people have come to get to know you and come to get to love you. And I think you're here to stay, hopefully. And also I must remember too that when I also went out to London and everything with Nick as well, I remember you sent me a message, you know, wishing me luck for, and I know you knew that was going to be, you know, a lot to ask to beat AC Milan. The vibes weren't good. And I remember you sort of sent me a message on those lines of just sort of like, you know, seeing Spurs at the end of the day is, you know, something to be happy about. Cause I don't know, you gave me that sort of perspective as well, you know, ahead of that, you know, rough week. And it was a nice message that you sent. So thank you.
Oh, no worries, man. Jack, it's, you know,
we're all in season.
We're all in it together. But you know, just on the last note, I'm in a good mood. Ange is still on the cards, and look, we did win on the weekend. You know, I know it was a shit season. I know I would feel personally a lot worse if we had gone up there and lost. So at least we fucking won a game away from home. That's something.
Yeah. Yeah, no, look, it's we broke the away form trend anyway, you know, it was like, what, fucking animal away from home since January. It's absolutely crazy, my man. Crazy.
Hey, look, don't listen to me, listen to your old man here. Listen to your old man. Here we go. I mean, you know, he's got a lot of sins to make up for by making you a Spurs fan at the wrong time in Spurs history, but, you know, he's on the right track here now.
Do you know what? I listen to my outline when it comes to midfielders. Well, not defenders, but midfielders. You know, he likes starting, so I can't get with that. But
got the outlaws approval.
When it comes to midfielders and managers, to be fair, I do give him a listen. I do. And do you know what? He's another one that really enjoys you, Paul. He loves you.
Ange will be our best manager since Terry Venables. That's what I'll put out there.
I hope so. Well, look, everybody, it's not goodbye with Paul. It's only see you later because, you know, we will be having this guy on for a lot more content throughout the summer. So, Paul, thank you for making this channel what it is. You've been a massive part of it. And we'll speak again soon, brother.
No worries. Come on, you Spurs.
Come on, you Spurs. See you later, Paul.
Cheers, man.
Watch out for the next. Do you know what we'll do, Paul? When we sign Ange Postecoglou, we'll put a big red X across the thumbnail.
Well, dude, you know what? I
deal agreed.
In the last couple of days, I've written a song, so hopefully, I've got my power chord guitarist coming around on Friday. Hopefully, we'll knock something up, and if Ange comes, then you know, might do a premiere of the song on your show, maybe. I don't know. It depends if it's shit or not.
Anything, Ange Postecoglou. If we sign him, you've got to promise me we're first.
No worries, man. Yeah.
Love it. Big up, Paul, my man. Thank you very much. And we'll speak again soon.
Cheers, man, dude.
Big up, Paul.
Love it. Do you know what? I absolutely love that man. I love him. He just makes me smile. I love him. He's such a gent. That was a nice touch, by the way, giving you a message when you're so deflated after the AC Milan game. Just saying,
he sent it before I left, and I believe he sent one to me after, if I recall. But he sent one before I even left, like on the trip. It was like literally while I was getting on the plane, like on AC Milan. He sent me like a text, like, you know, best of luck to you. I know, because Dave, I think that was post Sheffield United, right? Like that was like it was entering a rough, you know, like we knew it wasn't going to be good. Like there was bad vibes all around, and like just sent me a message saying, just, you know, live it all up, you know, enjoy every minute. And I think I did, you know, and it was just, you know, it was very touching. Big up, Paul.
Incredible. Big up, Paul. That's brilliant. Big up Ben Dallo as well. And he says, actually, just make sure I'm pronouncing that correct. Is it Dallo? Let me know in the chat. Actually, no, I'm just going to screw that. We're just going to call you Ben. That's easier. He says, big up Dave and Jack for such amazing coverage this season. I can't imagine having gone through it without you guys. Best Spurs channel on here by far. And once we've sorted the manager, I can't wait to go through next season's journey together with you both. Hopefully it's more bearable on the pitch this season. Big love, chaps. And also maybe next season I'll come on a fan show if you guys will have me be meaning to for a while. Of course we will, Ben. Look, this is what these platforms are for Spurs fans to air their opinions. You know, not what the media want to tell us what Spurs fan thinks and everything. These platforms are so Spurs fans can actually hear what Spurs fans are saying. So, Ben, this platform is always here for you anytime you want to come on and have your conversation on these fan shows, my man. And again, thank you for the really, really kind words, my man. It really does mean a lot. And it just keeps myself and Jack going, you know, even through tough times when it's like, Jack, I don't know if I could continue just doing this content all the time because it's so shit at the minute. Because, like, you know, with Tottenham and everything else, it's just a hard slog. It's mentally taxing and stuff like that. But, you know, it's you remember then there's so many people out there that, you know, you brighten their day or they want to hear your thoughts and stuff like that. And it really sort of gives us the up and go. So, my man, I really appreciate that, brother. Jack, anything you want to say, Ben?
I was going to say, Ben is, I guess, a guy that appreciates going through the slog with people. And maybe that's what we've kind of come to realize is as much as it's been a slog for us, Dave, there are a lot of people going through the slog too. And they just need other people to chat to, other people to talk to, or they just need something to watch or click on to just get a bit of relief, right, from what has been a bad season. And there have been also positives. Like I think we've taken advantage, especially being a happy clapper myself. I've taken advantage of any of the positives that I've been given this season, but it's been a hard slog. And I think anybody that's, you know, stuck along with us, you know, I just appreciate you all because I guess, yeah, you just have to stick together in all of it, right? You just have to sort of just get, and also there's been a lot of good humor. There's been a lot of good, you know, it's not like it's been doom and gloom the entire time. I think we've made good, you know, jokes and good sort of light of all of it and have sort of seen, the positives when we can as well. So big up, Ben.
Yeah, big up, Ben, my man. I really appreciate that. A lot of love for Paul in the chat there as well. The Outland even loves him. That's a compliment, trust me. You know, when the Outland loves him, big up that. And then Coy's Bob says, get Jack down to Coolers. If I get him down there, you know, he won't go home to New York. So we can't do that, Coy's. We can't do that, my man. Big yourself up. And yeah, we're still live. Look, Spurs fans want to have their say. We've got two guests left, and we've got Anthony, and then we have Dermatron. So these, and I just must stress, these are the last two guests we are taking for this evening. We've already been at 4 hours and 15 minutes. So yeah, these are the last two. I'd love to give much more, but honestly, your boy's a big boy and he needs feeding. So you know, I have to have food. But look, let's get on the next guest. I like this guy, Sweat. I haven't seen him in quite a while, actually.
Taking a good photo together.
With the AC Milan game as well. It's Anthony. How are you keeping, sir?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Nice to see you both again. I'm surprised you two weren't at Beyonce tonight.
I was. Did you not see the
Daniel
picture?
Forgot to leave us
tickets. With the binoculars.
Yeah. So no, I just wanted to come in and say hello. Basically, yeah, I haven't been on in a while, and I haven't seen the two. Well, I've seen Jack, of course, at the Nottingham Forest game, and yeah, it's been a disappointing year, hasn't it, fellas? It's been such high hopes, and we were coming off the Arsenal game, and we were really, really excited about this year, and then it just sort of fell flat, you know. The contest football was very, very predictable, wasn't it? And it was dull as well. And then obviously we all know what happened with Conte, and then Levy made a couple of bad moves. So it's just been really, really disappointing, and it's hard to know now where Spurs are going because there's that many questions about directors of football and Kane and managers. And I was reading the thing about Leicester last night on The Athletic. It was by Rob Tanner, and he was talking about how Leicester sort of lost the run of themselves a bit with bad planning and bad decision making, and sort of keeping hold of fellas past their sell-by date. And I was like, you know what? This could be Spurs. You know, Spurs aren't just at that level yet, obviously, but very, very easily could be Spurs. So apologies, lads. I'm not coming on all positive and all happy clappy, but I definitely think Spurs could be in peril danger, you know.
It's a new thing to talk about, though, Dave. I appreciate what Anthony's done here, right? It's a new sort of thing, and I think we've chatted to death a lot of sort of the stuff about the season and everything. And what you've just said there, like you said, is it's not like Spurs are there tomorrow or anything, but a lot of the things are like or characteristics you would describe of Spurs' situation. And like, it just shows we're not too far away from slipping. Anybody's capable. Everton, such a huge club, have fallen to that state. Leicester, from winning a league title and being in the Champions League and winning FA Cups, fall to that sort of state. So it's an interesting point.
Talked a wee bit about the article. I'm not sure if you've seen it, lads, but he talked about the new training ground at Leicester and how it was state of the art, but actually it was a far cry from the training ground that won the Premier League, and maybe lacking character, and boys didn't maybe see each other as much, and maybe from a team building element that sort of came back against them. So there's a lot of questions now. I have renewed my season ticket, but we'll just have to give this season a go. I was over at the Brentford game last week, and was over at Nottingham Forest as well, and I enjoy going over and really, really shout for Spurs, but it's been tough now. I found the Brentford game quite tough because in the second half, the crowd just went very, very quiet, and the players probably weren't given the crowd much to shout about either, fellas. So it's been it was a difficult game, so hopefully Kane will stay another year, sign a new contract. I'm in two minds about that one. Simon Jordan on TalkSport this morning said, he could see him sign a new contract. And then obviously Pochettino going to Chelsea today. And that sort of really turns the screw in Levy now. I'd feel that Pochettino going to Chelsea, I just thought it was crazy. Spurs fans singing for him in the stadium. Jesus Perez came out with a tweet. The laptop tweet that it was like a come get me plea, really, I thought. And then obviously they've signed for the boys up the road. So Levy's in a tricky one now. I think Levy's really, really tricky situation now,
100% agree with you. 100% agree with you. And like you said, like there's similarities with Leicester, right? The sort of with Jamie Vardy, they took him out of the team, but them goals just weren't there from everybody else. You sort of come to that situation with Kane where he could be gone this summer. You take him out of the team. Can things get drastically that bad? Because Leicester's defence have also declined over the years, just like ours have. So there's a lot of similarities there with Leicester. But also, like you said, fans wanted Pochettino. He would have brought himself time if he brought Pochettino in here. He was like putty in his hands. He was begging to come back. Why didn't we bring him back?
Oh, I think maybe from the stuff I've read, I think Mrs. Cullen on the board, I think she had felt that maybe Pochettino had lost his sparkle a wee bit after being sacked out of Spurs and the PSG sort of job as well. I don't think the board would like to admit that they were wrong about sacking Pochettino and bringing him back. Might admit that as well. I think those are two or three things I can sort of think of now. I certainly think that maybe the team now compared to the team Pochettino had, there's a big difference,
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, it's
I was thinking about this, since you are a match going fan yourself there, Anthony. The vibe, of course, going into games, hasn't been that great. And the vibe, going into next season is going to need to be good, for Spurs fans to really, get behind it. Do you worry that Daniel might not realize, and of course we're calling him on a first name basis now because he's asked us to with all of his signs off. But do you feel like, like I said, like he needs to bring in some big signings? He needs to bring in a manager that the fans can get behind, because the vibe could well be still toxic by the time, the new season arrives. Like, it's not like it's going to go away.
I wouldn't have felt that I was a big Levy out man up until the last couple of weeks, where I've been like, this needs to change, and like the players need to accept a huge amount of responsibility too. Like 6-1 up in Newcastle, down tools. Lucas Moura's mistakes against Liverpool and Everton as well have been poor too. So people say it can't get worse, but actually it can get a lot worse. I would feel for Levy, for Spurs. I can imagine going to the stadium next year. Spurs aren't going well. There could be 45,000 people at it. You know what I mean? So, in terms of new managers, like directors of football or sporting directors or whatever you want to call them, I wouldn't have a huge idea about that, to be honest with you. Managers wise, Ange Postecoglou, Arne Slot, Nagelsmann. Nagelsmann's probably the most exciting name, and he's sexy and he's young, and he probably has all the. He wears skinny jeans. He wears skinny jeans, but I just as Postecoglou and Slot probably for me would fit into that same sort of bracket. Has won titles in leagues that maybe it's not a huge amount of competition in, but I'm in the Celtic gene pool, let's say it, up here in County Down. So,
strong Celtic area.
Yeah, strong Celtic area. My friends tell me, listen, if Postecoglou goes to Spurs, he'll be really, really good. He'll get Spurs playing an attractive brand of football. He'll bring youth players through as well, which has been a huge problem for Spurs. Like I follow Lily White Rose on Twitter, and I see Sky the Spurs play as well. And like Romain Mundle has had an exceptional season for Spurs this year, and really, really good. Scored some screamers of goals, and then unfortunately the contract seems to have been left at the last minute, and then the next thing he's not coming, or he's not signing on again. So he'll be a big miss not bringing him through. Need to bring Alfie Devine through. Dane Scarlett maybe hasn't had his best loan spell at Portsmouth. He's played, he's been in and out. Harvey White's been at Derby. I'm not sure if Harvey's going to make it, but certainly Romain Mundle is going to be a big loss, and it is echoes of the guy Chelsea signed from PSV as well. So that's been a real disappointment. The youth team that Romain Mundle doesn't seem to be signing on again, So.
But it's a trend coming out of there. Like you said, no matter where you went to PSV, Edwards out to Portugal, Louis Binks out to Italy down near Lake Como. You have Dennis Certainly left, went to Sunderland. Lavinia, also chose to leave. There's so many players that are refusing to renew their contracts, young players. And it's a massive issue that we really need to get sorted out at this football club. And the reason why they're doing it is because they're not going to hang around at Tottenham. Like Harvey White's situation, right? 22, 23 years old. He ain't a kid anymore. And it's sort of like, he hasn't really made a splash or a dent into the game yet at professional level. And players are not going to stick around for that anymore. You've got young players. We all know the younger generation now, they're even cockier than what our generation was. They believe in themselves that much. And you're going to see more of this unless we start providing a partway through for them. It's not good enough. I'm sorry. Even if they don't make it at Tottenham, there's still transfer money in them that we can rake back for putting into their development by playing coaches and stuff like that. And we're not doing it. We're just losing them, and we're not taking anything back on it. And it's nowhere near good enough. But Anthony, my man, great call in, brother. But before we let you go, I just want to say as well personally to you. I know, like a lot of people out there say, look, he hasn't been on that much. But what I want to say to you is personally, you've done a lot for me behind the scenes. Helping me out get tickets, just checking in on me as well when I needed it. So I want to say to you personally, massive thank you for helping me get through this season.
No problem, Dave. And hopefully I plan to go over to the first game of the year anyway. So hopefully we'll get meeting up again, and of course Jack as well. Jack thought he was that day I was shouting over at him in the stadium. I didn't know. I thought he looked a wee bit scared. So he did. He looked a wee bit scared. He didn't know who it was or what was going on. But But it was good to see you, Jack. And Dave, listen, no, we'll see each other, and hopefully, I'm just glad the season's over. To be honest with you, it's hard. It was hard going at times, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I'm glad it's over, and hopefully, we're looking at a new Spurs next year, playing a wee bit better football. The results don't have to be exceptional, but if there's a bit of freshness about the team, I'd be happy. With some new players, some youth team players coming through, and a feel-good factor about the place, which I think we're missing big time.
That's the biggest thing. You know, I remember when the Outland used to take me to White Hart Lane in the 90s, although not the best of teams, there was a good feel-good factor around the place. And, you know, that's the biggest thing that's being lost, even before games and stuff like that. Almost, it's like people feel like they're being punished going to games now, even though no one's dragging them to the games and they're willingly going themselves. It does feel like, you know, they're being dragged to punishment. It's shocking. But, Anthony, really appreciate your time this evening, my man. And again, thank you very much. And look, hopefully, I'll definitely see you next year for a game at some stage. Hopefully, I'll make sure that happens. I wouldn't mind actually flying over with you and actually going to the game with you. That would be awesome.
Yeah, no problem. No problem.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. And hopefully, we get the feel good factor and we have a manager in the dugout we like, eh?
Yeah, hopefully. Come on, you Spurs. See you later, Jack. See you, David. See you, lads.
Appreciate you, Anthony. Thank you for your support, my friend. Good picture we took as well.
Yeah.
It's a good proper picture we took.
Yeah, he's a really nice guy, Anthony. Really nice guy. He does, you know, we're always talking behind the scenes and that. I really like him. I've got good time for Anthony, a very good guy. And Anthony, I forgot to say it to you just quickly. Hopefully the Baba and the missus are doing well, sir. But that's probably why he's up late, by the way. That's probably why he's up late. But look, we are down to the last guest of the evening.
Quickly, before we get on to the mighty Dermatron, you know, the closer, the mighty Dermatron, Catman Jess, everybody, he's in here with 21 months as the Flat Cat memory says. Thank you guys for all the hard work and time that you put in this season. And he also says, Dave and Jack both deserve a trophy. You guys kept us all entertained this season despite the results. We got a trophy via the academy, and Dave was enlightened on the likes of a Jamie Dorrington, and now ever since then he's been singing his name, and we're going to get Dorrington in there, we're going to get Donley in there, we're going to get all the youngsters in there since we saw that trophy. Catman Jess, I think we've been inspired, so that was what we were delivered. But appreciate you, my friend. Thank you for your support for 21 months. I mean, that's absurd. That's just ridiculous. 21 months. Thank you.
I just want to say as well, you know, to you guys in the under 17 and under 17s and under 18s, you know who you are who watch this channel. You know exactly who you are. I want to say a massive thank you to you guys for actually giving me something to smile about this season. Yeah, going out, showing some cojones, giving us some nice football to watch, and delivering some success to Tottenham Hotspur. And I am campaigning for a lot of you guys to get a pathway into this first team, and hopefully it happens. So you guys out there, you know who you are. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. But look, let's get on to the last guest of the evening. It is the one and only Dermatron. Let's get him on here, he has to say.
Closer.
Dermo, you keep him, my man.
Yeah, not too bad, lads. Not too bad. Well, listen, I've got to start with a bit of breaking news for you, Dave, and it's not something you're going to want to hear.
You can't break news. The meeting wasn't supposed to be till Wednesday. How are you breaking news today?
Well, I got a bit more since I saw you last. Well, anyway, for the news I've got, Kane is going to force a move 100% on Wednesday, and his preferred choice is actually Manchester United.
Yeah, you can forget about that. We ain't selling them to Man United.
No, I know that.
Tell you now, Daniel Levy will not sell to a club that he's trying to chase down.
I agree with
as much as many people hate him.
Yeah.
Telling you now, he won't sell to United. He refused to sell Gareth Bale to United. He refused to sell Modric to Chelsea, and he will not sell Kane to United.
But also, he's keeping a very close tabs on the Bayern Munich thing, which you were on earlier, which I was breaking, with the director of football and the recruitment officer was over there as well, because there was a massive argument, Jack, there today between all Bayern Munich, and it just blew up in this meeting. The director of football, the recruitment officer, everyone was having to go at one another. So Bayern Munich is a club in crisis at the moment in Germany.
They are a bit of club in crisis. I think they got rid of Salihamidzic, who has had a strange tenure there. He brought in, I think, some good players and brought in a lot of good young players, but hasn't exactly made all the right decisions with maybe certain managers, or also as well, like when they had Hansi Flick, like that guy won like the treble. And then I think Salihamidzic was actually the one who got sort of Hansi Flick fired. I think Hansi Flick at one stage, like I forget what he said in German, but more or less it was translated to like, "Can someone shut this guy up, please?" Like when they were like at a team bus or something, like away from a game, because Salihamidzic kept wanting to like talk to him about tactics and like stuff like that and like players and everything, and he was like, "Get away from me." And apparently that sort of led to like, you know, him getting fired as a manager. And then he brought in Nagelsmann, and Nagelsmann did pretty poorly in his first season. Second season, you know, was a different story. I think he was unfairly fired, maybe despite the things going on outside of, you know, the club. And then we're now in this stage where things are really, you know, in turmoil for them. But at the end of the day, I guess, you know, do you really expect Bayern to really be in turmoil that long? No. Like what they're doing right now. What they're doing right now, Dermot, is probably what you wish you heard from Spurs, like what you're just saying. Oh, they're going at each other. You know, everything's being put on the table. You know, everybody's saying you did this wrong, you did this wrong. You wish you heard that more from Spurs. You know, those type of meetings. Let's be honest.
You would do, Jack. I mean, you would love a Daniel Levy and a Cullen, right, having an argument over there, right, shouting at each other. You didn't bring in this play. You didn't bring in that play.
Right.
Sad thing is, they are actually at loggerheads, Cullen and Levy. They're at loggerheads over Pochettino.
Yeah, and look, I'm sorry to Paul earlier. I'm going to have to break his wee Aussie heart, but I'm sorry, it's Nagelman that will become the Spurs, not Angie. Though how much I do love Angie. I do love him. I love what he's done at Celtic. Celtic play a really great brand of football, but it'd be Nagelsmann that's coming. So we all need. I won't be getting into any skinny jeans, believe me, but I think you might, Jack.
Let's wait and see what happens. Let's wait and see what happens. Because to be honest with you, Dharma, you know, like we were told Slot was coming. Then before that, we were told Nagelsmann was coming, and it's like, you know, and we heard that the Zerbi's in the running. His name's constantly on the list, and you know, we never like, you know, it's just thrown in there just to see how things go. So for me, I'm at the point. I'm just going to wait and see what manager we hire at this point. I'm going to try and keep level-headed. I'm not going to try and get too excited by anyone because the minute I do, you know, it's ripped out from underneath me. Although I wonder if Ollie Kahn wants a job back as a goalkeeper. I mean, he was some goalkeeper, you know, and we need one.
You never know, but I'll tell you one thing, he didn't do too good against us in the World Cup in 2002. We got Robbie Keane got one by him, but do you know what I mean? He was a great goalkeeper in his day, to be fair.
Yeah, that goal was iconic, actually. It sent us through to the into the knockout stages of the World Cup.
It did. I tell you a funny story. I was working on a building site in England at that time, and my dad sent me into the match was on, and my dad sent me into the tea hut. All the lads there was full of English fans. I was the only Irish fan in there. And all of them were supporting Germany. Well, I led it this biggest roar when Robbie Keane scored a goal. And that was it. So two of the lads said, right, march me down to the pub. Right after the game, we had the biggest piss up we've ever had in my life.
If I remember correctly, I actually think we were down in my uncle's and we were in the pub at 7 o'clock in the morning watching the game. And I was only a wee kid. I shouldn't have been in the pub, but I was. So, yeah, that's where we were, if I remember correctly. But Thermo, best player of the season. And actually, no, we're not going to do that because everyone's going to say Harry Kane and they're going to, they have to. They just have to. There's no other player they can say.
I'm not
Whether they want to or not, it doesn't matter. They have to say it. But what's the second best player at Tottenham this season?
Bentancur was my best player up the season. Two got injured, and the second best player, I would actually have to give it to Romero. I think for commitment, I think for not giving up. I think when the team is down, he tried extra hard, maybe going over the line a few times, to be fair, but he was always committed. He was always given 100%. And if more players were like Romero and Bentancur and Harry, I think we would have had a better season.
Do you know what? I think, look, I love Romero. I don't think he's been our second best player, though. I think, look, he's been very up and down, and I get it. I truly believe he's going to go on to be a really good centre back. You get the right partner in there. I'm actually going to put Pedro Porro forward. I think that guy has lifted the camp since he's come in. You look at, how many players have taken to just walking around smiling. He's getting down that right wing. He's getting involved in goals. He's scoring them. He's assisting them and stuff like that. And for me, I'm going to put Pedro Porro as a different name. We've had Bentancur. We've had Fraser Forrester. I'm going to put Porro forward.
I'm actually going to put Emerson for biggest improvement of the season.
Yeah.
That puts a smile on Jacko's face.
Yeah, I tell you one thing. Jack knows I have been a fan of it. I was very critical of Emerson. Jack knows I was. I was very, but that lad's won me round. I love him. I just hope he stays at Tottenham for the rest of his career because I absolutely love the bloke. I think he's great crack. I think if there's a fight, he wants to get in the middle of it, which is brilliant. And I just think he's won me over, Jack. So I'm saying you have won. You've done your job. You've won me over.
Do you feel like a lot of players might have won you over this season, despite it being a poor season, though, Dermot? I think Pedro Porro has won me over from the looks of things. I know Richarlison is a different story when it comes to the price tag, but I do like his attitude. I like Romero when it comes to his sort of kind of attitude with the other players as well. There are some players that, do win me over with sort of their overall demeanor, I think, like in the squad and everything.
And I have to give a shout out for Hotspur. That man, we have run him into the ground.
Literally. 44 out of 49 games this season.
We have run that man into the ground, and every game he gives 100%. Yeah. Every game he does. And a lot of people don't like him. A lot of people, he's a bit like Marmite. You either like him or you don't like him. I love him. I got him on the back of my Spurs shirt. Ellie won me over within about 5 minutes of talking to me about Hotspur. Took me 2 months to get his name right. That's another thing altogether. But yeah, for me, Hotspur, Bentancur, Papasar, I thought has played well. Bazuma's played well some games. Flop of the season, I would have to go for Eric Dyer, Sanchez, Davis, and also Richarlison. I think the price tag for Richarlison is too much, and he hasn't coped with the price tag. I think that's his problem. I don't think it's nothing to do with commitments. I don't think it's nothing to do with ability or enthusiasm. I think it's the price tag was too much for him as a player.
But on that though, Dermot, like players, I get that it could put pressure on them to perform, right? But realistically, I think we're in a day and age where players have to forget about the price tag. I'm not saying fans do because it's their club spending the money, but players have to. They're not the ones that dictate the price they're going for. No. That's dictated between the buying and the selling club. So as a player, no longer should they worry about the price tag. Football fees have gone absolutely extortionate. So for me, when it comes to him, it's just his technical ability that has let him down big time this season. But, he's got incredible work rate, incredible enthusiasm, and stuff like that. And, I really do like players that work hard. But anytime the ball comes to the guy,
I know.
Honestly, it's like he's a fucking concrete wall. Yeah. It bounces off him about 10 miles away.
I know. I've loved watching you two this season, and Jack's reaction some of the times has had me in absolute stitches. I mean, I've nearly wet myself with laughter with you two. When Richarlison gets the ball, Dave's nearly lost his hat because that's gone flying somewhere in probably his kitchen somewhere. Jack is about to fall off his chair. It's just had me in stitches, just you two, honestly, this season. Look, Richarlison for me, there's a good... I said yesterday on the stream we did yesterday or Saturday, I said he was great as a big fish in a small pool. He's now a small fish in a big pool and he can't cope with it. At Everton or Burnley or, say, a Brentford or something like that, where he's the focal point, he's the number one guy, he's going to succeed because he's going to feed off that. At Tottenham, you've got Harry Kane, you've got Sonny. So you've got different... He's not getting all the attention. And he hasn't got the game time this season either for being injured or whatever reasons. And I just think we have to see what happens next season with him. I think one season, as some people are saying to him, sell him. I think keep him for another season because we're going to need him next season. And I think he will come good. He'll get you 10, 15 goals. And if somebody can chip in with that, along with Kane, then I think that would do us a lot. That would do us much good, because we're going to pick up them extra points that we didn't get this season. He may be the one that gets them extra points next season.
I just don't want to have to rely. If we sell Harry Kane, I don't want to have to just to rely on him. I don't feel confident just relying on him.
I can remember back to Ozzy Ardiles' time. I think it was we sold Gary Lineker at the end of 91-92 season. We bought Teddy Sheringham near enough at the start of the 92-93 season, first year of the Premier League. But we had a great team. We had a young Nicky Barmby. We had Darren Anderton. We had Naeem. We had Teddy Sheringham. Everyone, Paul Stewart, Paul Allen, we were all chipping in goals. And that's what you need to do with the team. That's what Tottenham, everyone's always chips in with goals all the time. And we need to get back to that. And I agree with you, and I agree with somebody else said this evening. We've got to bring in the youth system. We've got to bring in the younger players. And I think if it means selling Kane and Son, we as a club have gone forward before with that big name players. Said to you before, Dave, Glenn Hoddle, Gary Lineker. When Jimmy Greaves left, Martin Shivers took his place. When Glenn Hoddle left, other players, Chrissy Waddle took his place. When Chris Waddle left, Gaza took his place. When Gaza left, we had more players coming in over the years.
I wanted to add, though, just quickly, with the new manager coming in, and I don't know what Dave's thoughts are on this, a new manager coming in from a different league who already has to adjust to the Premier League and making that sort of big switch, losing one of his best strikers in either Son or Kane, like one of the two. But I personally think especially Kane and what he has been offering recently. You feel like the manager is already going into a bad situation with Spurs. It's already a tough club, a big rebuild, defense he's already got to work with. It's major surgery with the defense. He has to work with, bare bones over there. Losing his best player in Kane or Son, you sort of feel like why, make his job even harder, you feel like, for the manager, that's coming in. That's my idea.
Well, it becomes a different job altogether as well, though, Jack. It becomes, you're now propositioning that manager with a complete different job. You're saying to him, you have to rebuild the whole squad, not just make
fix
sure
the defense and the attack now.
Yeah, you create a problem. Like I said earlier on, right? You look at our goals and the amount of goals we conceded this season compared to scored. I think there's 9 or 10 goals in the difference, right? You take that away out of your team, the goals you scored. You're now left with a situation. You take Harry Kane's goals and that out of the team. You're now left with a situation where you're conceding more than you score, but you sold your best player in the goal scoring department. So you now have a headache that you not only have to do your goalkeeper, your defense, your midfield, and your attack line. And this is what I keep saying to people. We should not be in a rush to move on Harry Kane. Now, people keep making the argument that Tottenham will survive without Harry Kane. But I don't understand where it comes from, because especially someone like me, I've never argued the contrary. Tottenham will survive without Harry Kane. The club will go on. But deal with the argument I propose and stop drifting off into Tottenham was 5 Harry Kane. Deal with the argument I propose. And that is, if you take Harry Kane out that team, you are going to suffer. And that's the stark and harsh reality of it. People talk about other people chipping in with goals. Bentancur has 5+ goals this season. Højbjerg has 5+ goals this season. Realistically, throughout a whole season, are they going to score much more than that? No. Sonny, he's got 12 goals this season, I think. Now, bar the last season with Son where he got the golden boot, which is an anomaly. Son's back down to where he's been at in previous seasons in terms of output, in terms of goals. Okay, you might argue that Kulusevski and Richarlison might chip in a bit more, but Porro's already got some goals. He's not going to he might add another 3 or 4. You've got Langley across the back line. He's got a couple of headers. Dyer as well. Sanchez has a couple. And my point is, you're not going to get much more out of all these guys, even if you put different guys in there, because the positions they play, you're not going to get much more output from them. So this whole thing of other players are going to chip in, they already are. That's the thing, and no one wants to highlight or talk about it. They already are chipping in, and you're not going to get much more out of them. So then it does come down to who's going to replace Kane's goals, because whether we like it or not, 10 goals are important. The guy's amassed us 27 points with his equalizers or his winners. You take that away, we're just above where Everton are. And by the way, Everton have also conceded less goals than us. So if it comes between a battle between us and them, they'll finish ahead of us because they got a better defense. So, we got to stop painting this narrative that it's not going to be a massive drop off, this, that, and the other. Because the reality is, it is. And if everyone goes in and does the research and other players chipping in, etc., you'll find out that, you're not going to get much more out of everybody else around the team.
Yeah, but there's one thing that we're all missing here. Kane holds the cards here. Not Levy. Harry Kane holds the cards.
Yeah,
he's the one with the year left in his contract. Now, Daniel Levy has a very big decision to make. Do I sell him now? Or do I go down the road I went with who should not be named when he left us, saying he wanted to stay and then left us? Look, I've never said, I've always had the belief, guys, that Harry Kane will move on at some point, either finish his career at Tottenham or move on at some point. We will always have a dip, Dave. You and me have talked about this on the phone many a time, and we've talked about it, and we've had our different opinions on it. Harry Kane is our Jimmy Greaves, and that's the one thing I'm going to say about it. Jimmy Greaves was a legend at Spurs in the 60s. We've got our Jimmy Greaves now. Let's enjoy him while he's here. He won't be here forever, no matter if you're anti-Kane, for Kane, want him to leave, want him to stay. I don't really mind. Let's enjoy it because he is a Spurs legend. He has done more for us. He's done what Jimmy Greaves did in the 60s for Tottenham. Harry Kane's doing that for us now. If it wasn't for Harry Kane, but at one point, though, I got to give a massive shout out to my man Hotspur. Fantastic season.
Has Ellie been on the phone to you for the last 2 hours?
No. I have to say, for that man to play him as many as we have, that man deserves a medal because he's played his socks off for Tottenham, and so is Harry Kane, and so is Sonny. Look, we all may be a bit down about this season. We're all happy the season's ended, but let's not forget next August we'll be back shout for Spurs again. Spurs is our life. We love Tottenham Hotspur. They love us. Let's keep going and let's not give up because we will get back there.
A question, do they love us with the amount of pain they put us through? But Dermo, my man, brilliant calling, brother. Why don't you tell people where they can find you?
Yeah, listen, you can find me at, look, I don't really talk about myself. You can find me at THFC Till I Die with myself, Queen Ellie, the Godfather himself, Mr. Philip Brady, and Mia, where we do everything from post-match. We've got a few good shows, Newsbeat this week, but I want to end off by thanking these two above me because personally, they have helped me a hell of a lot behind the scenes. When I've needed lifting up, Jack's been there with a note, Dave's been there with a phone call, and I cannot thank you two enough for what you've done for me. You've lifted me when I've been down. You've caught me when I've fallen, and I couldn't ask for two better mates than you two. So personally, I want to thank you both. I hope you get to 10K because you two, that's
thank you very much. It's a pleasure to meet you this season as well, brother. And I'm glad that you made the trip as well because I know that it's tough to travel and everything, but you made the trip over and it was a pleasure. I'm glad that we had that experience with you, brother.
We did have a laugh, especially with my snoring, and Jack knows what I'm talking about that.
Well, Dermo, hopefully it's not the last one, my man. Hopefully it's not the last one. And look, before we let you go, brother, like you said to us about, texting you when you've been down or whatever, you've also been there for me this season as well, like that. So,
always.
I appreciate you, and I want to say a massive thank you to you as well. You've come on these fan shows, every single one of them. You help make them what they are. You've also, always been there for us when we need you for shows. And stuff like that, and your support throughout the whole season. So I really do appreciate it, Dermot, not only to you, but Ellie, Philip, Mia as well, who are all a part of that golden channel, my man. So I really appreciate it, brother. Thank you.
And thank you for coming on today. And look, we all may argue, we all may shout at each other, but we all Spurs fans at the end of the day. And listen to Dave's old lad. He knows what he's talking about. Tottenham will be back. Tottenham will be back. We will win things again. The cockerel will throw.
Do you know what, Dermot? Now that knows what he's talking about. I'm the son of the great prophet, so people listen to me on Harry Kane as well.
Oh, we will do. Yeah, okay. And, Harry Kane. Yeah, okay. But listen.
See you later, Dermotron.
Yeah, it's been a great season and glad it's over.
Come
on, you girls in green, and come on, the boys in green for the Rugby World Cup.
I'll be cheering for the girls in green this World Cup. Big up, Dermotron.
Yeah.
Good shout out there. Great shout out. Love you, Dermot.
See you later, lads. Take care.
Thanks for your time,
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Great call in for Dermotron, as always. Absolutely adore that man, Dermotron. Absolutely love him. People, please get over, check out THFC Till I Die. You know, the faces you love, the OGs, Dermo, Ellie, Philip, Mia, all over there. Get over there, smash that subscribe button. But look, that does bring us sadly to the end of this fan show. I want to say a massive thank you to everybody out there who's completely, followed us this season, absolutely fanatically. It's insane, absolutely insane. When I first started this, I just wanted to air my opinions. I didn't ever think it'd be like this. It's absolutely beyond my wildest dreams, and all you guys, every single one of you, all seem to reach out, like I've alluded to a lot of times, just post funny things at a time when I really need it. You've helped me through this season, same as Jacko. We appreciate every single one of you. We've got more content coming this week, so stay tuned. Podcast with Flav tomorrow. It will be out, so make sure you stay tuned for that. And then next week, we have a lot of new content coming your way. Your boys have been working hard behind the scenes, so stay tuned.
Yeah.
Jacko, do you want to say?
I was going to say, no, Dave, exactly right. Dave's been working very hard with coming up with big sort of summer plans for you guys, and he's come up with a lot of stuff. So do prepare for it. Don't go anywhere. And then especially a reason not to go anywhere is there's going to be a banger of a podcast tomorrow with Flat Bateman as well. I know he's even come to YouTube recently with his own podcast. So I hope everybody, you check out his channel and everything, what he's had to say, but we're bringing him over to ours, humbly. And so hopefully he can come on and bring some new perspective like he has, times before. And I know people have enjoyed, his guest appearances. So hopefully you enjoy it this time yet again. But I would say everybody this summer, just look out for all the different content we're putting out this summer, working hard as we always are. And if you do appreciate all the different things that we're going to be putting out this summer, feel free to grab a membership. And also, if you want to maybe just go about it this summer with the fan shows, grab the fan show membership. If you prefer talking about cleaning up the mess than talking about actually, the slog of a season, maybe now's your time to shine.
100%. And last but not least, guys, it's a dream to get to 10K. Honestly, I just want to reach it. So, like I said the other day, I feel like I've done something half meaningful in my life. So please share it out to everybody. Spread the word of the Irish Hotspur. And we'll see you all back here tomorrow. Stay safe. Get to bed early. Big news coming out tomorrow, hopefully. New manager or something like that would be nice. See you all then. Come on, you Spurs.
Come on, you Spurs. Thank you for the season, everybody.
Thank you. Great, not great season. Awful season, but you guys have been great.
Not thinking Spurs for it, Dave. Definitely not thinking Spurs for it. Thank you, everybody. Thank you to Harris Army.
Everywhere we go.